Yeah.
All right. Let me ask you a couple things. Super Bowl, obviously. The Chiefs made it back for a second year, but it wasn't the same Chiefs. Let's just be honest. Through the season, did they look different to you offensively? They were 5-5 the last 10 games.
Yeah, but then they've turned it on like as of late, and that is the thing with Patrick Mahomes. You like it's so hard to go against him. Patrick Mahomes is one of the best players in the entire league, and him, like, and Travis, like, just like that pair and everything that they've got. I mean, like, even though they weren't perceived as the normal Chiefs team, I mean, whenever you got those guys, I mean, like, they're still them, right? So.
All right, and last thing, the 49ers.
Yep.
We got about a minute or so to finish up here, and I want to ask, they came back and won their 2 playoff games, which is impressive. They could have easily lost both of those games. What does that do for a team when you're going into a bigger game knowing that even if a hiccup or something doesn't go right in the beginning, you can come back?
Yeah, I mean, it just gives them confidence that it's never over. And teams who can overcome that usually have a lot of success. So it basically just shows them, hey, like, we might be down by 17, 14 points, but we can battle back and win this game.
All right. Who you got in the game?
Oh, it's so tough. It's so tough.
Just give me a quick one in the score.
Because I really like Patrick, but I'm going to go with the 49ers.
All right, I'm with you on that. Michael Pittman Jr. from the Colts joining us here on The Odd Couple. More Odd Couple coming up next. Keep it locked. This is Fox Sports Radio.
It's time to go. Super Bowl 58 is set, and so are the storylines. The face of the NFL.
They asked for it, and they got what they asked for.
Mr. Irrelevant.
How do I do my job really well for 3 hours?
And 2 very hungry teams.
Let's go back on feet.
What more can you want? Your Super Bowl 58 coverage is here on Fox Sports Radio.
The best athletes don't just play the game. They change it. When it comes to investing, GameBridge is doing the same. Their online platform does things differently because it's designed to put you in charge of growing your own savings. It's intuitive. It's easy. And best of all, it's on your terms. No wonder GameBridge has earned the trust of 40% repeat customers. It's a better way to invest because it's investing your way. Get started today with as little as $1,000 at GameBridge.io.
At Lowe's, save big every day when you buy in bulk. Save on bulk purchases of select insulation from trusted brands like Green Fiber. Plus, save an extra 5% every day on eligible purchases when you use your Lowe's business credit card. Visit us for the materials you need because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. 5% offer subject to credit approval. Exclusions and terms apply. See store or Lowe's.com/credit for details. U.S. only.
Test. You must have been busy, but The Odd Couple with Chris Broussard and Rob Parker. We're breaking this down.
If you could get a Donovan Mitchell, now the Knicks will be another team interested in him, Rob. And the Knicks obviously have things going well with them. Donovan is from New York, right? His dad worked with the Mets.
The dad worked for the Mets.
He wanted to play for the Knicks and just couldn't get there. So they might have the upper hand over the Lakers. But if I'm Donovan Mitchell, sure, I'd love the chance to play with Anthony Davis and obviously LeBron. Now, I would say this. If that were to happen and LeBron's 40 years old or
on the Hawkeye Sports Network. From Learfield, this is Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling, presented by Pioneer. Pioneer combines cutting-edge research with one of the largest local testing programs in the industry to help farmers succeed. Pioneer, what's next happens here. Also brought to you by Hy-Vee. Score big savings with the new Hy-Vee Perks membership. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, just minutes south of Iowa City. By University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Iowa Lottery, be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. And by Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Now, welcome to Hawkeye Wrestling, presented by Pioneer.
Good Friday evening. It is the Pioneer Showdown inside Carver Hawkeye Arena as the Iowa Hawkeyes welcome in top-ranked Penn State for a big old matchup on Mediacom. Matt, Stephen Grace, and Mark Ironside saying thanks for joining us as a lot of eyes have been looking here all season long, but the last week or so especially as the Hawkeyes welcome in top-ranked Penn State. And Mark, coming off of last week, a lot of people around the country may be saying, well, Iowa laid an egg. It's not going to be any sort of a contest, but there's some interesting matchups, and this is going to be a very interesting evening of wrestling here inside Carver.
Well, let's hope so. If we don't compete a little bit better than we competed last Friday night against Michigan, this is not going to be a very interesting dual meet, and it is not going to be a lot of fun for these fans that are jam-packed full in Carver Hawkeye Arena here, hoping to see some good, competitive, exciting wrestling. So, hopefully the guys are come out, they're ready to go off the first whistle too. I mean, these matches are 7 minutes and then some if needed. And we got to wrestle all 7 minutes and then some if needed in order to, stay in there and compete with these guys or beat them. And that's how you win wrestling matches. You don't win wrestling matches by letting that clock tick down and hoping on, someone slips on a wet spot or one scramble at the end. That's just not how it gets done. And so we got to do a lot better of clock management tonight and find our offense, finish shots, and see what happens. See where the chips fall, as they say.
You talk about what a difference a week makes. You look about a month ago, we go over to Lincoln, Nebraska, and win pretty handily over the Cornhuskers. Right now, Shane Griffith just earned a 1-0 victory over Bubba Wilson. Nebraska now leads Michigan after that match 18-3.
I know. I was watching down in the team lounge before I came up here, and Nebraska had won the first 6 weight classes.
Yeah.
It's just crazy. And Michigan's just so up and down right now.
Yeah.
Obviously, they were sky high for us, and they have been really down against a lot of the other competition throughout the season. So, but that's the thing. Anytime Iowa Hawkeyes show up to town, you're going to get the best from whoever we're facing that night. And Michigan proved that. So Michigan goes on the road and they're laying another egg, just like they did against South Dakota State and Ohio State, and they were terrible against Penn State, even though Penn State's much better than them. But, they're just terrible against them. And so, but we don't worry about everybody else. We got to take care of business ourselves, and we'll see what happens here tonight.
My point was more so not how Michigan's looking, more so, hey, let's flush last week, let's move on, and let's make ourselves better this week so that, it's not one of those situations, and hopefully the guys are able to respond when they're able to step out here tonight. Well, like we said, tonight is the Pioneer Showdown. Pioneer is a proud sponsor of today's Wrestling Showdown with Penn State. Dedication doesn't have an off season, and neither does your local Pioneer. Remember, at Pioneer, what's next is here. Also, if you or someone you know needs support now, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. As I had a chance to track down Coach Brands up in his office just a little bit ago, and a little bit longer of an interview than we had last week. Coach was a little more locked in and focused on the task at hand rather than some extracurriculars that maybe we saw. And so definitely looking forward to hearing from him. We will step out and take a timeout. We'll be back with more from Carver right after this. It is the Pioneer Showdown, Iowa and Penn State. You're listening to Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Life's a walk in the park at Muddy Puppy Pet Market. Sniff out 5,000 square feet of tail-wagging treats, gourmet grub, and perfect pampering. Not to mention around-the-clock self-serve dog wash. Whether you're a playful puppy or a cool cat, Muddy Puppy's got your wag covered. Let your human know it's time for a trip to Muddy Puppy in Coralville. Just a bone's throw from Trader Joe's and across from the Iowa River Power Restaurant. Or visit MuddyPuppyPetMarket.com. I'll see you there.
When you use Bounce dryer sheets and your clothes look amazing, it's the sheet. Less static in your life? Yeah, it's the sheet. Smelling fresher than ever? It's the sheet. Oh, so soft fabric? Ooh la la. It's the sheet. Less wrinkles on your clothes? You know it's the sheet. Bounce dryer sheets. More freshness, more softness. Less static, less wrinkles. It's the sheet.
Got a business? You've got bills. Cut energy bills with E&J Geothermal. Some businesses could get projects covered up to 100% while shrinking heating and cooling costs by up to 70% with Climate Master Geothermal Systems. Do you qualify for up to 100% of install costs covered in tax credits and grants? Find out. Book your free consultation at ejgeothermal.com. See E&J at the Hawkeye Farm Show in Cedar Falls or the Cedar Rapids Home Show.
There's a new deal coming to CorridorHalfOff.com. Right now, you can get $50 to X Golf in Coralville's Iowa River Landing for just $25. Featuring the latest and greatest in golf simulator technology, as well as a full bar and food menu. The place for a great time and keeping your swing in tune this winter is X Golf in Coralville. There are a limited number of these deals available, so log on to Corridor Half Off today to take advantage. That's X Golf Coralville on CorridorHalfOff.com today.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, this is Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling, presented by Pioneer.
Welcome back to the show. Time now for talk with Hawkeye coach Tom Brandt, presented by Pioneer. Pioneer Showdown tonight as part of Hawkeye Arena to take on the Hawkeyes. And Coach, coming off of last week's loss, you got a big one here tonight. And earlier this week, we were at a place. You talked a little bit about the opportunity. Obviously, there's rankings, there's all kinds of things, opportunities for these guys. But it's more than just saying I have the opportunity. It's trying to take advantage. Can you kind of tell folks what you were talking about, or kind of the mindset there behind that?
Well, thanks for reminding me that we got whooped a week ago, but I'm kind of kidding there, but not really either. So first of all, you have an opportunity to right the wrong, and then the second thing is the level of competition goes up, and so you have an opportunity there, and there's challenges every day, whether you're a competitor in the sport of wrestling or anything you do. So you got to step up, and you got to get back on the saddle, and you got to do things that sometimes are reflective and sometimes are not easy. The biggest thing is we have a group full of guys on that roster in that Hawkeye Wrestling Club. They're all in the same boat, where they all have opportunities to stamp their name as being great in the sport of wrestling. In order to do that, you got to be able to take advantage of opportunities that come your way. Now, here's the thing. It's not that easy. So here we are. There's not going to be a seat empty in this house tonight, and it's going to be a frenzy crowd, or it's not. And as a competitor in your home arena, your job is to stir the crowd, make them be a frenzy. And that's where we're at. And if you're on the road, then you got to keep the crowd silent with your performance. So we have 10 performances tonight in front of us. You're going to see Keeter on the mat. You're going to see Rachi. You're going to see Schriever. Those are the weight classes that we've been playing around with a little bit. We're starting at 125. Hey, this comes down to, plain and simple, just grabbing the bull by the horns, and, the difference is the ability to come on during your match. That's the difference. The difference is being able to come on during your match. So you got to read. You got to read your opponent. You got to read the referee.
Looking forward to it. It's always exciting. Thanks very much for joining us, Coach.
Hey, thanks. Rock and roll.
And that is Hawkeye Coach Tom Brandt, presented by Pioneer. Pioneer boosts your yields by combining industry-leading R&D with rigorous local testing. At Pioneer, what's next happens here. It is the Pioneer Showdown. We'll be back with more of the pre-meet right after this. This is Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
If you guessed that was the sound of a bag of Pioneer Brand A-Series soybeans, you guessed right. Well, kinda. It was really the sound of an innovative team that spent decades perfecting a seed with exclusive genetics and the ultimate agronomic advantage. The sort of breeders who don't rest until they've achieved outstanding performance. Pioneer Brand A-Series soybeans. #1 for a reason. Visit pioneer.com/genetics.
This is Coralville City Administrator Kelly Hayworth reminding you to shop and eat locally. Now, your favorite Coralville businesses offer more options for finding what you want for your home and family. Local restaurants, bakeries, and breweries have perfected carryout and delivery. Coralville shops continue excelling in personalized service. They take pride in helping you find the perfect item or gift for any occasion. Thank you for infusing Coralville with your shopping and dining dollars.
This is Monica from Monica's in Coralville. Randy trusted Seth Sauer and me for decades. Over the years, we've learned from his work ethic, generosity, and courage. We made a strong team because he was a great coach. We are honored to carry on his legacy and will not change the Monica's playbook, Italian specialties, and American favorites made from authentic ingredients, prepared and served by a caring staff. Like athletes, we will never forget our great coach. Thank you for your continued support. And of course, go Hawks!
Hey everyone, it's Joe Montana. Spreading the word about pneumococcal pneumonia, a potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older like me, you're at increased risk. So, what's the game plan? A strong defense. Pneumococcal pneumonia can strike at any time in any season, so you shouldn't wait to help protect yourself. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination today and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, this is Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling, presented by Pioneer.
Welcome back to Carver Hawkeye Arena. Stephen Grace, Mark Ironside, waiting for the Pioneer Showdown to take on Tom Matt as the Hawkeyes welcome in top-ranked Penn State to Carver. And we're going to start things off, as Coach Brands mentioned, at 125 pounds. 7th-ranked Drake Ayala for the Hawkeyes. The sophomore at 17-3 takes on number 2 Braden Davis. He is a true freshman with a record of 14-0. At 133, number 20 Colin Schriever, 8-2 record as a junior. He'll be taking on number 6 Aaron Nagao, a sophomore with an 8-3 record, All-American for Minnesota last year, transferring to the Nittany Lions. At 141, 2nd-ranked Real Woods, coming off of his loss last weekend, now 12-1 as a senior. He'll be taking on top-ranked Bo Bartlett. He is a senior with a record of 14-0. At 149, Caleb Bracci, the nod for the Hawkeyes. 12th-ranked sophomore, has a record of 12-3 this year. He'll be taking on number 10, Tyler Kazak. He is a true freshman with a record of 11-1. At 157, grad student Jared Franek, 18-2 record, number 5 in the country, losing in the tiebreakers last week at Michigan. He'll get a chance against the number 1 Levi Haynes, a sophomore with a record of 11-0. At 165, 6th-ranked Michael Caliendo, the sophomore at 15-1 for Iowa, takes on number 7 Mitchell Messenbrink. He is a redshirt freshman at 15-0, a transfer from Cal Poly. At 174, Patrick Kennedy for the Hawkeyes, the junior, 10-3 record, takes on top-ranked Carter Starachi, a senior at 9-0. At 184, redshirt freshman Aiden Riggins, the 11-10 record for Iowa, takes on another transfer, this one from Cal Poly, a number 6 ranked Bernie Truax, a grad student with a record of 8-2. At 197, number 11 in the country, Zach Glazier, the senior at 19-0, takes on top-ranked senior Aaron Brooks, a record of 10-0 this season. And we'll close things out at the heavyweights. True freshman Ben Keeter for the Hawkeyes, 2-0 record on the year. He will have number 1 Greg Kirkfleet, a senior with a record of 9-0 on the season. Jaron Quincy and Matt Sorochinsky are the referees for this evening's matchup. Still a few minutes away from getting things going. We got to wait for that Michigan-Nebraska duel to get done ahead of us. And they are at 197 pounds. I believe Nebraska won just a regular decision at 184. So that's 21-3 now, the Cornhuskers leading the Wolverines.
Mark 7. I think Nebraska probably win that one too.
Yeah, you got all red, and they've got
heavyweight
Strigow.
I don't know.
And then, you would think Davison would be favored, but you never know. Well, back to what Coach Brands talked about. It kind of helped. You and I had a chance. He was the speaker at one of the service clubs in Iowa City this week, and he said something that really kind of stuck with me, and that was just the whole opportunity thing. And, we all have opportunities, and, I've got the opportunity to do a variety of things laid out before me. What are you going to do with that opportunity? And that's really the key. Yeah, you can say you're taking on the number 1 guy in the country. You're saying you've got a guy that, is the defending national champion. You've got those opportunities. So what? What are you going to do when you step out there to maximize what you can do with that opportunity?
Opportunities is something Coach Gable talks about all the time when I was fortunate enough to compete under him, and it's not something just talked about, the opportunity when you can step out of the mat in a live competitive situation, but it's something he talked about every day we showed up to the room. I mean, you got an opportunity in here when you walk in this room today to stay the same or get better. And you got to make the best of every single day so that when you do have the opportunity to perform in front of a sold-out Carver Hawkeye Arena like we have here tonight, then you can take advantage of that opportunity. You can make the most of that opportunity. You're prepared for that opportunity. And it doesn't just start for these guys on Sunday. Maybe they probably had Saturday off. I don't know.
I think they went Saturday. They had Sunday
off. You know, it doesn't just start Saturday the day they get back from Michigan or whatever. I mean, this started, years ago, early on in their childhood when they first started wrestling. But it started at the beginning of the year with a lot of focus on this. It started at the end of the year last year. And as the season goes on, you just continue to make the most of what little opportunities you have left, because the opportunities just keep getting narrower as the season goes on and progresses. And then obviously some nights like tonight are bigger than other nights, like the Northwestern Illinois trip or Wisconsin next Sunday, So you got to be ready to go when you step on the mat and make the most of these opportunities. But the other thing is, and that's one thing that we haven't been doing very good job of, is clock management. We've been wasting a lot of first periods and wasting some of the second periods and letting these matches come down to the end. We're not making the most of the 7-minute opportunity. I mean, you got 7 minutes. You better wrestle every second of 7 minutes and wrestle every second like it's the last. And you work too hard in the room day in and day out to not do that, So, I mean, you look at the competitors before them, for years competitor for you. You look at Tom Brands and Terry Brands and Chad Zappital and Royce Alger, and, it could go on and on and on, but how fun that they were to watch wrestle, because they made the most of the opportunity every time they stepped on the mat. They never had a match where they really never got it kind of going, or it took them till the third period to finally, make something happen or whatever, You're making the most of the opportunity by, if a guy's not giving you a right-handed high crotch, go to a left-handed outside sweep single. Guy's not giving you any leg attacks. He's doing a good job moving away and circling. Go to a 2-on-1. Take advantage of the opportunity. There's opportunities there. Sometimes you just got to work harder than others to find them. So,
were you at the ice cream shop today? I just had somebody I was talking with, and I had almost that exact same conversation of, you know what? It's not there. Find a way to get something else that opens up. And, you can't be one-dimensional in this sport.
That's the thing. You work too hard to be one-dimensional. That's why it's fun to practice every day. You don't practice the exact same move every single day on the exact same guy. You get different workout partners that give you different feels, and you hit different holds. You don't just go into the room looking for one specific hold every single time. That's what practice is for. I mean, if you got your bread and butter, you might go an entire practice and never even bother hitting it. You know that you're pretty good there. I'm going to work on something that I need to work on. I need to get better at, and maybe try and find some workout partners that week leading up to your competition that's going to kind of mimic the competitor that you're going to be facing come Friday or Sunday. And, it just... There's so much that you can do throughout a week in a practice room to improve on your wrestling, to get better. The day you start going in and you're just kind of going through the motions and doing the same thing, and you're not really getting much out of it. You're not learning, you're not improving, you're not getting better, and that's time for someone else that's hungry to step in there and that wants to go out and perform and work hard.
Well, I think another key from what you said right there, and a lot of times people don't think about it too much, but it's not necessarily, okay, Iowa didn't wrestle well against Michigan, so they land, late Friday night, early Saturday morning, whatever it was. You don't just go in and suddenly change everything and get 100% better. I mean, yes, there are some things you can work on, but it's something that you've got to put that lifestyle in. You've got to put that work in from the get-go. So you've got some of these young guys that, maybe it's a true freshman that is, maybe a Gabe Arnold. He saw a little bit of time in the lineup, most likely going to redshirt, but still, what is he doing now to keep getting better? Even if he's not going to be the guy that goes out on a Friday night, what can he do to get himself better so when his time's called next year, he's that much closer to being ready to go?
And that's the thing is, good competitors are not just sitting around waiting in the wings. There's no waiting involved in it. They're out there training in the wings. They're improving in the wings. They're watching video. They're working on their conditioning. They're working on their strength. They're working on their skill sets. They're working on their techniques. They're working on, different setups, different side leg attacks, and there's no waiting around for your opportunity. It's training so that when your opportunity comes, you're ready to go. Comes Penn State walking out of the tunnel.
Hawkeyes making his way out onto the mat. Well, let's take a quick look at our Hawkeye Women's Wrestling Update, brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, featuring the Draft Day Sports Lounge, where you'll find great food, beverages, and the Top Golf Swing Suite ready to play. Felicity Taylor and Bella Meir winning titles at the Grandview Open last Saturday. A host of 10 Hawkeyes that made their way over to Des Moines, and those two coming out on top. The Hawkeyes now in preparation stage as they get ready for the NCWWC Regional Championships. Those will be hosted by Simpson College in Indianola on February 23rd. The top 4 finishers from that tournament at each weight class will qualify for the national championships to be held in Cedar Rapids in March. And so the Hawkeye women, Coach Chun and company, are gearing up for that. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, located just minutes south of Iowa City, is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the inaugural season of Hawkeye Women's Wrestling. Thank you, Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, for your partnership with the Iowa Hawkeyes. Like we said, it is the Pioneer Showdown. Scott Walker's going to be joining us at the intermission, and they had a little gathering upstairs I popped into just real quick and got to talk to Scott. And, kind of laid out, where we were going, and I said, Mark will have his headset on talking. He's like, oh, so he's going to ask me about race cars and sponsorships. And no, I'm kidding. I threw the sponsorship in there for him, but Scott's a good guy.
I had before, but I didn't have any luck.
I did say that we may talk about, your farm plot that you got down at your mom's, and if there's anything Pioneer can do to help you out in some of those regards. So I'm planting the bug for you.
There you go.
Seeing what I can do. Hawkeyes out from the tunnel.
We need some rain as well. If he could produce rain, that would be very helpful. I don't care what kind of seed you got. If it don't rain, it don't grow.
Let's step out here. We'll take our final break as we are ready for wrestling action. The Pioneer Showdown, Iowa and Penn State. We'll have wrestling action when we return. This is Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
While the winter wind blows, scoop up a zero-down, zero-interest deal on Caterpillar Tough excavation equipment at Altor for Cat. From the mini excavator on up, Cat Next Generation excavators feature industry-leading tech and safety features. See the latest models in all sizes at Altor for Cat. At 0% zero down and zero hassle, now is the best time to scoop up your new excavator. Win big this winter. Call Altorfer at 866-DEMO-CAT or visit altorfer.com. That's 866-DEMO-CAT or altorfer.com.
Hit a deer? Call Premier. Premier Automotive in North Liberty is Eastern Iowa's most trusted name in auto body repair. Our premier reputation is built on providing superior customer service, accurate estimates, and high-quality work. Our experienced staff guarantees your vehicle is restored and back on the road in no time. Premier Automotive in North Liberty or online at premierautoiowa.com. Drive safely, but if you hit a deer, call Premier.
Football is back. Stock up on your tailgate essentials with Local Craft Cellar. Local Craft Cellar in Cedar Rapids offers a large selection of craft beer, wines, and spirits, plus their giant selection of non-alcoholic beverages, untiled art, athletic brewing, and cannabis-infused social beverages from Climbing Kites. C Avenue Northeast in Cedar Rapids, just north of Boyson Road. Local Craft Cellar, largest selection of craft beer in the area, and so much more.
Hey Hawkeye fans, this is Monica from Monica's. Randy always told Chef Sal and me that family comes first. So I'm here with my son to invite you to stop by before or after your favorite university event. We are proud of our Hawkeye coworkers, including Sal's daughter, Miss Sarah, and hope you know that if you are headed to Carver or Hampshire, our awesome food, full bar, and Monica's family await. We hope to see you soon. And what do you say, Meyer?
Go Hawks!
Hawkeye Sports and Fox Sports, AM 800, KXIC Iowa City. Available everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now #1 for podcasting.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, this is Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling, presented by Pioneer.
Welcome back to Carver Hawkeye Arena and the Pioneer Showdown, as starting lineup being announced right now. Michigan and Nebraska into the heavyweight match. We're going to get started here in about another minute or two as soon as lineups are done. So,
I'll tell you what, Steven, I didn't know what we were going to get for a crowd tonight. I didn't know. After that Michigan meet, I didn't know. And I'll tell you what, these fans have showed up. There's hardly an empty seat in this entire arena right now.
There's people standing on the rails at top.
Yeah. I came to the Iowa women's basketball game last night, and it was packed just like this. And, I mean, it was so full. I was like, man, I don't know if we're going to get that tomorrow night in the wrestling meet. But we sure did. This place is completely full, and that just shows you the loyalty of our Iowa wrestling fans.
And there's so many people that have talked to me, and, do we even have a chance? What? And I'm like, hey, on paper, we probably shouldn't do very well. But you don't wrestle a match on paper. You got to come out here and make something happen, and you never know. You could see some crazy things in this arena between these two teams, and, I'm never going to count out the Iowa Hawkeyes and Coach Tom Brands.
Yeah, let's just, a lot of it is just like what we talked about at Michigan, a lot of it's going to be the very first match, between Drake, coming out, and he's number 7 now. He was number 1, 3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
And now he's all the way down to number 7, and he's taking on number 2, undefeated, Brandon Davis. Is Brandon Davis a true freshman?
True freshman,
freshman, ranked number 2, undefeated. So this gives us a really good opportunity here to kind of set the tone, is what Gable used to say when Mike Menor wrestled all the time too, is your straw that stirs the drink. So hopefully that's what happens here at 125 pounds. That's where we're starting at with Drake Ayala. And I tell you right now, Drake Ayala, he's ready to go tonight. He lives for stuff like this, and he's excited about it. Ben Keeter is going to go out right now, get introduced against Kirkley.
Big old ovation from the hometown crowd.
You're not going to see anybody leave tonight.
No.
Until after the heavyweight match is over. They want to see this matchup between Keeter and Kirkley. Kirkley, number 1 ranked heavyweight, 9-0. Was runner-up last year, right, to Mason Paris? I think he got beat by Paris in the finals.
I believe so. Captain's meet. Wait for the final okay from the head table with the Big Ten Network. Looks like they are scoreless after 1 at heavyweight. Jaron Quincy, Matt Soroczynski, the referees here tonight. I actually saw Mike McCormick and I can't Haggerty, yeah.
They were in the wrestling room earlier.
They're in
Big dogs are here.
Yeah. We get the okay. Whistle sounds. We are underway here in the Pioneer Showdown. Ayala for the Hawkeyes. Davis, true freshman. A little bit of a controversial match last week. A lot of people thought maybe he was taken down against Ohio State to lose, but he held on.
Me included.
I was right there with you.
Me included. A lot of people were not happy about that call, kind of like a homer call at Penn State. How'd that Nebraska and Michigan duel turn out then?
Nice slide by in 3 for Drake Ayala. Quick sit out and escape for Davis, but Drake with the early lead.
That's what we needed out of Drake Ayala right there. Nice, quick 3-point takedown. That's huge for Drake Ayala. I will say this, this Brandon Davis, number 2 ranked, undefeated true freshman. He has not been in the likes of Carver Hawkeye Arena yet. That's a lot for a true freshman right out of high school to come in here and wrestle in this type of environment. And Carver Hawkeye Arena does funny things to you. Just ask Mark Hall.
Yeah. It's 25-3. The heavyweight match is still not quite done yet.
Really? Surprised they started this then.
Yeah.
I wonder if they switched over to this or...
Minute 40 to go, first period. Ayala staying real low, wrestling on that one knee. Now comes back up. Keeping that hand low. Davis hits a sweep attempt, but Drake able to keep those legs back. Davis comes up into a 2-on-1. Drake pulls his arm out of that. 3-1 is the lead for Ayala.
Here's the thing. We got a quick takedown early on, but we didn't get really any riding time. Davis got right back to the seat. There, nice snap right there by Drake. I was just going to say, I want to see Drake stay on the offense. You know, he's got a 3-1 lead right now. It's not like he has to go for broke or anything like that, but just stay smart, stay good, but still continue to hit your offense. Let's get another one this period. A 6-1 lead at the end of the first period. That'll go a long ways.
Inside of a minute to go here in the first. Another
Nice
snap,
by
front headlock. Tried getting around
another
behind, but
snap right there. I like how Drake Aiello is moving Davis.
he's got a 2-on-1, but head on the opposite side as Davis is pushing it away. Now they're going to stalemate it, get a fresh start. So Drake maybe a little scratch on his nose or something.
Yeah, he's bleeding on the ridge of his nose.
Davis changed levels, but Drake staying real low. Tries that slide by again. Davis tried getting a shot off of that, but Drake able to get his legs back as well.
Let's go, Drake. Stay on him. Stay on him. Keep moving him. Drake getting down to a knee, staying low. You can tell that Drake has scouted this Davis. As Davis likes to get down low, Drake doing a good job protecting his legs, not letting Davis fire off a shot from a non-tie. Davison up 7-0 right now. The Michigan and Nebraska mean.
3-1 is the lead for Ayala.
Nice
My
job,
mom
Drake.
just texted they've got a dual screen going right now. So
Yeah, my sister texted me that same thing.
8-0 Davidson with the major. So 25-3, I think, or 25-7 will be the final score there. At the end of the period, they do send Drake over and get his nose wiped off. Davis's choice. He'll defer. So Drake will start down. Ayala, only 2 seconds of riding time when he got that takedown in the first period. Drake right up to his feet, trying to get that hand control. Davis around the waist, pulls him down. Drake trying to turn those hips, almost able to get to a leg. Now he's trying to pop him up. Couldn't quite get there.
Turn it in. Good job. Good
Getting those
movement out of
hips
Drake
out.
right now.
Davis staying behind the arms.
There
Drake
you go.
Up to his feet now for the escape.
That is how you wrestle on the bottom. Great job by Drake Ayala right there. Great motion, just continuous motion. Kept going one way and then another way, and then they go back the other way and just kept turning in and working on it. Now he's got to go over and get his nose repaired again. The bridge of his nose that just keeps getting cut open. That was great wrestling by Drake Ayala on that bottom position. Brandon Davis had to work really, really hard from that top position to try and hold Drake down, and Drake was doing a good job controlling the hands and not letting Davis, pressure him forward. And that was really, really good textbook 101 wrestling by Drake Ayala.
Join the Iowa Lottery VIP Club. Enter to win tickets to see sold-out men's wrestling with the Countdown to Carver promotion. Play Hawkeye Gold scratch tickets today. Drake gets that nose cleared off again. Back to action. Both guys on their feet. Minute 29 to go here in the second period. Ayala for the Hawkeyes, a 4-1 lead. Davis for Penn State, 14.7 seconds of riding time. Drake again staying down on a knee.
Yeah, you can tell Drake's definitely scouted this Brandon Davis. Just staying really down on a knee, not keeping that right leg at his back. And he doesn't come up until he has his hands on Davis. Like that right there.
Swiped at the leg, nothing there. Tries to get back into a snap. Davis, though, able to stay square with him. Drake does get that hand and then works back up to his feet. There's a shot from a non-tie by Davis. Comes up hanging on 2-on-1. Drake clears out. Davis tries to take a shot. We snap, down block, into a front headlock. Got that right elbow trapped, though.
Let's wrestle here. Drake. You got good position. Come on, you can wrestle here. Don't let this go to a stalemate. Davis up to his feet. Now they're both back up. Underhook by Drake. 23 seconds to go here in the second period. Drake's up 4-1 right now. It'll be Davis's choice to go into the third period. I'm sure obviously he'll choose down.
Looks like it will be the 4-1 lead for Drake as we head into that third period. Davis looks over. Looks like we're going to get blood time yet again.
There is no time limit for blood.
Throughout the Iowa Corn Cyhawk Series, Iowa Corn promotes values that are uniquely Iowan. On behalf of Iowa's corn farmers, we salute all athletes for their hard work and determination, both on and off the field. Just like our athletes, our state leads the nation in corn and ethanol production. Follow Iowa Corn on Facebook to learn how corn grows Iowa. She said right on the bridge of the nose, and that's the spot that not a whole lot you can do other than wipe it off, maybe put a little swab on it, and hope that it stops.
You can put a Band-Aid on it. No.
Davis does choose down into a sit-out. Drake goes into that claw ride.
I'd like to see how long. We'd like to be able to ride him for a long period of time here. It would be great.
Davis into a sit-out.
Pressure forward. Drake doing a good job.
Davis.
Davis getting hand control right now, though. Drake's doing a good job pressuring forward. Davis trying to keep his head up. Continuing to keep working on hand fighting here. Both guys.
And there's the escape. So that'll make it 4-2 now in favor of Ayala. Minute and a half to go in regulation.
Now this is where Drake's got to be careful. This came back to bite him in the butt where he's ahead and then gets taken down at the end. We got to stay.
Going to stop it. Warn Davis for hands to the face. Davis hailing out of Belleville, Michigan.
But Michigan's pretty upset they let him get out the door.
Allen. Been in that collar tie. Clear out, come back across.
Drake Ayala is doing a really good job keeping Brandon Davis off of his game, off of his attacks, kind of off balance. Davis has not been able to get anything going. There he
Shot
tries to
by
take a
Davis.
shot, but he can't get to Drake's legs.
45 seconds to go in regulation.
Drake has to stay in their circle a little bit now, though. Davis is starting to come at us a little bit more. Come on, Drake, circle, though. Keep your butt to the center.
Stand low on that knee. Stall call on Drake. Now Davis going to start really moving. Try to set something up from a non-tie. 20 seconds left. Another good down block by Drake. Over on the edge, they circle. Ayala staying in good, solid position again. Davis drops in for a shot. Drake down block, snaps. 5 seconds left. And Drake Ayala is going to get the win. Knocks off previously undefeated true freshman by a score of 4-2. And that puts the Hawkeyes on top 3-0 in the team score.
That's a good win for Drake Ayala. That's a good win.
Dodge Street Tire and Auto, locally owned and operated, voted best of the area for the 10th consecutive year. Proudly supports Iowa wrestling. Trust Dodge Street Tire for honest auto repair and the best deals on Goodyear and Toyo tires. Dodge Street Tire and Auto celebrating over 30 good years on the corner of Dodge and Church Streets in Iowa City. We move to 133 pounds. Colin Schriever gets the nod for the Hawkeyes, and he will be taking on number 6, Aaron Nagao.
That's what Drake Ayala needed right there. He needed to get that takedown that first period. That takedown the first period goes a long ways, doesn't it, Steven?
It does.
Probably could have gotten another one in there somewhere, but take what we can get out of the get-go. Good job, Drake. That's a big win. That's good for the Hawks. That's really good for the Hawks. That's what we needed bad.
Schriever and Nagao.
This one scares me a little bit. Worries me a little bit about us getting underneath Nagao. Nagao's really tough in that top position, and Schriever struggles in that bottom position. Yeah. Schriever's got to really work hard to stay in neutral with him or getting on top himself.
Nagao finished 5th for Minnesota last year and then entered the transfer portal. Ended up in Happy Valley. 3 losses on the year. He got beat by Ryan Crookham of Lehigh. Got pinned in sudden victories. There he hits a duck into a shot, head to the inside. About ready to finish on Schriever and does. So Schriever down 3-0. Then he got beat by Buzakis of Ohio State 13-7 last week.
13-7?
Yeah.
This is what worries me. Quick shot, quick finish right there by Nagao, and now he's on top of us.
He's got our legs twisted in. Go to a stalemate, potentially dangerous actually. So fresh start with 1:39 to go.
I don't know how that's potentially dangerous. I mean,
I don't know.
Nagao could have undid the legs. If anything, that should have been stalling, like riding the legs parallel from Nagao. I mean, he could have easily unhooked the leg. God dang it. Now we let Nagao's right leg come in on us. We're trying to catch it there, trying to catch the heel. Stalling on top. Now we'll go for a stalemate again.
1:21 to go, first period. Schriever works up to his feet.
That's why you
Cut
can't
back.
stand still. You got to clear. You got to get out.
Cut back, and now the legs thrown in. Almost tilted us over, but we rolled all the way through. But as we did, Nagao got both heels in.
That's what worries me about
Schriever
this top
flat on the
position.
mat.
Getting turned to our back.
Schriever
doing the
trying
right
to
things.
get those hips under him.
Yeah, he's doing the right things on the bottom, trying to get both of his legs over one of Nagao's, but Nagao just riding tough on top.
Working the wrist, but he's riding parallel.
It's a joke. I mean, it looks like he's trying and doing stuff, but he's not.
It's another stalemate. Now, see, last week we would have had 3 stall calls already. Which there's times I've seen stalls from the top that I don't necessarily agree with. That's one that I've always had issue with guys just putting both legs in.
Cannot let the legs come in. We just can't let them come in. Oh!
Schriever's still at his base here, Nagao.
This is where Schriever, he has to get ornery on that bottom position. It's a mentality aspect of things right here. I mean, there's things you got to work on technically or whatever, but now Nagao's not trying to turn us here. He's just riding the clock. We're
Peeks
allowing
up.
it to happen. Just really explode, shimmy your hips hard. Like what you were talking about in pre-show. You can't be one-dimensional.
3-0 Nagao with 2 minutes of riding time. Schriever defers. Nagao will start down. Right away, explodes up to his feet. Schriever trying to pick him up to put him back down. Nagao about ready to get that hand control. Does. So that'll make it 4-0. Schriever changed levels. Nagao front headlock. They clear up out of that.
Schriever's got to work really hard to try and get to the legs of Nagao. He has to go. He cannot let Nagao get to his legs and get another takedown and get back on top. Nagao's backing up, and then he gets us walking into him, and that's how he got us last time on that shot non-tie.
Schriever changed levels, swiped at a leg.
He's got to be able to set something up. That's where he struggles a little bit with his setups.
Good snap there, but more a snap to clear out instead of a snap to set. There he tapped the head, but Nagao felt that coming. Approaching a minute to go here, second period. 4-0 is the lead for Nagao of Penn State over Colin Schriever. Plus Nagao has 1:51 of riding time. Hawks lead 3-0 in the team score.
Schriever's got to work hard. Come on, Schriever. You got to get to the legs. This is what we're talking about. You got to find a way to fire a shot off and get to the legs. Come on. There's a shot right there. I like that. Sweep action. Didn't get to the leg, but that was a legit shot right there.
Nagao from a non-tie in this direction.
Leg back.
Able to lock his hands. Schriever, though, stuff in the head.
We sprawled, and then we stopped wrestling. You got to sprawl and sprawl again and walk your feet back. We just didn't do that.
Chain wrestle. Stalemate it. 20 seconds left here, second period. Schriever's got to go neutral, doesn't he, Mark?
Yeah, for sure. He's got to do more than he did here in the second period.
Another snap into a high crotch attempt, but Nagao cleared out.
Here's the thing, Schriever right now. He's wrestling to keep this match close. He's wrestling not to lose by a lot. He's wrestling to keep the match close. He is not wrestling to win right now. We'll see what he's made of here in third period.
He does choose neutral, so 4-0, 1:51 of riding time for Nagao. Nagao, misdirection, gets to one of our legs. Schriever trying to climb over top, looking to lock an ankle. Nagao trying to come through the back door. Sitting back into us. Schriever trying to get that leg back around the other side. Nagao now trying to come through the back door. Now looking to potentially get that neutral danger, and Schriever had to bail out. And both legs in. So now it's imperative for Schriever to get an escape here, Mark, just to erase that major decision that we're at.
Well, it's not looking good for him, Steven.
Hawk fans getting a little restless, wanting a stall call on top. And now Nagao finally pulls a leg out. Looking for a far side cradle. Throws both legs back in again. Schriever trying to build that base. And again, Nagao, he's grabbing a wrist and then just like bobbing his head up and down, trying to make it look really good.
Like making it look good, exactly. He's not really
And he's not doing anything to try to turn. And that was one of those points of emphasis this year, is you got to ride to turn from that top position, not just ride to ride. And now he's got a power half thrown in, cranks that up over. Got a 2 count out of it. Now he adjusts the head back the other way, and he's got Cullen pretty tight right there. Somehow Schriever able to fight off. I think we dodged a bullet right there.
Big bullet. Really big bullet.
Looking for another quick tilt right there. So 11-0 will be the final score. Major decision that gives Penn State a 4-3 lead. We will take a timeout. We'll be back with more of the Pioneer Showdown from Carver right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
This is Jordan Sekefetz here for my dad Brian and his True Blue crew at Dodge Street Tire. If you're wrestling with your car or truck, let their crew take care of you and your family with honest and quality award-winning service. For over 30 good years, Dodge Street Tire have been champions for Hawkeye fans everywhere, pinning down prices and problems for their neighbors. Don't let your vehicle's tires and troubles keep you from achieving your goals. Dodge Street Tire at the corner of Dodge and Church Street.
A bag of corn is, well, a bag of corn. Unless it's a bag of Pioneer brand chrome seed corn. Then you're dealing with the most optimized yield potential, agronomic performance, and insect protection the Pioneer lineup has to offer. A bag that will make life easier for you. 8 bushels per acre easier. And much harder for rootworms in the competition. Pioneer brand Chrome products. Field proven and ready for yours. Visit pioneer.com/plantchrome.
I want to buy your vehicle. Hi, this is Forrest Brown from the Browns family of dealerships. You usually hear me talking about why you should buy your vehicles from the Browns family of dealerships. But I'm also here to tell you I want to buy your vehicle. At Browns, we prefer to buy clean, locally owned vehicles to offer to our future customers rather than getting them at auction. It's the way we like to do business. So if you have a vehicle in your driveway or garage that you are ready to part with, see us first at any of our 5 locations. Browns in Elkader, Guttenberg, or our 2 locations in West Branch, and Victory Ford in Dyersville. We will pay you top dollar, no strings attached. It's that simple. No need paying costs for advertising or dealing with strangers to get rid of that vehicle. Just see your friends at the Browns family of dealerships. Your hometown dealer, no matter where your hometown may be. Check us out on the web at victorywithbrowns.com.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, this is Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling, presented by Pioneer.
Welcome back to Carver Hawkeye Arena. Get ready for 141 pounds. 1 versus 2. Bo Bartlett for Penn State, Iowa's Real Woods. This is the only previous matchup in the lineup tonight. Woods winning last year in the dual meet by a score of 4-1. Real trying to bounce back from last week's performance.
Bartlett, tough to wrestle. Yeah. Not super offensive wrestler, but just really kind of counter wrestling and very difficult to score on. Great hips, great balance. I don't know, Bartlett, let's see here. Bartlett, yeah, he's undefeated.
Yeah, he's undefeated. Defeated number 2 Jesse Mendez of Ohio State in sudden victory last week. Let's see how Real responds after last week's loss by major decision to a true freshman. 4-3 is the lead for Penn State. Hawks win at 125-4-2. Penn State wins by major decision at 133. Woods grabs the head, reaches for a leg, but Bartlett, good solid position, keeps those arms down.
Bartlett, very short and compact wrestler, great hips, very stocky, just really good balance. Can wrestle pretty much in any position. Great scramble wrestler. And you got Real Woods, who's more kind of a strategic type wrestler, but does a good job getting in there. And once he gets in on a shot, typically pretty good at finishing, but he was not able to finish on Lemley last week.
Nice shot and drive through for the 3 by Bartlett. That's how you finish right there, Mark.
That was
he exploded in, and he just boom.
That was a really, really nice shot by Bartlett right there. Non-tie double leg, just a blast double, kind of characteristic of Jordan Burroughs a little bit.
Yep.
And when he got in on the shot, just kept driving through. Real stopped him, but he just kept penetrating through. Picks up Real, puts him down. Real was back up to his feet trying to get out.
Bartlett trying to find a wing on that right side, not there. Real works up to a knee, trying to peel those hands free. There he's out front, gets the escape. So 3-1 is the lead for Bartlett. .40 seconds of riding time for Bo. 1 minute to go here in the first period. Bartlett doing a lot, stalking in a circle around Real.
Bartlett
not
looks
wanting
like
to tie them up.
He's feeling really, really good. Yeah, he doesn't want to really tie up. He likes that non-tie. He's kind of bobbing and weaving, light on his feet. He's feeling explosive. He's, feeling kind of cocky right now, and deservingly so. He's up 3-1. He's got 40 seconds of riding time. It's pretty good. Be nice if Real here in this last 30 seconds can sneak a takedown of his own in here. But like I said, Bartlett very tough to score on, tough to get in on.
Mm-hmm.
Real's going to have to work really hard to try and take him down and try and get in on him and finish a takedown. So we'll see if first period here, about 10 seconds left. He's probably not going to get in here. He doesn't. So it's going to be 3-1 right now in favor of Bartlett going into the second period. And he's got 40 seconds built towards his riding time.
Bartlett's choice.
Tom Brandt's telling him he's got to pick it up.
Woods going to start down.
Coach Tom Brandt's telling Real Woods he has to pick up his shots. He's got to get going.
Blood time for Real. Looks like a bloody nose. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels, Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton. They each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. Jesse Donenworth been a busy man in these first 3 matches. Gets Woods cleared off. Real up to his feet, right off the whistle. Bartlett picks him up, can't put him back down, tries again. Real posts the arm, gets to his knee. Bartlett bumps him back forward. Real into a sit-out, trying to switch back in, grabbing a wrist.
Nice job, Real. Nice job. Good job, Real Woods. That's a great wrestling right there by Real Woods, and he only got 57.5 seconds of riding time, too, so he got out just in the nick of time. That was really good wrestling from the bottom position by Real Woods. I liked just his explosiveness. I liked his mentality. I liked the urgency. He knew he needed to get out. He got a little ornery, and he got out.
Now let's get ornery on your feet.
Yeah,
here,
now we got to carry it over to our feet. This is what Tom was talking about at the end of the first period, kind of waving to him, motion to him, hey, we got to pick it up, stud.
Bartlett, like we said, not wanting to tie up. Real's been cautious, trying to get across, get his hands onto him. But that's a situation, Mark, where Tom said it in the pre-meet. You got to read your opponent and figure it out and make something happen. You can't just say, well, I got to wait for the perfect opportunity. You got to find a way to create an opportunity.
Well, he's got to go now, too. He doesn't get a score here. It's going to be very difficult for Real Woods to win this match in the third period. He has to go now. He needs to take down this period, Steven.
Woods trying snaps. Bartlett clears out, though.
God, that right leg of Bartlett, just if he had a low single shot, Bartlett's sticking that leg right out in front of him.
There's a stall call on Bartlett.
Well, he's not circling in. He's playing the edge.
Real. A little bit of a hand fight flurry there. Didn't follow through with anything. And the period will come to an end. 3-2. Bartlett will lead. It will be Bartlett's choice. He's going to go down. Bartlett up to his feet, tries rolling through. Woods rolls with him. Bartlett got his arm around our leg, up to his feet. Trying to hang on to our legs. Real get the hips back. Trying to bump him back down, still in that tripod.
I don't know what we're really gaining by riding him here. He thinks he has a better chance of turning than he does taking him down, because he hasn't come close to even taking it. He touched his legs from the neutral position, so maybe
trying to get that 2-on-1 underneath. Now trying to lever the arm. There's Bartlett popping the hips out for the escape. So 4-2 is the lead for Bartlett. Minute 15 to go in regulation.
Crowd really getting behind Real Woods right now.
Fans get to their feet. Real changes levels. Bartlett sprawls back. Front headlock. We clear out quickly.
Need a takedown,
50 seconds to go.
A stall call ain't going to do us any good.
Double from a ways away by Bartlett. We're able to get the hips back. Now working a double wrist lock. Underhook by Bartlett on that left side. Real clears out of that. 35 seconds to go. Woods. Both guys changed levels, and Bartlett got just a smidge lower, drives in, but we're able to fight this off momentarily. Throwing that whizzer in, but again, eating up a lot of clock with 20 seconds left. There's a limp arm out, shelves the leg. Real trying to get that toe down. Bartlett now picks us up.
Got to do a high flying move here, something here.
And now Bartlett's going to get the takedown and finish for 3.
Boy, that could have just absolutely erupted this crowd if Real Woods would have been able to get a takedown there.
7-2, the final score in favor of Bartlett. Penn State on top now by a score of 7-3. Heart disease is the leading cause of death for men and women in the United States. You need expert care from specialists who know your heart condition inside and out. UI Heart and Vascular Center has advanced trained cardiologists that use state-of-the-art diagnostic tools. Make an appointment today at uihc.org/HVC. 149 pounds, Caleb Rachi for the Hawkeyes, taking on another true freshman, number 10, Tyler Kazak. 11-1 record on the year. Pennsylvania native. 11-1 on the year's only loss was to teammate Bo Bartlett. So he started the year at 41 and has moved up to 49. Pressed into action after Shane Van Ness got hurt earlier this year, out for the season. (7-3) is the lead for the Nittany Lions. Van Ness finished third last year for Penn State.
Yeah, and he's hurt.
He's hurt, out for the year. I don't remember what he did exactly, but...
Man, can you imagine if they had him in the lineup still?
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
You got a guy that's top 5, they replace him with a guy that's top 10 instead.
As of right now, top 10.
Yeah.
He's probably just going to continue to keep climbing.
Attempt there by Rachi, touched the ankle, but couldn't get the second hand clear.
This is a good opportunity here for Rachi. This is a big match for Caleb Rachi here. He's got the opportunity to do something here. Get a big win here in front of the home crowd at Carver Hawkeye Arena. Gets a good opponent. It's ranked a couple spots higher than him.
Minute 35 to go, first period, no score.
A lot of people came to Carver Hawkeye Arena to see that last match at 141 pounds between Bartlett and Real Woods. And a little disappointed, Real Woods could not get to the legs of Bartlett and score. Bartlett did a good job and did what he had to do to win, 2 takedowns to none. I mean, if you can't get a takedown, it's tough to win wrestling matches. I don't think he got a takedown against Lemley either. So,
no.
That's 2 matches in a row. 2 matches in a row where Real Woods has not scored a takedown. Got to be able to find that offense, Real.
55 to go now here in the first period. Rachi for the Hawkeyes, Kazak for Penn State. A lot of hand fighting, no real leg attacks from either guy so far. Rachi wanting to find an underhook there, but...
Yeah, 49 and 57 probably aren't going to be the most exciting matches.
There's a nice ankle pick.
Nice shot.
Stall call. We missed the other leg, but we switch off. Get to that leg, trying to elevate it.
Good
20
job,
seconds
Rachi.
left.
Good job. He's coming up in the air with it. We got
Gets
time.
it really high. Gets up over
2.
the hip.
That's 3.
And gets the 3 takedown.
Oh, goodness.
Kazak trying to kick out. Rachi trying to climb up over the hips.
Nice job, Caleb Rachi. That was huge here.
Hold him down.
That was so
3,
big.
2, 1. 3-0 is the lead for Rachi as we go to the second period.
Look at these fans cheering here. They're getting something going now.
What happened there, Mark? Takedown attempt. Didn't get the 1. Switched off to something else. You miss 1, you convert to something else.
Good transition. It was a good transition right there by Caleb Rachi. And he hit a good shot to start with to set that up, to create something. I mean, that's the thing, is even though the first shot doesn't work, that doesn't mean you're done. It sets up a lot of other things possibly as well, too, and that was a perfect example of that right there. Good wrestling by Caleb Rachi right at the end of the first period, too. 3-0 lead going into the second period.
Kazak starts down, works up to his feet. Rachi trying to trip him back down. Kazak hand control, scoots the hips out for the escape. Head out of bounds. 1:39 to go. 32 seconds of riding time for Rachi. 3-1 is his lead.
This Kazak, a freshman out of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I mean, this Kazak, he's only got 1 loss on the year.
Yeah, and it was to Bartlett.
Really?
Yeah. They wrestled in one of their preseason tournaments earlier.
He was down at 41, huh?
Yep. I think they were going to hopefully redshirt him, was their plan, but then with Van Ness's injury, they decided to bump him up and burn the shirt.
Really, really big opportunity here for Caleb Rachi then. This is big for a Big Ten seed, too.
Yeah. 45 seconds remain, second period. Stalemate from a collar tie. Get a fresh start from the center. 3-1 is the lead for Rachi for the Hawkeyes. Shot there by Kazak. Reshot, and a nice finish for the 3 for Caleb Rachi. Kazak explodes right back up to his feet. Rachi pulls him back down. Standing switch action there by Kazak. We go into a spiral ride. 30 seconds left into a tripod. Work up to their feet. Kazak trying to push those hands down. We go outside trip, trying to roll him through. Almost hold him on his back. And then Kazak pops out. They go out of bounds. and they're going to say escape given. Tom Brands and the rest of the coaching staff not happy about that. Matt Soroczynski getting an earful from all four. Rachi still had his arm in that seatbelt position. But they awarded the escape. 6-2 is the lead for Rachi. 10 seconds to go, second period.
Man.
Nice reshot into a high crotch, and he finished quick.
But that's what I'm saying. Did you see the reshot? Did you see the explosiveness out of it? There was no just putting your hands on and wrestling on your knees. That was great wrestling right there by Caleb Rachi.
Rachi's choice. He'll start down. Tom Brand's trying to get his attention. And it just finally gets him to look over and then just both fingers to the temples saying, be smart. 6-2 is the lead. Right away, Rachi gets flattened out. Trying to build his base back up. Kazak capping that right ankle. Rachi. Neither guy really doing a lot. Kazak not really reaching a wrist or anything. Now he's going to let Rachi out for the escape. That'll make it 7-2 with a minute and a half to go.
No
slide by action. We slip on the wet spot. We try to roll through. And Rachi's still hanging onto the ankle. Kazak trying to put us into a neutral danger and then comes through and finishes for the 3.
He fought that off hard, though. He kept scrambling, trying to fight that off. That just shows you the mentality of Caleb Rachi. And that's what I really like about Caleb Rachi. It's just the mentality of the kid. He's ornery. He doesn't give stuff up easy. He's a fighter. He's a gamer.
Kazak had a leg in, wasn't getting anywhere, so he intentionally releases us. Minute to go. Rachi up 8-5. Snaps, clears, comes back to the center.
Right time, not a factor. 55 seconds to go here in the match.
Slide by action again by Kazak. That time we stay square with him. 45 on the clock. Stall call on Rachi.
Which that's
Shot.
An early stall call.
Double leg. Dumps us down. Finishes for the 3. Now Rachi needs an escape to win it.
Unless they're just going to let him go.
30 seconds left.
He's just riding us parallel. I mean,
yeah, he's
not
literally
off to the
laying
side.
on us. Rachi trying to scoot those hips out. 15 seconds left. Now he's up to his base. Into a spiral ride, trying to get that hand control. Looking to scoot those hips out. 9 seconds left. Rachi trying to square up to his feet. Looks to roll through and is going to get stuffed. And he's going to get
overtime.
To sudden victory. 8-8.
All right, Caleb, here we go, stud. It's the moments you live for right here. The moments you live for. Sold out Carver Hawkeye Arena. Iowa versus Penn State. Comes down to overtime. Let's go. This is what you wake up for in the mornings right here.
Exactly what we talked about. This is why you come to the training room, to get better every day.
You want these moments.
Eight is the score. Kazak number 10, Rachi number 12. Kazak changed levels right there, but Rachi kept the hands on him. Kazak swipes, touches our leg. We step out.
Come on, Caleb, we got to get some offense going here again, kid.
Now he pops, gets to the leg.
Is
Couldn't
it
quite
deep?
get it. Now gets down to the ankle.
Deep, headed inside.
Deep whizzer. He's
Down
trying
on
to hip
his knees.
into us. We're trying to shelf it. Limp arm out to the round.
Takedown.
Through
That's a
his head.
take. Call it down. Atta boy, Caleb Rachi. Atta boy.
Takes the headgear off, points to the crowd, slaps his chest, and says, "Let's go." 11-8 in sudden victory. Hawks trail 7-6. We'll take a timeout. We'll be back with more of the Pioneer Showdown right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit the newly renovated guest rooms at Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. Stay within walking distance of Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of Hawk Talk with Lisa Bluter and Fran McCaffrey this fall. Come together at Hyatt Regency Coralville, where everything you need is right here.
There's something different about watching college wrestling. The speed, the strength, the competition, the takedowns. And right now you could be there to see it like never before. Play the Hawkeye Gold scratch ticket and you could win a VIP game day experience to see an Iowa men's wrestling match. The Countdown to Carver promotion from the Iowa Lottery is your chance to see every point and pin. To enter your ticket and see details, visit ialottery.com/VIP.
Coralville Transit is now hiring part-time bus drivers. These positions offer flexible schedules of approximately 25 hours per week. Availability to work on Saturdays is a plus. Pay starts at $21.44 per hour, plus benefits. A health insurance option is available. Candidates must have or be able to obtain a current, valid commercial driver's license. Learn more and apply at coralville.org or call 319-248-1700. The City of Coralville is an equal opportunity employer.
When it comes to your health, you need the full picture. That means the right diagnosis and the right treatment right from the start. I'm Aaron Bose, pediatric neurologist with University of Iowa Healthcare. Here, we're working together every day to advance medicine so you can get the best care. With more research, more clinical trials, and more treatment options than anywhere else in the state, the University of Iowa Healthcare is changing medicine and changing lives. Learn more at uihc.org.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, this is Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling, presented by Pioneer.
Welcome back to Carver Hawkeye Arena. Stephen Grace, Mark Ironside in the Pioneer Showdown on Mediacom Mat. Hawks trail 7-6 through 4 matches. We'll get ready for another big one here at 157. Number 5, Jared Franick for the Hawkeyes. Number 1, Levi Haynes, a sophomore at 11-0.
Well, the crowds are being treated to some exciting matches. We just needed that 41-pound match, Stephen. We needed that one bad.
Would have been very nice to have that. Let's see if Franick can bounce back from that tiebreaker loss to Luan of Michigan. When Penn State wrestled Michigan, Haynes beat Luan 2-1. So both of them were very close matches for Luan. Let's see if Franick can find some offense early and send us to the intermission on a good note. Haynes several inches taller than Franick. Good solid wrestler all around. Runner-up last year. Franick finished 4th last season, double leg. Touched the legs, but couldn't quite get the gap closed enough. Haynes able to get those hands down. Now Haynes snaps us into a front headlock. We clear out into a 2-on-1, and now Haynes pulls his hand free. Minute gone by, no score, 157 pounds. Hawks trail 7-6 after splitting the first 4 matches.
Have these guys wrestled before? They haven't.
They have not, no. Nice duck attempt by Haynes. Gets to our leg, tries to elevate us up. We try to get that toe back down. Trying to find a whizzer. Haynes down on the ankle, has it up on our hip. Now trying to climb up. Reaches across to that far ankle and gets the 3.
Dang it.
Franick looked like he had hand control momentarily, but now Haynes able to work back around, putting on some pressure from that top position.
Well,
Haynes now gets the arm up onto the back. Frantic pulls it out,
who
though.
between Seabrook and Haynes in the duel last year? Did Haynes win that one or Seabrook?
God,
it was a wild match, though.
Yeah.
Remember that? Out in Penn State? I think Haynes won it, but it was a great match. Haynes really working hard on that top position right now, trying to turn Frantic, trying to get that arm on his back.
.40 seconds to go in the first. Haynes has got his riding time up over a minute. Haynes doing a great job just controlling that left wrist. Now there's a stall call on Frantic in the bottom position. Frantic gets that base reestablished. And Haynes does a good job, flattens us back down. Got Scott Walker coming through. If you want to scoot in just a little bit, Mark. 3-0 is the lead for Haynes at the end of the first. Minute 39 of riding time. Haynes' choice, he'll start down. Up to his feet. Hand control out for the escape. And he leads 4-0. Frantic.
Nice shot by Frantic right there.
To the ankle.
See if he can finish this here.
Haynes trying to hip in.
He needs
trick
to.
knee.
Come on.
Keeping
Haynes
that toe down on the
grip,
mat.
Though. He broke our grip.
Yeah. Good defense by Haynes.
Really good defense.
And then he actually turns it into his own offense.
God dang it. Just left our leg behind right there. Stuck it right out there for him.
Yeah. Trying to kick away, but we get taken down again, so that'll make it 7-0. Go out of bounds and back to the center with 1:11 to go here in the second period.
Yeah, I didn't expect a major here. I did not expect us to get major, Steven. Frank doesn't usually give up a lot of points, but it shows you how offensive Haynes can be and how effective he is with it.
He's been tough on top, too. Just controlling Frantic's left wrist. Gets the arm up onto the back. Frantic trying to peel that out as he works back up to a sit-out. Haynes, good forward pressure.
Frank doesn't really have an answer on the bottom either.
No. Haynes riding our left ankle, but he's doing a better job. He's doing it to control us as he finds a wrist, and then he hops off to the side and does something else. Credit where credit's due. That there's another stall warning on Frantic. That'll make it 8-0. Plus 2:45 and counting of riding time. So that will be our score as we go to the third period. Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll conveniently located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more. Frantic goes neutral to begin the third period.
Smart.
Reshot and almost finished for the three, but again, just couldn't quite finish, and now Haynes able to get back out front and hip into us. I mean, it looked like he was dead to rights right there, Mark.
He had him dead rights. That was his shot. That's his double shot, and he couldn't finish on Haynes.
And now Haynes gets all the way back out front into a front headlock, and he's thinking go behind here as he's got our ankle. He's driving the head into our side, and now we're going to stop for potentially dangerous. Minute 16 to go. 8-0 is the lead for Haynes, plus almost 3 minutes of riding time. Well, you hope in the case of both Woods and Franek, you've felt it. Now let's see what you got to do to adjust. As there's another shot.
Good shot here, head to the inside shot. Steps over our ankle right now. Franek's in a lot of trouble.
And there is another three. If I'm Haynes, I'd cut him and go again. 25 on the clock. Trying a quick hip tilt. Franek. Back over to his base. Been close to that hand control a couple of times, but Haynes just continuing to work. Franek to his feet. Haynes runs him out of bounds. Going to get called for stalling for putting him out of bounds.
6 seconds left in the match. 11-0 right now in favor of Haynes. Probably how it's going to end, and he's got 3:26 riding times. That's going to be a 12-0 victory unless Franek can get out here in the last 6 seconds, which still isn't going to change the outcome of anything. I did not expect this one, Steven.
No. That is how it's going to finish. 12-0 in favor of Haynes. Gives Penn State an 11-6 lead as we head into the intermission. We'll take a quick timeout. We'll be back and talk with Scott Walker from Pioneer as they are sponsoring the Pioneer Showdown here today between the Hawkeyes and the Nittany Lions. Back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Wow, what a huge hit.
Well, not as huge as the craft beer selection at Local Craft Cellar.
Looking for the largest selection of craft beer in the area? You'll find it all at Local Craft Cellar. On top of their massive selection of craft beer, wine, and spirits, Local Craft Cellar also stocks brats, jerky, bacon, and more from Edgewood Locker Meats, C Avenue Northeast in Cedar Rapids, just north of Boyson Road. And online at localcraftcellar.com. That's localcraftcellar.com.
This is Jordan Sekefetz here for my dad Brian and his True Blue crew at Dodge Street Tire. If you're wrestling with your car or truck, let their crew take care of you and your family with honest and quality award-winning service. For over 30 good years, Dodge Street Tire have been champions for Hawkeye fans everywhere, pinning down prices and problems for their neighbors. Don't let your vehicle's tires and troubles keep you from achieving your goals. Dodge Street Tire at the corner of Dodge and Church Street.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit the newly renovated guest rooms at Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. Stay within walking distance of Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of Hawk Talk with Lisa Bluter and Fran McCaffrey this fall. Come together at Hyatt Regency Coralville, where everything you need is right here.
Hey everyone, it's Joe Montana. Spreading the word about pneumococcal pneumonia, a potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older like me, you're at increased risk. So, what's the game plan? A strong defense. Pneumococcal pneumonia can strike at any time in any season, so you shouldn't wait to help protect yourself. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination today and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, this is Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling, presented by Pioneer.
Welcome back to Carver Hawkeye Arena, the Pioneer Showdown. Right now on Mediacom, Matt Spencer Lee getting interviewed by Laura Vandenberg, getting the crowd jacked up a little bit. We're just going, try that again. We're being joined right now by Scott Walker with Pioneer. Scott, how's it going?
Well, this is awesome environment. How about Spencer Lee in the house? Big ovation for him, rightfully so.
Seeing a lot of alumni. Saw, now I just drew a blank. The offensive lineman from Alabama that is transferred back.
Oh,
Caden Proctor.
I didn't see him.
I saw him in the building earlier. I saw Cade McNamara posted a picture. Looks like he might be in the house somewhere. So
it's a full house. Isn't it great to see?
It's awesome. I
Those
love
football players showing up to watch their teammate tonight.
Yep.
Van Keeter wrestles.
We going to see him tonight at heavyweight?
Yeah. We are.
He's introduced, obviously. Let's go.
That's what Tom said. So
let's see what he's got. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it'll be fun.
He's giving up a lot of weight. It's going to be a lot of weight to overcome, but I think that Keeter is quicker. He's a better scrambler. I just don't know if he can overcome I don't know. I should have checked to see.
Keeter weighed in at 230.
What did,
and I didn't see what Kirkfleet weighed in at, but I think he's like 260.
65.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of weight against someone that knows how to use it.
Right. Is Keeter in wrestling shape? Should be. It's been a couple months or 6 weeks, I guess, right?
2 matches. And one of them was a 45-second fall.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, I don't care how much time you have in the room. It's the time out there that matters, that gets you into the actual true wrestling shape.
I mean, you saw Rachi out there. I mean, he hadn't wrestled, for a couple weeks. And towards the end of the third, he got a little gassed.
He's getting a little winded.
And found a little something there at the end, though.
Yeah, he found what he needed to get
impressive.
the job done.
Well, it's awesome seeing all the towels being waved around. You guys saw the video coming in, doing that earlier today. Pioneer, great supporter of Hawkeye Wrestling. I mean, we talked with Coach Brands beforehand, always hearing about that. Pioneer, I mean, Scott, we've said it before, but, I mean, it's just a natural partnership with Iowa Wrestling and Pioneer Corn.
It is. Iowa, I mean, this is what, I mean, Iowa is agriculture. Iowa is tough-nosed, hard-nosed wrestling. I mean, every rural community and in the state of Iowa supports wrestling, so I mean it's a natural thing for us to be a part of this. And Iowa Wrestling, the sponsorship, Tom and Terry Brands from small town Iowa. This is what makes Iowa.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of Pioneer Corn, what are we seeing for? I mean, I know I talked when we had Iowa State. We talked with the Iowa corn producers, so kind of in general, but been some weird weather years of late. I know I was joking with Mark. He's like, what I really need Scott to do is get me some rain. We just need moisture. But we're seeing some new hybrids that are withstanding a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunately, we cannot control the weather, Mark. I wish we could and bring, 30 inches of rainfall every summer and everybody
spread
be
it out,
happy.
too.
Spread it out. I mean, but anymore, I mean, and credit to the folks in the research department bringing products that really will withstand it. And if you can catch a timely rain like last year, I mean, we caught decent moisture at the end of June, got you through to the end of July, catch another rain, maybe one in August, and boom, you got a crop. I mean, and a decent-sized crop. So, I mean, that's a credit to, I mean, obviously what the farmers are doing, but to folks in our research department and the breeding processes that have changed over the last 30, 40 years that, I mean, if we would have had that back 30 years ago, I mean, it probably would have been a crop failure. But, I mean, last year, some folks had record crops.
Yeah, it's amazing, just seeing from the crop insurance side of things. And, there are some areas that you have some claims, but it's been kind of localized. Maybe a low area that got too much moisture or a higher area that didn't get anything or it dried out in a hurry. But, it's great to just kind of see how things are withstanding and being able to do that. Anything on the horizon, anything that farmers can be looking for here in the next couple of years?
Yeah, we're bringing a lot of new innovation every year. I mean, I talked about the breeding, and obviously that's part of it, the genetics, the genetic engine. We go back to 1926, so we're coming up on our 100th anniversary here. 1926. Pioneer
Holy
was founded
smokes.
right here in central Iowa in Johnston, Henry Wallace. So we're knocking on the door of 100 years, and we wouldn't have been able to do that without all the great listeners and farmers in the state and around the country, for that matter, our world. But yeah, we're continuing. I mean, we're a genetics company, but we're starting to dabble in some new traits and bringing new innovation every year for farmers so that we can continue to provide them the products that they're looking for.
Yeah.
So we've got some new products coming above ground and with above ground protection and above and below ground protection with our Power Corn list lineup and our Boar Seed and List lineup for corn. And then flipping over on the soybean side of things, we've got a whole new lineup of Z-Series soybeans. We just launched a brand new lineup. We've had some pent-up research over the last couple of years, and then it was time to change. Farmers been accustomed to our A-Series soybeans, and we're going to launch a new lineup, or new class of products called our Z-Series soybeans. So we're going from A to Z, and we've got a full lineup of products ready to deliver for growers.
Excellent. Well, we're looking to get some deliveries here in the second half. You got any tricks up your sleeve? Hawks wrestling okay, but Penn State's showing some good things out there too.
Penn State's good for a reason, and you can see it. I mean, as we were talking before, Franek was in on a couple of really nice shots and just couldn't finish, and that's nothing against Franek. That's just a testament to Levi Haynes. I mean,
and those were his shots
good
too.
Wrestler, yeah.
Those are his shots, Franek's shots, and he still couldn't finish.
And he was in tight on a couple of those.
I did not expect that big of a margin in that match by any means.
Neither did I. So yeah, I mean, looking forward to see what we can do in the second half here. I mean,
that's where
you never know.
Penn State's that's where they're strongest.
That's where their strength is at. But I mean, Glacier's been wrestling well all year. Let's see what he can do tonight against Brooks. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, it'd be a fun one to see.
Get an upset at 97 and then Keeter at heavyweight, like we were saying. I mean, he might be giving up a little bit of weight, but he's a champion. So let's see what happens. So yeah, excited and got a great crowd tonight, and there looks like everybody's going to stick around to the end. So
hope so.
Spencer Lee's in the house. So
how many people and how long to get one of those yellow towels on every single chair, even in media row, in this arena?
So we had 15,000 towels out here. We dropped them in about an hour and 20 minutes this morning.
Wow,
so we had about I would say about 25 folks helping. So and obviously the great staff here at Carver Hawkeye Arena had all the boxes, or had the boxes down here. So we just had to get them open and on the seats. So yeah.
So did you go smart and just say I'll do the top row and you just walked sideways, or did you start at the bottom and have to go up the steps?
I need the exercise, so I was doing some of the heavy lifting.
Well, it's awesome, and we greatly appreciate Pioneer and everything that you guys do throughout the season, especially with our Pioneer Showdown here today for the Hawkeyes and the Penn State Nittany Lions. Scott Walker with Pioneer. Scott, thank you very much for joining us, and let's enjoy the second half here tonight.
Thank you guys for your coverage of Hawkeyes wrestling, and just enjoy listening whenever we don't have the opportunity to be here in person.
Appreciate it listening very much.
Yep. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it.
We are at the intermission. Hawks down by a score of 11-6. We'll take another quick timeout. We'll be back with more from Carver right after this. This is Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Hit a deer? Call Premier. Premier Automotive in North Liberty is Eastern Iowa's most trusted name in auto body repair. Our premier reputation is built on providing superior customer service, accurate estimates, and high-quality work. Our experienced staff guarantees your vehicle is restored and back on the road in no time. Premier Automotive in North Liberty, or online at premierautoiowa.com. Drive safely, but if you hit a deer, call Premier.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll is located near University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We're a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Football is back. Stock up on your tailgate essentials with Local Craft Cellar. Local Craft Cellar in Cedar Rapids offers a large selection of craft beer, wines, and spirits, plus their giant selection of non-alcoholic beverages, untiled art, athletic brewing, and cannabis-infused social beverages from Climbing Kites. C Avenue Northeast in Cedar Rapids, just north of Boyson Road. Local Craft Cellar, largest selection of craft beer in the area, and so much more.
Hey Hawkeye fans, this is Monica from Monica's. Randy always told Chef Sal and me that family comes first. So I'm here with my son to invite you to stop by before or after your favorite university event. We are proud of our Hawkeye coworkers, including Sal's daughter, Miss Sarah, and hope you know that if you are headed to Carver or Hancher, our awesome food, full bar, and Monica's family await. We hope to see you soon. And what do you say, Meyer?
Go Hawks!
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, this is Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling, presented by Pioneer.
Welcome back to Carver Hawkeye Arena. Big thank you again to Scott Walker and Pioneer presenting us the Pioneer Showdown here tonight. Hawkeyes down by a score of 11-6 as we move to 165 pounds. Michael Caliendo for the Hawkeyes taking on number 7, Mitchell Mesenbrink, a freshman at 15-0. Redshirt freshman. He was actually at Cal Baptist last year. Went a whopping 2-0.
What about last year at Cal Baptist?
That's where he wrestled. Mesenbrink is another transfer.
He wrestled Caliendo?
No, they've never wrestled before. Caliendo did wrestle against Cal Baptist, but it was Frank Almaguer. Caliendo making his way out from the tunnel. Mesenbrink 15-0 on the year. Comes out right away, tries to slide by, and looks for a shot. Caliendo into a front headlock. I think he may have had a whip-over attempt right there, but Mesenbrink threw the hips back out of the way. Stalemate from that front head. Fresh start on their feet.
This is one of the highly anticipated matches people were talking about.
6 versus 7. And there Caliendo almost got caught flat-footed and then was able to somehow, almost looked like he was going to fall over and just kind of scooted his hips out of the way and cleared out.
This Mesenbrink's
bobbing
all over
weaving
the
a
place.
little bit.
Yeah, he's all over the place. Caliendo's not used to this pace right now. But I'm anxious to see how Caliendo does it. Look at him. Mesenbrink just snapping, moving. Just his perpetual motion, nonstop. Something's always moving, whether it's his hands, his feet, his bobbing and weaving. Like he's never standing still.
Caliendo comes across into a collar tie. Mesenbrink missed on the initial shot, repenetrated, gets pretty deep. Caliendo reaches back, grabs the leg. Mesenbrink able to hook the ankle, though, and finishes for the 3. Goes into a crossface, trying to
Man, that's a hard crossface, too.
Caliendo up to his feet. Mesenbrink, no effort there to bring him back down. Lets him out for the escape. So Mesenbrink for Penn State leads 3-1, takes another shot. We sprawl back. Situations like that, Mark. I mean, it felt like we were in a good spot as we go to a stalemate. And he took a shot. We sprawled, front headlock. Looked like we were going to explode for that go-behind, but they were just able to, Mesenbrink squared up. Like you said, continually to move, hustling. And they're anticipating, too. I mean, they're feeling these things come.
Another shot right there by Mesenbrink. Front headlock opportunity right here. Oh man, look at that! It's just slide by from a front headlock. Caliendo was that's why you don't lock your hands in a front headlock situation. You never want to lock your hands in a front headlock.
Had some fans walking up and down. It almost looked like Caliendo was trying to do like a cement mixer or something. But that's just the pressure that Mesenbrink had.
Mesenbrink just did kind of a quick little drag action out of that front headlock because Caliendo got caught just holding position. You don't want to give up your elbow and then lock your hands.
Caliendo called for stalling. I don't know if I agree with that one because Mesenbrink is just riding the ankle. I don't know. I've given up trying to figure out what stalling officially is anymore. I mean, you let a guy ride parallel and not do anything. I mean, Caliendo's at his base. Yeah, he's just basing out, but it's not like he was sitting doing nothing.
Big first period for Mesenbrink there.
Caliendo's got a big old cut on his nose. Well, Pioneer is proud sponsor of today's Wrestling Showdown with Penn State. Like Iowa Wrestling, Pioneer brand products deliver proven performance. Big thank you to Pioneer. Also, as a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes, U.S. Cellular wants you to make the most of today by choosing game day traditions first and scrolling later. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
Well, Caliendo's got his work cut out for him now.
Down 6-1 at the end of the first period. And he's got 109 riding time against him.
Well, they told me that Mesenbrink was going to be fun to watch, and he is not disappointed.
He's actually out of Wisconsin, Heartland, Wisconsin. Caliendo escape. Makes it 6-2 now.
Definitely a different pace for Caliendo here versus two completely different kind of styles here.
Right.
Messenbrink is just nonstop, just moving, like I've said, all over the place. And Caliendo just kind of rather just hang on a little bit and hit a shot here and there. There's another shot by Messenbrink from a non-tie. That wasn't a shot to score. That was a shot to try and create something else to happen.
Right.
There's a arm drag right there. There's a stall warning. That's a stall point. And that's a deserving, too.
Yep, Caliendo fights out of that shot, but he gives up the stall point, makes it 7-2.
Caliendo's got to think about his offense here. He's got to get to some offense. 7-2, and he's got riding time against him.
Took an attempt there, but just straight on. Almost looked more like he was trying to take that collar tie and slide it down into an underhook, and there's Messenbrink in on another shot and finishes for 3 more.
Dang. It's kind of like 57. I did not expect a major. I knew this was going to be a tough match for us to win, but a potential match for us to win, but I definitely did not see this coming.
Caliendo flattened out, now works back up to his base. 15 seconds left here in the second period. Caliendo into a sit out, up to his feet, gets out for the escape with 6 seconds left.
That was a true legit escape because Messenbrink wasn't going to just intentionally release him with 6 seconds to go. And look at Messenbrink, too. He's just not even remotely tired. He's moving nonstop, and he's just not even breathing hard at all.
10-3 is his lead as we go to the third period. Hawks down 11-6 in the team score. If you or someone you know needs support now, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. Caliendo gets the bloody nose cleared up. Messenbrink starts down to begin the third period. Messenbrink at a tripod. Pulling back down. He bounces right back up. Let him out for the escape. That'll make it 11-3. 12-3 with the riding time. Caliendo.
He's got to get at least a takedown, you know? Yeah. I mean, he's got to do something here. There's a shot
right
there by him.
And they're going to stop for potentially dangerous as Messenbrink dove over top, sent his knee sideways.
Get back to it again.
This is a situation that we talk about many times, Mark, where Messenbrink's moving around and it's not allowing Caliendo to get where he wants to be. Is there Messenbrink from that non-tie misdirection gets to our leg. We're locked through the crotch.
That it still wasn't a great shot by Messenbrink from a non-tie right there, but he just shoots just to get in and try and create some form of action that he can wrestle from.
And tries that misdirection. It's making Caliendo just be a lot more reactive. And there he gets caught flat-footed, but was able to clear out of that. Inside of a minute to go, 11-3, 12-3 with the riding time. Caliendo took a double leg, missed, and now Messenbrink rolls him through. We had him draped up over. Yep. Caliendo trying to elevate, trying to turn back the other way. Caliendo looking to stand up, looking for that neutral danger. Stalemate, 30 seconds left. And blood time once again. We got the nose swab fell out. Messenbrink shot, reshot by Caliendo. Trying to scoot those hips around.
Gotta keep coming, keep coming.
Gets up around.
Finish, pick him up.
There he puts him down for 3.
Nice job, Caliendo. That's big. At least we got a takedown in this match. Messenbrink steps over.
We're hanging on to the leg. He hooks our ankle, but
Lost the major. 12-6.
12-6 the final score. 14-6 is the lead for the Nittany Lions. If you're looking for a place to stay near Iowa City and the University of Iowa, Hyatt Regency Coralville offers a memorable experience. The newly remodeled 288-room hotel features an on-site restaurant, new cafe serving Starbucks, a beautiful outdoor terrace, and much more. Hyatt Regency Coralville, located in the Iowa River Landing District, and is within walking distance to unique restaurants, luxury retailers, and live events at Extreme Arena. 174 pounds, Patrick Kennedy for the Hawkeyes. Carter Starace for Penn State, three-time national champion. This will be another good test for Patrick. Starace almost looks like he could be an 84-pounder.
Yeah, he looks big.
And Patrick can easily cut to 65 since that's where he was.
Well, I wouldn't say easily, but he could get definitely 65 need be, but I think he's probably a little bit happier being 74, not having to cut all that weight to get down to 65.
2:20 to go, first period, no score. Hawks down 14-6 in the team score. Nice shot by Starace. Pops ahead to the outside. Kennedy trying to keep that toe down on the mat, hipping into him. Starace trying to get us draped up over. Kennedy reaching back, locked through the crotch. Loses the grip on it. Kennedy continuing to circle around. Starace now gets down to the ankle, elevates up. He's got Patrick hopping around on his left leg. He's got it up underneath the armpit, trying to adjust on it, and there he dumps Patrick down.
Arm Turk catches him on his back. So he dumps him down. Got an arm Turk. I don't know if he got any near fall, though. Just takedown. Now he's trying to bring him straight back. Patrick does a good job. Almost got up to his feet right there. He's in a sit-back situation here. Sit out. Starace driving forward right on the edge of the mat. Probably just going to go out of bounds. And they do.
Back to the center, 1:26 to go. Three 3-0 is the lead for Starace for Penn State. Kennedy to a tripod. Starace trying to hook that near ankle. Kennedy now into a sit-out. Starace lets him out for the escape. 3-1 now is the lead for Starace.
So Starace, I think, can he come back for one more year? If he wanted to, and Kirkley?
I don't know for sure.
I think they can if they wanted to.
He redshirted during the year that got ended by COVID. So I think technically, yes, they could. Stalemate for locked fingers. Get a fresh start with 31 seconds to go. First period ticking away. Another shot there by Starace. Kennedy trying to keep those hips square. Starace continuing to drive into him, though. Elevates up. Kennedy whizzing, trying to pressure in. Starace tries to reach across, trip us down. And Patrick gets tripped up with half a second on the clock.
Dang it.
To fall behind 6-1.
That was a big takedown for Starace at the end of that period. God dang it. 6-1 last match at the end of the first period, too, between Caliendo and Messenbrink.
So far, whoever gets a first period takedown has won.
Yep, I saw that, too. A lot to be said for that.
Starace up to his feet.
All right, Patrick, we got to find a shot here. We got to get to the legs of Starace.
7-1 is the lead now with the escape. Patrick trying to find an underhook. doing there, so he clears, snaps.
Nice shot.
Sweep. Oh, he missed, and then just got
there too.
Caught
He was
flat-footed.
Great reaction by Starace, though, to come up and turn it into his own shot. But, man, Patrick was there.
Take down right on the edge, right before they went out of bounds, makes it 10-1.
He had a beautiful sweep single, left-handed sweep single, and Starace did not expect that. It really surprised him. It was a good reaction by Starace. He was able to step out of it and turn it into his own shot.
Escape for Kennedy makes it 10-2. .45 seconds remain, second period. Kennedy pops into a double leg, cuts off to the single. He's got that leg up in the air. Starace, whizzering. One hand down on the mat. Patrick trying to adjust. 25 seconds left, right on the edge, over by the cheerleaders.
Come on, Patrick. This is tough here. Starace.
There he limp arms out, and Starace dives through, grabs our ankle. And now Starace into a single leg attempt. Head to the outside. We're trying to hip into him right on the edge of the mat.
Don't give this up with 9 seconds left. Come on. Come on.
And Starace steps over for 3.
3 seconds to go. Another takedown at the end of a period. God dang it.
6 points at the end of periods in the last 3 seconds of each period.
Again, struggling with finishing shots, Steven.
Yep. Patrick starts down to begin the third period. Gonna get technical violation. Locked hands. So that'll be a point for Patrick. Makes it 13-3. Casey Cunningham's gonna challenge this. Kennedy looks like he's got a little cut on his lip as well. Main Street Sweets has been serving great ice cream and food in the heart of downtown West Branch for nearly 15 years, offering great burgers, tenderloins, cheese balls, and more, along with many awesome ice cream treats. Order online, call ahead, or stop in to visit. Main Street Sweets, owned and operated by my wife Jessica and me, on the web at mainstreetsweetswb.com.
Well, Steven, we've gotten to the legs. Dang it. Just
Yeah.
need to start finishing some shots.
Similar situation to last week where we had some opportunities. We just could not come through. They confirmed the call. Starace wants a clarification. Well, another fresh start. Minute 53 to go in the match. Patrick out for the escape. That'll make it 13-4. Let's finish a shot, Patrick. Tries throwing an underhook by. Starace pops the arms. Trying to climb through Patrick. Patrick into a front headlock. Swings down to an underhook. Right on the edge. Circle almost out of bounds, and Starace keeps a toe in. Get back up to their feet. Patrick drops for another shot.
There you go. Nice shot
Patrick
right there.
Sweep. Get to
Good
the
job.
leg. Whizzer thrown in
Can
by
we
Starace.
Finish this, Patrick.
Trick knee right there by Carter.
Oh, man.
Quick stalemate.
Oh, it was a potentially dangerous.
Oh, potentially dangerous. Okay.
Which it shouldn't be potentially dangerous. It wasn't like Patrick Kennedy was putting Starace in a potentially dangerous situation. Starace put himself there.
Right.
And there's a big difference. Been saying that for years. If the wrestler puts himself there, then you let it go. Something bad happens, that's on him.
Stall call on Starace as Patrick comes across for another shot. And then on the reshot right there, Starace fully extended, hands locked. Stalemate, 35 seconds to go. Strachey looking a little tired out there. Patrick, another shot. Head to the outside, but was a little extended. Strachey reaches back, grabs our leg. And just hanging on for a stalemate with 22 seconds to go.
Well, I knew this would happen, that Patrick would, come on at the end and Strachey would kind of get tired, but just cannot weather that storm of 13 points is all.
Another stall call on Strachey. Makes it 13-5. Riding time not a factor. Another shot by Patrick, gets to the leg, head to the inside, but not going to be able to finish, so it will be a 13-5 major decision. 18-6 is the lead for Penn State.
Good effort by Patrick, though.
We'll take a timeout. We'll be back with more from Carver. This is the Pioneer Showdown and Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
This is Monica from Monica's in Coralville. Randy trusted Chef Sal and me for decades. Over the years, we've learned from his work ethic, generosity, and courage. We made a strong team because he was a great coach. We are honored to carry on his legacy and will not change the Monica's playbook, Italian specialties, and American favorites made from authentic ingredients, prepared and served by a caring staff. Like athletes, we will never forget our great coach. Thank you for your continued support. And of course, go Hawks!
Escape to Italy and Sicily in September 2024 with Travel Leaders, Destinations Unlimited. Enjoy this melting pot of multicultural customs and cuisine and beautiful landscapes. After taking in Rome, we'll head down to the dramatic Sorrento coast and then journey from Italy's heel to its toe of Sicily. To learn more about this or any vacation, contact Travel Leaders, Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com. That's duagency.com.
Here we go again. It's February clearance time at Carousel Pre-Owned. And our lot is covered, not with snow, but with over 200 cars, trucks, and SUVs. All priced to move. All guaranteed to be priced below the big dealer's best deals. If you've been waiting for the best time, the time is now. No money down, no payments for 90 days. No reason to shop anywhere else. Bad credit, no credit, don't sweat it. We have guaranteed credit approval. Even if you're currently stuck in a lease, Carousel Pre-Owned will get you released so you can drive home in a newer ride today. Come see Eastern Iowa's best selection of pre-owned vehicles. Over 200 cars, trucks, and SUVs. All in one place and all priced to move. All with Carousel Pre-Owned guaranteed credit approval. Top dollar for your old ride, running or not. No payments for 90 days and with $0 down. But only at Carousel Pre-Owned on Stevens Drive, next to Hy-Vee on Waterfront, or online at bestdealiowa.com. Offer with approved credit plus tax tag and $69 documentation. Credit may affect down payment.
Why is my tail wagging? Because I'm going to Muddy Puppy Pet Market. It's a 5,000 square foot wonderland of pet goodies, premium foods, and grooming. I love Muddy Puppy's 24/7 self-serve dog wash. My parents love the full line of services like grooming, training, and local delivery. There's even stuff for my cat friends. Visit Muddy Puppy in Coralville today, located down the road from Trader Joe's, across the street from Iowa River Power Restaurant.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, this is Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling, presented by Pioneer.
Hawkeye Arena, the Pioneer Showdown. Right now, Hawkeyes trailing by a score of 18-6. 184 pounds, Aiden Riggins for the Hawkeyes, taking on Bernie Truax, a senior with an 8-2 record. Number 6 in the country. Got beat by Munoz of Oregon State. Got pinned, actually, last week by Rogotsky, unranked from Ohio State. I didn't see how that happened, but...
Another transfer portal.
Truax is a 97-pounder last year.
Yeah, he slimmed all the way down. Slimmed all the way down to 84, I guess. Brooks wanted to go up to 97. Brooks is big. He didn't want to cut the weight for 84 anymore, and Truax wasn't going to beat him out. So if you transferred into Penn State and you want to wrestle and find your way into the lineup, you're going to have to drop down to 84, and that's what he did. And on a shot right now on Riggins, cuts off to the far knee, and there's your three-point takedown for Truax.
Throws a leg in right away. Going cross body to that far arm, looking for a wing. Half on the near side.
Oh, no.
Pulling that back, but we roll all the way through. Now he comes back on the side trying to run that wing, but lost it. Right away throws the leg right back in. 1 minute gone by, first period. 3-0 is the lead for Truax of Penn State. Hawks down 18-6.
These Penn State guys, they throw those legs in a lot. A lot of leg riders. He's got a leg in and a wing and a half. He's got a lot going on here. See what he does with this. If he's just going to, and see how he has his own leg kind of figured forward.
Yeah.
I don't really know what you're going to. He's going to try and take him over the back, but go out of bounds. Just good clock riding time ride. It's a good ride to gang riding time.
Fresh start from the center. Riggins up to his feet.
There you go, Riggins. Way to jump up right away.
Throwing that leg in. Riggins reaching back, trying to pop it out. Stalemate. 112 will get a fresh start. Leg in. Far side cradle attempt not there. Goes cross body to that far arm again.
Riggins just having a heck of a time underneath, just trying to get anything going, trying to get his hips under him and trying to come up to his feet. You know, he did explode right off the whistle right out at the beginning of this period, but just has not been able to do anything since. And someone he obviously struggles with is the bottom position.
Reestablishes the base.
Hawks trailing 6-17 right now.
18.
6-18?
Yeah.
Well,
it was a 13-5 major. Patrick got majored.
He did?
Yeah. Fresh start after a stalemate. Half thrown in right away by Truax. And we're going to get a stall call on Truax in the top position.
That's good. I'm just glad they're calling that. It's 18-6.
Riggins tries to explode up. Truax throws that half in again. Now gets a leg in. Goes crossbody. Riggins tries switching back in as the period comes to an end. 3-0. Truax with the lead.
Truax going to choose down to start the second period. See what Riggins has anything for him on the top position. Truax up to his feet, getting hand control. Out for the skate. Makes it 4-0 in favor of Truax.
He's got 2:22 of riding time as well.
Drake Ayala and Kayla Rachi, the two lone winners here for the Hawks so far in this dual meet. Drake Ayala with a good win. He had a 3-point takedown early in the first period and then kind of cruised from there for a 4-2 victory over the number 2 ranked Brandon Davis. That 125-pound weight class, Steven, in the country is just a flip-flop every week.
It is. Nice
shot right there by Riggins.
Pull.
Got Truax draped over the back of him here. Really nice shot by Riggins.
Yeah. Pulled him into him and gets down to the leg. Truax diving over top, hanging onto an ankle, trying to kick us away. Going to stalemate it with 1:05 on the clock. Stop it for locked fingers. Caution it. Next one could be a stall warning. Riggins grabbing a wrist. Looked for an ankle, but Truax sprawls back out of the way.
Kirkley only weighed in at 245?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
I just texted Sam to ask him that. Keeter weighed in at 230.
229.
Still 15 pounds, but
230, yeah. 229.9. It's 15 pounds. But I thought for sure Kirkley looks way bigger than that. Well, that's good. It's not as giving up as much weight as I originally thought. That's doable.
4-0 as we go to the third period. Riggins trails, his choice. He's got 2:22 riding time against him. And he's going to choose neutral. Again, Riggins, a couple of decent attempts here. There's a nice tap into a sweep,
shot.
Trying to get him draped up over. Truax with good, strong hips. We repenetrate, get him draped again.
He keeps grabbing our ankles. We got to pop him up, and we got to clear our ankles. Come on, you got it. You got it. Finish this, Riggins.
Riggins stepping all the way around, but Truax locked through our crotch right here. Now we're back up, get him draped across. He's hanging onto our ankle. Sitting back into him. Now get him sat to his butt. Trying to pop that head free. Back up, draped up over. We're trying to swim through. He's still locked through our crotch right here.
Sit back, straight back into him. Sit straight back into him. Or come up and then just swim hard left.
Oh, and they still made it.
Probably was the right call. It was not going anywhere. We've gotten to the legs twice now. That's good.
Inside of a minute to go. 4-0 is the lead for Truax. And there he caught us reaching and takes us down for another 3. Truax was backing out, just kind of stepping back a few times.
Another major.
Riggins was trying to come across, and then Truax just, boom, dropped down, got lower, and finishes for 3.
30 seconds.
25 seconds to go. 7-0 lead right now in favor of Truax, but he's got 2:50 riding time. It doesn't look like Riggins is going to come off the bottom, so probably going to be a 8-0 decision, so that'll make it 6-22 in favor of the Nittany Lions. Now, these next 2 weight classes, these are going to be, I think these are going to be good matches. Looking forward to this. I think the crowd is too. They're knowledgeable fans.
8-0 is the final, so Hawks down 22-6. Molly's Cupcakes proudly serving their cookies and treats inside Carver Hawkeye Arena. For a taste of unique flavors you'll love, stop by their downtown Iowa City location for homemade cupcakes, cookies, cakes, bars, and coffee drinks. Molly's Cupcakes, a proud supporter of the Iowa Hawkeyes. 197, Zach Glazier for the Hawkeyes. Taking on another 3-time national champion in Aaron Brooks. 4-time All-American. He is done after this year, no matter what.
Glazier?
No, Brooks.
Battle of 2 undefeateds here. Definitely the stiffest competition Glazier's going to face all year long. Just give an opportunity to see where he's at. This is a great measuring stick for Zach Glazier.
Brooks looks big for a 97-pounder, too. I mean, he's been at 84. He's just got a very thick athletic frame. He's got an underhook right now on Glazier. Zach trying to clear out of it. Does. Minute gone by, first period, no score.
Glazier and Rachi kind of remind me of each other a little bit. Kind of similar, just their mentalities. Just kind of ornery, stay in good position. Glazier's got more offense. Glazier's, he's not scared of anybody, though.
No.
I like Glazier a lot. He's just happy
Shot
about the
by
rest.
Glazier,
Nice
but
shot.
Brooks sprawls back.
See how he come out? He's getting after Brooks. He's going after him.
Minute 20 to go. First period. Glazier drop to a knee, looking to swipe. Couldn't get anywhere with it. Minute to go now, first period. Brooks, couple of fakes, comes across. Trying to stay heavy on that head, reaches for the leg. We just sprawl back, come back across ourselves. Brooks keeps looking for that underhook on his left side, our right side.
I think Brooks might be a little surprised right now by Glazier just and his hand fighting skills.
"15 seconds left, first period. Both guys changed levels, but neither one lets go of the other's head. First period will come to an end scoreless.
First time all night, a scoreless first period.
Pioneer is a proud sponsor of today's wrestling showdown with Penn State. Dedication doesn't have an off season, neither does your local team from Pioneer. Remember, at Pioneer, what's next is here. Brooks will start down to begin the second period. Glazier covers. Brooks into a tripod. Glazier around on the right side. Hand control escape for Brooks. Gives him a 1-0 lead.
You care to see what happens here in the second period, Steven. We're going to see a takedown by somebody. There's a shot
Glazier
snap
gets
by
to the
Brooks.
leg.
Snaps Glazier right into his legs.
Glazier trying to adjust. Brooks hipping hard. Glazier trying to get those hips underneath of him, but Brooks does a good job stuffing our head. Now he's trying to re-penetrate, gets to our ankle, almost ready to step over and gets to go behind himself. How many times have we seen that? We're in on a shot. They not only fight off the shot, but turn it into their own offense.
It's good heads-up wrestling.
Glazier down 4-0.
That was a good shot off that snap, though, by Glazier. I mean, we've had opportunities. I mean, Patrick was in on shots. Caliendo was in on shots. Riggins was in on shots. Glazier's in on a shot, and we just haven't been able to finish. Caliendo was able to finish one in the third period. Franek was in on shots.
Glazier up to his feet. Almost ready to get the hand control, but then Brooks bumps him back down. Riding time about ready to tick up over a minute. Stalemate. Fresh start with 22 seconds to go. Glazier gets reset. Glazier into a sit-out this time. Brooks forward pressure. Just leaning and hanging. And this period looks like it will come to an end.
And it does. 4-0 in favor of Brooks.
Glazier's choice. He's going to start down. He's got 1:21 riding time against him.
I think that's smart to start down.
Escape and a takedown in 25 seconds, 30 seconds riding time. If you can get that takedown, as Brooks chopping hard on that left arm.
Fans want a stall call, but I don't see it. Yeah, he's off to the side, chopping hard, trying to get a breakdown on us. Push back. We got no pushback. We got to push back. Got to push our weight back into him. Get his weight off of us. We're allowing him just to keep chopping and driving us forward. All the weight's on our hands. Got to get that weight back. There you go.
And there is a stall call on Brooks on the top position. .124 to go in the match.
Up to your feet, Glazier. Brooks just going to let him go.
I'll make it 4-1.
2:02 riding time for Brooks.
Glazier, tight right-handed collar tie. Reaches for that leg, but couldn't get there.
1 minute to go in the match.
Snap, clear the tie. Comes back across. Glazier dropped to a knee, but got held up a little bit. Swipes at that leg again. 39 seconds to go. Glazier changed levels once again.
30 seconds.
Brooks, just solid positioning.
Yeah.
Glazier just hasn't been able to set it up. He got in deep that one time.
That was off a snap of Brooks, too. I mean, It wasn't like it was own setup. He's trying to get there.
5-1 will be the final score with the riding time. And that'll make it 25-6 in favor of Penn State as we get ready for heavyweight. We will take a timeout. We'll be back with that when we return. You're listening to Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
You wouldn't wear the same clothes every day, so why are you drinking only one kind of beer? Experience the largest area selection of craft beer at local craft cellar. Craft beer, non-alcoholic beverages, snacks, meats, and the hard stuff too. Bourbon, tequila, gin, and more. There really is something for everyone and every occasion at local craft cellar. Stop in today at 7085 C Avenue Northeast in Cedar Rapids, just north of Boyson Road.
Escape to Italy and Sicily in September 2024 with travel leaders, Destinations Unlimited. Enjoy this melting pot of multicultural customs and cuisine and beautiful landscapes. After taking in Rome, we'll head down to the dramatic Sorrento coast and then journey from Italy's heel to its toe of Sicily. To learn more about this or any vacation, contact travel leaders, Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com. That's duagency.com.
Welcome to your hot tub time machine. Travel to a place free of stress where you can relax, entertain, and reconnect with what matters. Discover another dimension at Splash Pool and Spa, where our most popular models from hot spring spas and marquee spas provide spacious seating, soothing heat, and massaging jets. Stress relief, workout recovery, and improved sleep are now a reality. Experience the magic for yourself by visiting our showroom at 5454 Center Point Road, Northeast in Cedar Rapids, or visit splashpools.fun.
There's a new deal coming to CorridorHalfOff.com. Right now, you can get $50 to X Golf in Coralville's Iowa River Landing for just $25. Featuring the latest and greatest in golf simulator technology, as well as a full bar and food menu. The place for a great time and keeping your swing in tune this winter is X Golf in Coralville. There are a limited number of these deals available, so log on to Corridor Half Off today to take advantage. That's X Golf Coralville on CorridorHalfOff.com today.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, this is Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling, presented by Pioneer.
Freddie Mercury brings us back to Carver Hawkeye Arena. Pioneer Showdown on Mediacom Mat. Penn State is going to win, leading 25-6 as we head into the heavyweights. Ben Keeter for the Hawkeyes taking on top-ranked Greg Kirkfleet, 9-0 record as a senior. Kirkfleet out of Minnesota. It's a 3-time All-American, finishing 7th, 4th, and 2nd.
Lost to Paris in the finals last year. Paris, I think, was the Dan Hodge Award winner.
Yes. Like we said, we thought Kirkfleet a little bit bigger than he is. Weighed in at 245 today. Keeter weighed in at 230. Over there where the new tunnel is, Mark, that's where all the athletes are. A lot of football guys over there cheering on their teammate. Even though the duel's out of reach, a lot of fans wanted to see this match.
That's cool. Hopefully Keeter's not as nervous for this one as he was that first duel he wrestled in this year, where he was dead tired before the match even started because of the nerves.
There's a nice ankle pick and takedown by Kirkfleet.
This is what I'm interested to see, how we do underneath Kirkfleet.
Yeah.
I think we'll get a takedown. We can get a takedown on him at some point, but we got to be able to get out in order to make that happen.
I mean, Hendrickson of Air Force is number 2 in the country. Kirkfleet beat him in the All-Star match 18-2. Just whooped up on him. Keeter at his base.
18-2?
Yeah.
Where was that one at, you know?
At Rec Hall, at the All-Star match in State College. Go out of bounds, head back to the center. Keeter down 3-0.
Whipped up on Cassiope last year in the All-Star match, too. Got to get away, Keeter. Come on, got to get away.
Explodes up to his feet, hand control and escape.
That's what I like to see right there. Nice explosion right there.
Keeter reminds me a lot of Kirkfleet in the fact that Kirkfleet, when he was a freshman, long, lanky,
97,
little undersized, and grew himself into pretty darn good heavyweight. Keeter, kind of a similar thing. I mean, if you had a 215 or a 220-pound weight class, Keeter would be dominant right there. Coming across, underhooked by Kirkfleet. We clear out of that. Minute to go, first period. Keeter for the Hawkeyes down 3-1. Hawks trail 25-6.
I really think Keeter's going to get to legs. He's going to get a takedown this match here somewhere.
Clear out, come back across. $20 on the clock here in the first period.
I thought Keeter maybe would get to the legs early, though. He's had a lot of time on the feet. I'd like to see him get to the legs and pull a shot, pull the trigger. He hasn't found an opening yet. But this is a whole nother level compared to what he's used to. This is a great test for a lot of these Hawkeyes. Patrick Kennedy, Zach Glazier, Ben Keeter. Seeing what they can do against the best. Franek, Caliendo.
Keeter starts down to begin the second period. He's got 44 seconds riding time against him. Keeter up to his feet. Kirkfleet hops over to the left side and then trips him down. Kirkfleet trying to work a wrist, riding our ankle. Keeter.
Come on, Ben.
Trying to build that base up under him.
Up to your knees.
Half thrown in by Kirkfleet now.
And this is what's hard when you're giving up, which I thought it was going to be like 30 pounds, but it's only 15. But still, that's a veteran on top of a true freshman and someone that's 15 pounds heavier. That's not easy. And there's a stall warning on Keeter.
Kirkfleet looking for that cross face. Keeter builds back up to his base. A minute gone by here in the second period. Keeter down 3-1. Keeter staying at his base, but
just not able to get hand control. Right now, Kirkfleet is riding our right wrist big time, and we just cannot get it free. Now Keeter's up to his feet, and then Kirkfleet
throws
picks
us
him
back
up,
down.
Picks him up, puts him back down. But look at him trying to build back up. It's just tough to build that base when someone's so much bigger than you there.
Yeah.
He's trying, though. "15 seconds to go here in the second period." Going to get ridden out this whole period. I just want to see him third period get to the legs once or twice. Just see what he can do once he gets to the legs.
He'll be down 3-1 with 2:45 of riding time against him. Kirkfleet's choice. He's going to go underneath. Check out the Iowa Style Apparel retail store located in the strip mall just south of Target on Edgewood Road Southwest in Cedar Rapids. Iowa Style Apparel offers the latest looks for a variety of local sports teams, including an expansive wrestling section. Check out the Iowa Style Apparel retail store on Edgewood Road Southwest in Cedar Rapids. Shop online at iowastyleapparel.com.
Kirkfleet out immediately on a switch.
Makes it 4-1, 5-1 with the riding time.
All right, Keeter, we got to go now, kid.
A shot from a ways away by Kirkfleet gets to our leg. We try to reach back through. Kirkfleet grabs our other leg. Now he's trying to pop that head out. We're sitting on it. If he can pop that head out, he would get the three. We're locked around the chest. Barrel roll, and then Kirkfleet elevates that leg up a little bit higher and finishes for three more.
That was a really good shot right there by Kirkfleet. Just kind of a misdirection, low single. You don't see too many heavyweights hit a misdirection, low single.
That's going to start sending some fans to the exits.
Yep, they're hoping for a takedown here in this period. Now, in the rest of this match here, now you're going to see Kirkfleet probably try to ride out Keeter.
Goes into a cross face.
It's going to be 8-1 if this ends like this with 30 seconds to go. So
another stall call. That'll make it 9-1.
Now it's going to be a major.
Again, I go back and forth. Kirkfleet just tried a crossface. We cleared out of that. He's riding our ankle. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really go for that one either. Well, that's it. It's going to be 9-1.
Hawks
29-6.
Going to lose by a score of 29-6. Winning just 2 matches on the night. We will stay here and have Coach Brands up briefly.
Well,
not much to say, Mark, other than we knew it was going to be a tall task coming in, and Penn State did what they needed to do so far tonight.
Yeah. That's a awfully good team. That's a really, really good team. That's some good things to work on, though. I mean, if you're Coach Tom Brands, there's a lot of things. You go back to the room and kind of let you know where you're at, where you need to get to. I think it was a better match than what we saw out of the team against Michigan last Friday night, which is facing a lot tougher of competition. And can't believe Michigan got blown out by Nebraska the way that they did.
Yeah. Coach Brands making his way up here, joining us. Coach, takeaways from what you saw here tonight?
Number one, we got ridden. We got ridden and ridden and ridden. 5 matches. So, hey,
looked like
we got Wisconsin. Here's the thing. You can talk about what's wrong, and we will. Got to go forward. I'm not downplaying this either. I'm not downplaying it.
What's the rule? And I don't know. I mean, tell me I don't educate me. What's the rule in the top position for riding ankles?
There's a point of emphasis this year on hang riding, like capping the ankle, wrist riding, just hanging off the side. If the guy's on his belly, that rule goes away. Obviously, if a guy's on his base, you're not supposed to hang out there. It's subjective. It's like anything else. You have a point of emphasis, you talk about it, and then sometimes they call it ridiculous. I mean, we've been called on top when guys are on their belly for hang riding or whatever they want to call it, but
it just seems really inconsistent.
It's inconsistent, but it's not why we got whooped.
No,
we gotta right some wrongs, and we gotta be smart as coaches. We gotta be smart as wrestlers. And we got Wisconsin, and then we're going back into the, Wisconsin. We gotta be ready for Wisconsin. So 5 weights got ridden. Hard. They got ridden hard.
A couple of good wins, though, for Drake and Caleb. Those are good wins for those guys.
Caleb Young, yeah.
Caleb Young?
Did I say Caleb Young?
You did.
Caleb Bracci.
Caleb
Bracci, he looked like he was fading, and then he got the takedown in overtime.
It was a good shot and finish, too. Hard, and crisp.
He scored 3 takedowns and stayed with 2 of the 3 to get 2 takedowns in regulation. That's a high point, so that's good that you bring that around. And Ayala, he probably needed that, So when I say probably needed that, but he can open that up to a lot more. I mean, he scored 1 takedown. We can score a lot of points there. So
sure,
that's where I'm at. Hey, I'm not gonna, reinvent the wheel here. I know we have to get tougher, smarter. I know we can't get ridden. I know we got to score more takedowns. I know that. And Caliendo felt it. He felt what a high pace can do, and he felt how he has to match it and then exceed it. And when he matches and exceeds it, he scores a takedown at the end there. And Kennedy also. He kind of whiffed a little bit.
Yeah.
Just got to capitalize on and, maybe learn a little bit, because we did get outpaced a lot. They had a lot of firepower in that lineup. There's a lot of scoring potential in that lineup. And Keeter, you felt it. You felt what the number 1 guy in the country feels like. And if you spend 4 or 5 minutes on the bottom, tough. It's tough. So you got to eliminate that part of it. And then you keep building pieces, putting pieces in.
Thanks, Coach. It's Hawkeye coach Tom Brands joining us here this evening. Hawks lose by a score of 29-6. We'll take a quick timeout. We'll come back and wrap things up from Carver. The Pioneer Showdown goes Penn State's way this season. You are listening to Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll is located near University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hansher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We're a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
From the first consultation to the final treatment, I was impressed with Dr. Peters and his staff. Professional, experienced, and friendly. Their skilled team has been treating venous disease for nearly 20 years. It was easy to make a call and schedule an appointment with an actual person. My varicose veins had been aching for years, and I finally made the call. I'm so glad I did. To schedule your consult today, call 319-665-2870, 319-665-2870, or contact them at corridorvein.com.
If you're like most business owners, you know where your business is going, but need help keeping your computer network running smoothly. Hi, Patty here with Network Computer Solutions. We have customized solutions to keep your business safe and optimized. Plus, we offer solutions at a price point that fits your budget. We stand on our integrity along with our client relationships. Visit ncsei.com. Network Computer Solutions, the solution to your missing pieces.
What's for dinner tonight?
How about something exciting, like Barrel House?
Aren't they rolling out new menu items?
Yes, Boneless Wing Madness is back. Hand-cut and breaded boneless wings for just $10.
This Valentine's Day, get a free dessert with the purchase of 2 entrees and 2 drinks.
And don't forget the big game. All drafts are half price all day on Sunday, February 11th.
Plan your evening out in Marion, Cedar Rapids, and Coralville. Barrel House, food that lifts your spirits.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, this is Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling, presented by Pioneer.
Welcome back to Carver Hawkeye Arena. The Pioneer Showdown is in the books. Penn State beats the Hawkeyes by a score of 29-6. And Stephen Grace, Mark Ironside. Mark, kind of like Tom said, and we kind of touched on it as well, you don't reinvent the wheel. You can't sit there and say, well, we did this wrong, so we have to just completely scrap everything.
Yeah, I like
that.
But
you got to figure out, okay, here's what we've done wrong. How can we improve and get better moving forward?
Well, there's obviously a lot of opportunities, as we were talking about earlier. There's a lot of opportunities there to do that. And, he brought up the biggest one is the bottom position. We gave up a lot of riding time points here tonight, Stephen. A lot of riding time points. And then we were short on takedowns. Had a lot of weights there where we got in on shots and we couldn't finish. You look at Franek. He was in on a few shots, couldn't finish. And those were good shots, too, against Levi Haynes. And then Caliendo was in on shots. He finally got a shot there at the end, like Tom talked about. And was able to finish one on there on Messenbrink. That Messenbrink was impressive. And then Kennedy in a couple times couldn't finish. Reagan's in a few times, couldn't finish. Glazier in once, couldn't finish. Keeter never got there. But a lot of time on the bottom. And that's why I asked the question about, educate me on the rules as far as riding ankles and so forth, because we gave up a lot of time on the bottom, but it seemed like the referee just let them ride those ankles an awful lot, which they did last year, but I thought they got rid of that this year. So, and even after Tom's explanation, I'm still not sure I really understand the meaning of, because it's so inconsistent, you don't even know.
It's so subjective that, supposed to be if I'm at my base, you're riding me, if all you're doing is capping an ankle and riding off on the side, not really, even if you're acting like you're chopping, if you're not doing anything to bump the guy forward, or if you don't bump him forward, you can't just sit there. You got to hop one side to the other, things like that. And too many times we've seen situations that, I don't know. There's so much that it feels like I've said it many times. I almost went over to talk to McCormick and just say, why do we have to legislate so much instead of just say, call the wrestling action? If a guy is not doing something, call him for stalling. If the guy is doing something, reward him. And it should be that easy. And I realize it's not, but it should be.
Well, then their argument to that is going to be, then you're bringing a lot of subjectiveness into this, It's like, well, this guy saw it stalling, but that guy didn't, And
we're already seeing that, though.
I know.
You push me out of bounds, and I get called for stalling. You push me out of bounds, and you get called for stalling. You push me out of bounds, and it's continuous action. And all three, it could be the exact same situation. I don't know.
Well, we got Wisconsin coming in. Next Sunday, which we got a lot of time off.
1 o'clock. So
we got high school has districts tomorrow, so all the kids are going to be qualifying tomorrow, and then that tournament starts on Wednesday. High school state wrestling tournament Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. A 4-day tournament which started last year, so that's 1 day too many in my opinion. So, but they also added 8 kids per weight class, so it's all about the revenue.
Yep. Well, that next match will be next Sunday. 1 o'clock is the start time. 12:45 will be our pre-meet coverage for that one. Big thank you to Scott Walker and the rest of the gang at Pioneer. They sponsor the Pioneer Showdown every year, and they do it right. They are big supporters of the Hawkeyes. and Hawkeye Wrestling in particular. So we say thank you to them. Wish we had a little bit better news, but unfortunately the Hawks dropped this one tonight 29-6. Wins by Ayala and Rachi. And then Schriever got majored, Woods got beat, Franick got majored, Caliendo got beat, Kennedy got majored, Riggins got majored, Glazier and got beat, and then Keeter got majored. So bonus points coming in big time for the Nittany Lions here in this evening's matchup. So for Mark Ironside, we will talk to you next Sunday as the Hawkeyes take on Wisconsin right back here for Senior Day inside Carver Hawkeye Arena. Until then, this is Stephen Grace. You've been listening to Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Ground beef is only $2.99 a pound at Hy-Vee. That's not a sale price. That's the price with the Hy-Vee Perks membership. And $2.99 a pound is not just the price today or this week. It's the Perks price every day. With the Hy-Vee Perks membership, you can save on hundreds of products store-wide every time you shop. And count on Perks prices to stay the same. So if you want to pay less for ground beef every day, sign up for Hy-Vee Perks. It's free and easy. Some restrictions apply.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, you've been listening to Hawkeye Wrestling, presented by Pioneer. Pioneer combines cutting-edge research with one of the largest local testing programs in the industry to help farmers succeed. Pioneer, what's next happens here. Also brought to you by Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. And by Hy-Vee. Score big savings with the new Hy-Vee Perks membership. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com. Or call 800-803-5505 to speak to an expert. That's 800-803-5505.
This year, Dell Technologies wants to help you do amazing things with their best tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors, and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Charles Barkley in a pickup game.
We'll take Barkley.
Ha! First pick! Sorry, kids! Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision?
Okay, here's the plan. Pass me the ball every time.
This is banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
We now join Fox Sports Radio, already in progress on 800 KXIC and available on your Amazon smart speakers just by saying, Alexa, play 800 KXIC on iHeartRadio.
He'll have a bad broadcast that's going to be, okay, we can't do this anymore. You know, the NFL is too valuable a property. And when you get all this bad publicity, even if it's about your number one broadcasting team, guess what happens? Changes have to be made. It's just like the NFL. Hey, quarterback's not getting it done. We need a new quarterback. GM's not getting it done. Need a new GM. Hey, our number one play-by-play guy is not, an analyst is not getting it done. We're paying him $13 million a year. Guess what? We got to get another guy. Somebody, and he'll be the highest paid guy on Team 2 or Team 3 with CBS. He's under absolutely the most pressure on Sunday for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, the curiosity, and again, as a guy who's normally got the giant grid up, so I don't necessarily have the audio for games. When I have listened, does he make me smarter on some plays? Sure. Does it get a little bit over the top with his giddiness, at least from where I sit? Sure. But when you do have potential free agents out there and guys ready to potentially bounce between networks, you mentioned Greg Olsen, who clearly is in a spot of uncertainty with Tom Brady's arrival. You have Jason Kelsey, all the reports today, whether he's going to retire or not. If he does, he's already reportedly had meetings with both ESPN and Fox this week. Does he jump, to the front of the line as a new voice, and do people decide because he was on the sexiest man alive list and all this stuff that it's something that cuts through and maybe you grab some eyeballs, the people that are still on board, the full-on effect of the Kelsey family. Is that name enough alongside the Swifties? I don't know. But, for Romo, sure. You can't change who you are, right? If that's how you broadcast and really what you want to bring to the table. I don't know how much more work it was the first year, right? When it was, all right, predict the play, look at the formation, all that stuff. Because I've seen a bit of that, watching games and certainly as they do replays, he wants to break down. And sometimes he wants to go a lot deeper than the broadcast can. And Nance's got to be like, hey, we're back on, we're back up at the line of scrimmage. Like, all right, 2nd down and 9, let's go. You can't keep breaking down that other piece because we just don't have time for it. So, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't in that regard. But yeah, the public perception, if social media crushes him, yeah, it's going to get bad.
And you bring up the point that why is Romo where he is? How did he go from being a unicorn in sports media to where he is now? I don't know that Tony Romo did anything more than just be himself. And he was someone, I can predict the plays a bit. Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, it's not something he had to work
But he got
hard at.
backlash for that, too.
Yeah, he sees the
right, he got praise, and then he got backlash.
Yeah, but the backlash was just stupid. That was just people who were jealous. Well, predict the play. No, you can predict the play. That's pretty cool, man. I'd love to see a guy knowing what play is coming and see it. And
if I can't bet it in real time, which I can't yet, Romo ain't helping me yet. Because that's my job sitting on the couch. I think, are they going to run or pass? I don't know. Romo's going to tell us, and he's good, so blank him.
Someone's got to be the first guy through the wall that makes that happen, okay? And Romo's that first guy through the wall, all right? Look, it was just something he could do. I can't believe more people can't do it. I don't know if maybe Romo started doing it and then, Peyton or whoever else is like, well, that's kind of Romo's thing, so I'm not really going to do that. But it was a thing. And just like you see with some athletes who have an incredible amount of success very early. Not the high-profile guys, not the high draft picks, but people that you don't really expect to be as good as they are coming in, and they take you by surprise. Well, look at this guy's out of nowhere, and suddenly here he is, 1,000-yard receiver as a rookie, 1,200 yards as a second year. When you have that kind of success early, you don't really buy into what you need to do to sustain it because you think, I can just do my thing because it's what I've done. Right now, at that point, you need to be able to continue to work hard because the pressure is on you. There's more spotlight on you. Teams are going to adjust to you when they know what you can do. And if you don't have that work ethic to want to get better and want to improve, guess what? You're going to wind up washing out of the league. Right? Eventually, teams are going to say, okay, look at this. This guy was great his first couple of years, and now he's done. He's 26 years old, and he's done. I can't believe why. Well, he never put in the work because he never knew what it really meant to succeed because he had that big brand of success right away. So when you have that, I can see where you get lost and say, well, what do I just need to do what I've been doing. And that's kind of what Tony Romo's done for the past near decade now. Hey, look at the success I had right away. What do I got? So you got to keep doing this. Well, no, eventually you got to evolve a bit and you got to do something different. No, I'm just going to keep doing this and I'm not going to need to work particularly hard at it. Not going to need to prep particularly hard at it. Not going to need to worry about knowing names that I'm going to talk about on the show. I've been doing this successfully now since I walked in the door. I don't need to do that. And that's what happens. That's the trap that Tony Romo fell into. You know, I mean, and there's stories you hear about guys that go to TV and become the hardest working guys in the world. Howie Long is one of those guys. The amount of work that he does is when you thought, hey, here's an athlete's going to show up and just kind of talk sports, and what he does on the phone and conversations, you've heard about his work ethic. It's amazing. And so when you look at Tony Romo, you can understand, okay, I see why it's gone south so bad, but he can fix it, right? If he decides I'm going to prep and have a great Super Bowl, okay, he can fix that. But is he really going to do that? Is he really going to say, okay, I'm going to do all I can to have it? Or is he going to say, screw you haters, I'm going to go do my thing and what I've been doing for the last few years? I got a feeling that's what he's going to wind up doing, and it's not going to work out for him.
Yeah, I mean, look, at this point, if that's where he believes the world is and whatever talks he's had with management, so like he just may say, all right, this is who I am at this point, and screw it. I'm going to go back to playing golf or whatever the case may be. But I would like to think that you find some happy medium, right? Because you don't have to do every play prediction, right? That gets old. How many of those? At least 120 most games, right? Outside of punts, which, well, now it becomes about fourth down decision-making and such. But I feel for him to the degree of maybe working just as hard, but it becomes all right, where's the bang for the buck, right? Because you might have gotten some production notes in the past that you were, lean more into your personality, and then you went a little too far. But that was too much fun, and maybe he and Nance, and I don't know what to believe, right? Is Nance just putting on a good face when he talks about the relationship with Romo, or is there an actual issue, as some would, tell you that there is behind the scenes? I don't know what's real, what's the fun and exciting build-up like a WWE work, but the fact of the matter is we've got 100+ million people that'll be tuned in to watch. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. And then I don't know if we're just counting likes or critiques to make that ultimate decision.
The most pressure, Tony Romo. The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon live from the TireRack.com studios. We need the Susan Waldman. Oh, my God, look who's in George's box. According to Dan Wojcicki, longtime friend of the show, LA Times, NBA Lakers insider, Spencer Dinwiddie just sat down with Rob Pelinka in the suites at Crypto.com. Now, remember, Dinwiddie went to the Mavericks game against the Knicks the other night, and now he's here tonight with the Lakers. These are the two teams that are bidding for his services. He would certainly be a huge shot in the arm for the Lakers, so we'll see what happens. But Spencer Dinwiddie is in Rob Pelinka's box of all the things. I can't believe it. Now let's find out what else is trending in the wide world of sports with a guy who's going to tell us every athlete who's ever sat in a suite at Crypto.com arena ever. It's Steve DeSager with what's trending.
Everyone but Roger Clemens.
Every single person.
By the way, it is Dinwiddie and his agent there. So, yeah, maybe something's brewing. By the way, and thank you for talking about what will be, of course, a massive telecast. It is the Super Bowl, after all. And so Tony Romo, like him, hate him, love him, whatever, will be in the spotlight simply because of the game, not even because of him. But he needs to do two things. One, shut up before the snap of the ball. He has a really bad habit of continuing to talk after the next play starts, and that helps him, quote, predict plays, because what do you know? The play has already started. Probably going to the left, Jim.
This is a handoff, Jim. Jim, it's a handoff,
I
Jim.
can see that also. Shut up. The other thing is stop drawing on the screen when the next play has started. Inevitably, I can just imagine there's some sort of tech behind him that's saying, erase, or having to lean over and hit the button to erase and get it off the screen because the next play has already started. You worked in TV. Imagine having to cut up plays where you can't use the start of the play because the guy's drawings are still on it from the previous play or from in between plays. You know what I'm saying? Not good. These are just basic things that an analyst of his stature should be doing already. We have football news to pass along, and that is from the NFL. The Seahawks' new defensive coordinator will be Aden Durde from the Cowboys, a London native who played in NFL Europe. And now NFL Network reports Seattle is due to hire as offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb from Alabama and the University of Washington before that. The NFL will play a regular season game in Madrid in 2025. Amazon Prime will reportedly carry one NFL playoff game next season. The Chargers are expected to hire Navarro Bowman as linebackers coach. He played for Jim Harbaugh in San Francisco. The Patriots' new linebackers coach is Dante Hightower, a former New England linebacker. Washington's new special teams coordinator is Larry Izzo from Seattle. He's a native of Virginia. The University of Michigan's new defensive coordinator is Wink Martindale from the New York Giants. Colorado's new defensive coordinator is Robert Livingston from the Bengals. The Buckeyes have a new offensive coordinator, Chip Kelly from UCLA. There's an opening because the guy who just signed on as an Ohio State assistant last month, Bill O'Brien, has officially left for Boston College. He's BC's new head football coach. The Super Bowl is this Sunday in Las Vegas. Chiefs All-Pro guard Joe Thuney will be out this weekend with his pectoral injury. As far as the NBA game in LA, we're still not to halftime yet in this game. The Lakers lead New Orleans 83-72 with still a minute to go in the second quarter. D'Angelo Russell did not play last night due to a sore knee. He has started and has 21 points in the first half for LA tonight. Zion Williamson with 22 points for New Orleans. The other game, it's at Sacramento. Yes?
Already, every Laker starter is in double figures already.
Oh,
in the first
easily.
half. Every Lakers starter
Easily in double figures, yeah. You could wind up with 20 points for every guy. Literally all 5 of them by the end of the night. That's how this is going.
Lakers are shooting 66% from the floor. The Pelicans shooting 62%.
So you're saying not like Kansas City and San Francisco's defense?
In the immortal words of Barry Melrose, there's a lot of offense in this game. A lot of offense.
Very offensive. Okay, we still have 30 seconds left in the half. It's now 87-74. They just keep scoring while we keep talking.
I want the Lakers to get to 90, but it's not going to happen because they're going to hold on for the last shot. But I really like to see a 90-point first half.
Yeah, this can be like one of those Doug Moe Denver Nuggets games of the 1980s. And the final is 157-152.
Let's go.
David Thompson with another great night. At Sacramento, mid-third quarter, Kings are leading the Nuggets 87-70. Nikola Jokic does have 19 points, but they're down 17. Milwaukee and Toronto with home wins. Boston as well. Atlanta got 37 points from Trae Young in a victory at Philadelphia, 127-121. Dodger pitchers and catchers started spring training workouts today. Their regular season starts early. 2 games in South Korea against the Padres, March 20th and 21st. A reminder, NASCAR's dual races at Daytona are next Thursday on FS1, the 15th. The Daytona 500 is on Fox TV Sunday the 18th, week from Sunday. Back to you.
All right, now let me ask you guys this.
Mm-hmm.
Is the record for most first-half points in a game more than 100? Most first-half points in a game in NBA history, more than 100.
I got to think so.
In history, yeah.
In history of the game. Okay.
You'd think I would remember, so I'll say no.
Is it okay? In 1990, on November 10th, the Phoenix Suns scored 50 points in the first quarter against the Nuggets. Of course, the Nuggets, talking about 57 in the second quarter. 107 first-half points, broke the NBA record that was 90. That was set by the Nuggets 3 days before that game when they lost to the Spurs.
And officially,
107 points in the first half.
Lakers 87 in the first half tonight. They've finally gone to break with the Lakers shooting 67% from the floor. This is apparently number 2 in Lakers history, most points in a first half.
Oof. Thank you very much, Steve-O. The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon live from the TireRack.com studios. Coming up next, you know, there's some players that need to be talked about more going into the Super Bowl. Mike and I are each going to give you one guy that should be getting way more ink and way more airtime as we talk about them than they're getting going to this game, because they're going to be huge, impactful guys on Sunday. Who are they? We'll tell you next right here. Jason and Mike, Fox.
They say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Let's get weird a little bit now.
Well, the Chiefs and 49ers are happening. So no.
This is staying in Vegas.
What happens in Vegas goes everywhere.
Wait a minute.
Because your Super Bowl 58 coverage starts here on Fox Sports Radio.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online. Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
At work. I play it all day, every day at work.
When Dan Patrick speaks, you better stop and listen.
Yeah, where do you listen at?
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
Say hello to the former NFL MVP, Cam Newton. Can we get a shot of the back of the shirt? Game changer, game manager.
That's fantastic.
I like that. All right. Might as well.
There you go.
Yeah. Game changer, game manager. How much do you spend on clothes each year?
I thrift.
You do?
I'm an avid thrift shopper.
I like that. Game manager. Maybe if we changed it to game commander, game CEO, game manager, I think. Now, okay, help me understand this.
Okay.
Tom Brady, game manager?
Yes.
Okay.
Elite.
And that's what I said. To me, it's a compliment if you know how to call a game.
See, it's like tiers, right? And I think this game has only has only seen 4 to potentially 5 game changers in the 2023-2024 season.
All right.
Right? Aaron Rodgers, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, and Josh Allen.
Okay.
Right? That's 5.
All right.
So let's look at it through this lens. Game changer is at the top sphere of talent. Are you saying Brock Purdy is in that realm?
No.
Okay. So going back to my first thought was like we have to normalize the truth. This is not coming from malice.
If you want to know what Dan Patrick said next, just podcast it by searching The Dan Patrick Show. And as always, you can listen to Dan Patrick live weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
It is time
for Covino and Rich.
Steve Covino.
Yeah.
Rich Davis. Perfect. This is Covino and Rich.
Sean Merriman's been a guest on our shows throughout the years. So Sean Merriman, we got a friendship. But every time we see him and Covino get crossed up on the handshake.
Yeah,
and
it's a weird mental block.
It started as an inside joke, but then it really did become, Danny, like a funny thing.
Like you know how people catch the yips? Like when Chuck Knobloch forgot how to throw? Like, we couldn't get the handshake right.
Covino goes for the fist bump, he goes for the handshake. Covino goes for the handshake, he goes for the fist bump. So, a very funny video of Covino and Sean Merriman hugging it out yesterday.
Yeah, we went for the redemption, but you could see, look, I'm not a tiny dude. I'm 5'10" and 3/4, mind you. You know, pushing 200. I'm like 190 something, right? But you could see how giant this
feel
dude
like
is
we need the Dan Patrick Bell right now.
Covino and Rich, weekdays at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
Let me steal an average take from Alex.
The Ben Maller Show.
Where are you at with 49er quarterback Brock Purdy and his updated take that it's not so bad? It can be a compliment to be a game manager. I say bravo, Brock. Bravo, Brock. Now, we don't believe that he was fibbing. We point out often that coaches lie and players lie as well. But on this one, I don't think there was an untruth spoken. There was no lies detected on this side of the microphone. In fact, what Brock Purdy did is validate months of Maller monologues and our long-standing take on where Brock Purdy falls on the big board, the totem pole of NFL quarterbacks. I looked at this, I said, this is great, right? Brock Purdy is a guy on this one who gets it. He gets it.
Ben Maller, weeknights, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. Fox Sports Radio.
Here we go.
So how do you like it?
The question is this.
You like it like this?
I'm strictly talking basketball.
Or like this?
Baseball tends to be, of all our sports, very much steeped in tradition.
And what about this?
Basically, the NFL has found ways to make money off of everything.
Like it a lot. Whatever it is that you like, we've got it covered. It's sports the way you like it on Fox Sports Radio. The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app.
Fox Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show with my best friend Mike Harmon.
They are who we thought they were.
Live
let them off the hook.
Live at the TireRack.com studios. And as we get set for Super Bowl 58, Mike and I are going to each spotlight a guy right now that's not being talked about enough because the impact this player is going to have on the Super Bowl is immense, and he's not getting the credit or the due that he should be getting. And look, there's lots of guys you can choose from, both Mahomes, all that stuff. But I'm going to tell you what, every time I say his name, I think of the couple of leagues I wanted to draft him in this year in fantasy, and I just didn't, and I'm mad at myself every day. But Rashee Rice is turned into a phenomenal receiver. Okay,
hell of a year.
This is a guy that had a quiet start, right? When they were trying to figure things out, right? How many balls was he really going to get? And he was getting, 3 to 5 receptions a week for the first half of the season, which, okay, all right, that's about what a guy should be getting. A guy coming in as a receiver. You don't want to see a guy have a Quentin Johnston-like impact where, here's a first-round pick where he's only catching 1 pass a week for 8 yards. So, but okay, 3 to 5 catches a week, that's fine as they figure out things in the offense. And then it's like everything clicked for him at the end of November. Starting with that game against the Raiders at the end of November, he's averaging nearly 10 targets a game since that point. And he's averaging over 8 receptions a game. He's got 100-yard games. He's got touchdowns. He's got so much attention. 8 catches, 7, 9, 6, 5. He's got 20 catches in the playoffs in 3 games for 223 yards. Now his yard per game average could be a little bit better, but okay, I'll take that for a guy that's going to catch 6 or 8 passes a game. This is what the elite wide receivers wind up doing in the NFL. And his story all week long, hey, Rashee Rice shows up on the injury report, had never been there, whoa. Now clean bill of health, he's ready to go. That's the best piece of news that the Chiefs could have gotten, because this is the guy that has started to help make that engine go. Because we want to talk about Kelsey, but then you see, Kelsey had a big game. He was 7 for 74 and a touch. Oh, yeah, but Rice had 8 for 130. That was a pretty big game. And it's like it gets blown off. Wait a minute. They finally found their number 1 receiver in the draft last year. This kid is terrific, and no one's talking about him enough. He needs to be talked about more.
Well, I think the big thing is, as he's had his run, much of the final stretch of the season was what Travis Kelce wasn't doing, right? And catches he wasn't making, including a couple of big drops. And now that it's back to, hey, Travis Kelce's putting up huge numbers in the playoffs, you're not talking about Rashee Rice again. So that's part of it. I'm going to go to a guy whose name should be talked about a lot more. It's on the other side of the ball, and who's going to be charged with trying to slow down Rashee Rice. No, we're not going to the line of Bosa or Chase Young and trying to shake off his history here.
Chase Young would only jog after Rice, so it doesn't matter. He wouldn't run out. He would only jog.
Which means a lot more room for things to clean up from Fred Warner. And why do I bring up Fred Warner? Well, for a couple of reasons. Number one, he's a 130 tackle a year guy, one of the best players on that San Francisco 49ers defense. You know me, I love linebackers as a Chicago kid. It's all about guys roaming sideline to sideline. So does it about as well as anybody. The other thing is it allows me to bring up the 2017 draft, Trubisky and Patrick Mahomes, etc. Fred Warner was acquired by the 49ers in the 2018 draft in the 3rd round, one of the selections acquired by San Francisco in that trade. So while they may have screwed up that first pick, remember, they went and they picked a player who didn't exactly have great success for them back in the day, in Solomon Thomas. You have the later wins. Kamara went to the Saints based on the deal being consummated, and then Fred Warner in the third round of 2018. He is going to be key, and you'll hear his name a lot if the 49ers are to emerge victorious.
Yeah, this Niners defense has not been, really the Niners as a whole have not been what we thought they were going to be coming into the playoffs. Right? And maybe it's when you have the bye, you lose a bit of the sense of relevancy. We talk about the teams that played, but they've not played well. They escaped against Green Bay. They escaped against the Lions with many wide stretches of bad play. And while, okay, you got by against a team like the Packers who were still trying to figure everything out but made a big jump this year. You got lucky the Lions gacked it away to you in the second half with bad decisions and bad performance. That's not going to happen on Sunday. The Chiefs aren't going to win this game and say, boy, they put up 10 points. This is unbelievable. They're not going to have a Super Bowl like they had against Tampa a couple of years ago. I think Andy Reid's learned his lesson there. So this is going to be a tough one for me to say, okay, are the Niners really going to step up and play 49er football like we saw them at the best points during the season? And that's why I picked Kansas City, because I just can't see that suddenly we're flipping the switch on Sunday against the best team in the AFC.
Well, and that's the hard part, though, is that with the Chiefs, what did we do? Even when they were winning, it was complaints that they weren't doing anything right. We celebrated the defense. Everybody else, what's wrong with Mahomes and the offense? So now it's immediately, that's all flipped. They figured it all out in 2 games.
Exit outbound of Fresca, exit Swollen Dome. The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon. There you go. 2 players not getting enough attention. They're going to have a huge impact to the game on Sunday. Coming up next, boy, did the NFL playoffs for next year just change in a big way. Fox. Yo soy fino, esto es trap de galera.
Jefferson, touchdown!
I'm Justin Jefferson with the Minnesota Vikings.
Hi, I'm Jamar Chase with the Cincinnati Bengals.
Nobody can stop it!
Why do I choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Because I only go all out.
Because I can't be stopped. Because my Sleep Number smart bed helps me sleep at the right temperature all night.
So we can take our game to the next level. That's why 80% of NFL players choose the Sleep Number smart bed. Sleep next level, perform next level.
Save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. Ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in the zone.
So what if I need a new one? No problem. We have the right battery for your car, starting at only $89.99.
Get in the zone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
FS1.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
Damn, it's
The Herd. When Colin Cowherd drops the info, The Herd, you need to listen.
Right here.
So I see Christian McCaffrey will be, in my opinion, the second best player in the Super Bowl. Mahomes the first. And running backs still matter a lot, especially to the top coaches. Jim Harbaugh, John Harbaugh, Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Mike Vrabel, a lot of the best coaches in the league use running backs and love running backs, have traded for running backs. And there was this moment during the season. J-Mac and I talked about this a lot. I thought that the NFL media, there was a lot of pandering. Oh, I can't believe the running backs aren't getting paid. This is really outrageous. Guards have never been paid. Safeties don't get paid. Tight ends have been undervalued and underpaid my entire life. But there was something about the running back position really worked up the media. So it's interesting to go back. Google it. Go back to the reaction when the Niners, needing a running back, gave up a late second, a late third, a late fourth, and a late fifth for Christian McCaffrey, easily the best back top to bottom in the league. At least 50% of the reaction from the media is, whoa, that is way too much. So which is it? Are running backs worth a fortune? Or are they not worth a second and third late round pick? Fourth and fifth round picks in the NFL on a Niners stack roster don't start and may not make the team. So you were really giving up 2 semi-premium picks for Christian McCaffrey. Again, the Niners roster, there's not a lot of room for late fourth and late fifth rounders to even make the team. So which is it, media?
If you're eager to find out what Colin said next, just podcast it by searching The Herd. And as always, you can listen live to Colin Cowherd weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
It's a bird. It's a plane.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan Patrick. Yeah!
She talked about a GM who, I guess, told her that Mike Vrabel's size was a reason why he might not have gotten hired.
He's a very large human being and can be very intimidating.
You know, if you have somebody who thinks that, I don't want to work for somebody who thinks that. Like, it is football. Dan Campbell, I'm sure, did he scare people when he came in? That seemed to work out pretty well. I mean, do you want Mike McDaniel, where you have somebody who looks like he's an analytics guy coming in? He's on your sideline. Oh, he doesn't look like a football coach. Like, when you get into these, labeling, kind of putting somebody, in a corner going, I don't like the way you look or how tall or how old or all these things. Like, that's where you outsmart yourself.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan and the Danettes and you.
Weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. Dan Patrick. Experience? Yeah, he has it.
I have been in a holding cell before.
Grace? Yup.
Do some research there, big baby.
And most importantly, Dan has something to say.
College football is playing a game of risk.
There's nothing Dan Patrick can't do.
I remember doing a sports report from the payphone.
Step into the big leagues with Dan Patrick on the Dan Patrick Show. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Go! Check them out.
FS1.
Check them out.
FS1.
Hawkeye Sports and Fox Sports. AM 800. KXIC Iowa City. Available everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now #1 for podcasting.
We are and here's what you need to know.
In the NBA's late game in LA, the Lakers just tied a franchise record, scoring 51 points in a quarter. The halftime lead against New Orleans was 87-74, the highest scoring first half of any NBA game so far this season. It's right now Lakers 90-76 over the Pelicans. Early in the third quarter, D'Angelo Russell had 21 points in the first half. He started for LA after missing last night's game with a sore knee. The other late game has 10 minutes to go at Sacramento. Kings still leading the Nuggets 111-86. Atlanta got 37 points from Trae Young in a win at Philadelphia. Boston came back to beat Washington. The Celtics' Jason Tatum had 35 points. Wins for Milwaukee and Toronto. The new head football coach at Boston College is Bill O'Brien. He had just signed as an assistant with Ohio State last month. The Buckeyes' new OC, Chip Kelly from UCLA. I'm Steve DeSager.
Super Week is here. And the coverage you want for the biggest game of the year is right here.
Super Bowl.
This is the Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Yes.
Who you got? Chiefs Kingdom or 49ers?
The Niners!
Your Super Week coverage is presented by TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be. Express Pros, the official employment agency of Fox Sports Radio. Good Ranchers, American meat delivered. Now live from the TireRack.com studios of Fox Sports Radio. Here's Jason Smith and Mike Harmon.
Greetings and welcome inside Hour 3 of the Jason Smith Show with my best friend Mike Harmon.
Hobo.
We're live from the TireRack.com studios. TireRack.com will help you get there. An unmatched selection, fast, free shipping, free road hazard protection, over 10,000 recommended installers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. Defense Takes a Holiday. 1947 movie starring Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. Defense Takes a Holiday. The title of tonight's game between the Lakers and the Pelicans. Pelicans just on a 10-2 run right now. They have closed the gap with the Lakers, who had a 51-point second quarter.
Yeah.
But it's still the Lakers with an 8-point lead right now, 92-84. Every Lakers starter is in double figures. D'Angelo Russell has 21. LeBron's got 14, already 9 assists. And even as big news, Spencer Dinwiddie, probably the most sought-after player on the buyout market. He and his agent in Rob Pelinka's box right now, and we'll see what happens. Maybe there's some news of the Lakers after the game. We know that Dinwiddie was at the Knicks Mavericks game the other
Right.
night. Hey, going back to Dallas. All right. So it looks like these are the two finalists for Dinwiddie, but right now, good news being at the Laker game. And if you're talking about free agency and signing guys, I guess it's a bad sign for the Mavericks that, okay, we left that game and we're going to this game now. Well, you let them leave the building without a contract. Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. So good news for the Lakers if this goes, because clearly, hey, they need a little bit something extra that they couldn't get at the deadline because of the demands that the Lakers weren't willing to meet to trade guys like Austin Reeves. So being able to add Spencer Dinwiddie for nothing, that would be a huge deal for LA.
For a minimal cash investment instead of future picks, etc. Absolutely. Huge win that way. Look, some guys just want to go on their free agency tour, right? He's got extra couple of days off. Sooner you put pen to paper, you got to suit up and get back to work. So why not take a little bit of a tour, especially as you're right ahead of the All-Star break, right? Let your body recover a little bit and be at your best. But certainly for the Lakers, yeah, you got to do everything you can to make that pitch. Add an extra body to the rotation and maybe take a little bit of those heavy minutes off of LeBron and your other starters.
So that's where we sit right now. Again, big game of the night. No defense, 92-86.
I dig it, though.
8 minutes to go in the third quarter. Look, I don't know why people say, all this offense for the NBA is a bad idea. Give me all these high-scoring games. Give me games that are 146, 138. What is – again, if the NBA was meant for defense, baskets wouldn't be worth 2 points. I mean, I don't understand why all this – hey, there's a problem with all this scoring up.
Well, let me ask you this,
problem? How's that a problem?
Is that good or bad for beer sales if it's up and down action like that?
When
it's 51-35, that was the scoring in the second quarter.
Yeah. No, I don't think it's that big a deal because whatever you miss, you're going to just get. It's not like the action's going to stop.
Yeah,
so it's like, okay,
they're running at a breakneck pace anyway.
Yeah,
so
I missed it. I'm going to go get it. Yeah, I mean, you got to be able to go get helmet nachos when you want helmet nachos.
Do they sell it in, like, when you go to the soccer match? Like, earlier I had some soup out of the lower end of the soccer bowl. Do they do that with the basketball?
I don't know. They
half
should.
A basketball?
They should. I mean,
because we're starting to look at the Angel City schedule for next year, so I can go get another one to complement it. I want a full set.
I got to say, the Angel City FC half soccer ball helmet nachos, not bad. I mean, not the Dodger helmet nachos. That's the gold standard. I mean, that's like, I can sit there and I'd sit there in the first inning with my helmet nachos. I don't care what happens in the game. I'm just going to eat this for the next 5 innings because there's so many nachos. There's so much meat. There's so much cheese. It's outstanding. It's $20. It's the best $20 I'll ever spend in my life are the helmet nachos at Dodger Stadium.
It does work out quite nicely. You stand in line for them, and it takes you forever to get in and out of the stadium, so you better make it worth it when you hit the concession stands. I mean, think about it. Pitchers and catchers reporting this weekend also for the Dodgers. I mean, it's just madness.
Yamamoto threw his first bullpen session today in front of like 80 people.
80 people?
I
had seen that,
80 members of the media were there for Yamamoto's first bullpen session.
Kind of a big deal.
Yeah. Gavin Lux stood in and, just to stand there to track pitches to help for him and Yamamoto. He's coming back from injury. And he just said, man, the stuff is filthy. It disappears. His motion is a big deal. And I'll tell you, I expect, just not knowing how it's going to play out overall, but I expect Yamamoto, I don't want to say it's going to be kind of like Fernando Mania because that was a one. Look, now I got to explain to millennials. I got to explain to Generation X Fernando Mania. But the level of attention on his start, he's one of those guys that could start off like 8-0 with an ERA of 1.3 until the league starts to figure him out a little bit. Like I could see him out of the gate unbelievable because picking up his motion is difficult. The array of pitches that he has are really, really difficult to see. I could see this being some kind of run for him all the way, like being the best pitcher in baseball for the first 2.5 months. And eventually hitters are going to adjust a little bit to him and say, okay, this is what he does here. This is what, when we see him the second time around, this is what it's going to be. But I can really see him getting out to that kind of start where every time he's starting, it's okay, got to keep an eye on this because he could have one of those unbelievable nights, like almost like a Kershaw night. But because he's so different, no one's seen him before, it has that element of mystery to it as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to take us too far down the baseball rabbit hole, but it is exciting. And, we are located in Los Angeles and obviously between earthquakes and torrential rain storms where I was going to build an ark. It's been one hell of a week. But we coined it weeks ago, talking evil empire, leaning into who you are. You've got the money, you've got the prospects, you can go and add players. The fact that the Dodgers have, the anticipation for this season is immense. And you mentioned with Yamamoto and the potential, Fernando Mania here in LA, but I take it, and go to the other coast. Remember when Matsusaka came in and how much, everybody was excited about him, or Hideki Matsui when he went to the Yankees, right? Godzilla has come stateside. Like, whenever we can get another player to start generating headlines and theories of how it's going to translate to the league, it's better for the game overall. So even if people just are reduced to hate watching while eating out of their nacho helmets, they will come.
Exit outbound of Fresca, exit Swollen Dome, the Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon, live from the TireRack.com studios. All right, now to get back to the Super Bowl and actually football, a big announcement today that's going to upset some people, but maybe not as many people as upset when this first came around. There's going to be another NFL playoff game carried exclusively on a streaming platform next season. This year, remember, we had the Chiefs and the Dolphins on Peacock, which did pretty well.
Was it 23 million or thereabouts? I think?
The 20 million viewers for that game. So people were able to find that game a bit. People were able to find that game.
What is this Peacock? I don't know.
So this is a pretty big deal for the streaming service because now Amazon is going to get the playoff game. And Amazon's a much bigger streamer than Peacock. So I think there's going to be less hatred and fire and vitriol overall over this because Peacock, it's okay, how many people have Peacock and getting it? But
sure,
I would say most people, if you say, what are the two streaming services everybody has? They have Netflix number one and Amazon Prime number two.
Amazon Prime, based on an end of December survey, an estimated 200 million subscribers.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. And then after that, I think it's, some people like HBO Max, some people like Paramount, but I think the top two, if you're in the top two, I think you're going to get less of a blowback. But it really doesn't matter because we've told you this is the future of sports programming, is streaming. Now, I know Roger Goodell at his end of the season press conference the other night was asked, hey, how long until all the NFL games go to a streaming service? And he said, not in my lifetime.
Yeah, so, I like that. The Super Bowl would be streaming.
Yeah.
Remember, he just signed another short-term deal. He ain't there forever. So, he can say all he wants. As soon as he abdicates his Iron Throne, who the hell knows what the next guy wants.
So are you going to be inconsistent with the policy of Roger? Nope, we're selling this to the highest bidder. Who wants the Super Bowl, everybody? So,
gone. Long live the new king.
But this is the future, and you cannot like it. But this is going to be sports and fans being dragged, kicking and screaming into what's
kicking and streaming. I like that. That was good.
That, huh? I should have just.
Yeah, that's a headline. Kicking and streaming. Amazon to get playoff game.
Oh, I wish I had a do-over on that one. But this is just the future. And are we ever going to get to a point where all of the game? No, we're still going to have over-the-air games on Sunday as long as we have network television and there's packages. But are we going to see more and more of this? Yeah, 100%. 100%. I mean, we already have it on Amazon on Thursday night, so what's going to stop eventually Monday Night Football? Well, look, ESPN's going to bid $500 billion for Monday Night Football for the next 10 years. Oh, guess what? Amazon just bid $1 trillion, because they have the money for the next 10 years, whatever it's going to be. Someone's going to outbid because they're going to say, why can't we have Monday Night Football? Why can't we have Sunday Night Football? If we're going to give you the money, why not? So all of that's the next step. What's going to happen is these slow packages are going to be sold. It's not going to be one of those, hey, at one time, here's all the games are out now going to streaming, and good luck finding them if you have trouble. But it's going to be like this. You get a couple of playoff games here and there within the next couple of years. Maybe the big thing will be Sunday night or Monday night or some kind of other package. But that's how it's going to go. And it's going to be all outside of football, too. It's going to be NBA. It's going to be Major League Baseball. You're already seeing the big team up of Warner Brothers and Fox and ESPN for the big streaming service, and who knows what all the games are going to be on there. That's just going to happen, and it's going to be slow, which is good because nobody likes change. Every time, hey, what if we do something new? No, I hate it because it's not what I do all the time. Okay, So, but it's going to be in the next few years, you're going to see over the next 5 to 10 years a big shift, but that'll be the next big domino that falls when you come to streaming. We'll get a couple of playoff games here and there, and that's great, and Amazon will maybe we'll get 2 playoff games in a couple of years are going to be on streaming, one AFC game, one NFC game, whatever it is, but you're going to see when those Monday and Sunday night rights come up, what is Netflix going to pay all kinds of money to stream Monday Night Football? Or is Amazon Prime going to spend all kinds of money, to now go Thursday and Sunday? Whatever. That's going to be that's going to be the really, really big domino, and I don't think we're far away from that. The rest of it going mainstream, yeah, I think we still got some time, but that's going to be the next big domino. But even if you don't like it, I'm sorry, this is the way of the world. You can't stop it. You can tell this is the way this is going. We're not going to stream anything less. Streamers aren't going to go away. Streamers aren't going to go out of business. You see the money they're making. They have enough money to buy networks if they want to. This is just the way of the world. You can see how it's going, and this is the next step.
Yeah, it gets parsed out over time, and again, you've got to have crumbs, as some would call it, will still be on networks, right? Because you don't want to run away from that entirely. But let's face it, your population shift, the way people consume media continues to change and evolve. You mentioned the WB, ESPN, Fox deal, whatever that becomes. Right, and whatever it's priced at, I saw some estimate that doubled your 20 plus a month that started getting into 40, and now it's like, all right, how comprehensive is that? How much does it include some of the others? And let's face it, everything gets up for rights renewals, right? We always talk about the big sports, i.e. the U.S.-centric, just NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball in the process, but once you start asking for the data on the global sports and bringing all that in, because you're taking that global picture with the number of games that start being played outside of our borders, that you open up the bidding to more and more services, more and more companies that want to get involved, and in the end, it is a for-profit institution, right? This is not for the good of the public. Yeah, you may have a little of that written into your individual local deals, right, with teams and partners and how they have to give back to the city and community and all. But from the global perspective, it's all about higher bidders. And if that means streaming and Amazon and whoever else wants to get involved, just get ready for the next pass. And like everything else, you'll grumble in the moment, and then once it comes to game time, it's going to be, come on over. Come on in, the water's fine, and they'll welcome you with a sweetheart deal to get you used to it.
Exit, how about a Fresca? Exit Swollen Dome, the Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon live from the TireRack.com studios. Coming up next, we'll have more from the Super Bowl. Big news in college football today, but who had the biggest Super Bowl week? Not just have the big game. Who had the biggest week this week? That answer could surprise you. It's next right here. Jason and Mike, you're listening to Fox Sports Radio. I was wondering we were going to get this tie shirt. You hadn't played this yet tonight.
I was waiting until it gets a little bit more central,
Oh, okay. Very good. I understand.
Well, we are in the midnight hour, East Coast.
My shirt is off.
Okay. Little too much information.
I think it's just enough.
Super Week, live from Las Vegas. We know how to party. Your Super Week coverage is presented by TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be. Express Pros, the official employment agency of Fox Sports Radio. Good Ranchers, American meat delivered. We're Fox Sports Radio. Jefferson, touchdown!
I'm Justin Jefferson with the Minnesota Vikings.
Hi, I'm Jamar Chase with the Cincinnati Bengals.
Nobody can stop it.
Why do I choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Because I only go all out.
Because I can't be stopped. Because my Sleep Number smart bed helps me sleep at the right temperature all night.
So we can take our game to the next level. That's why 80% of NFL players choose the Sleep Number smart bed. Sleep next level, perform next level.
Save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. Ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Brett Kitchen, best-selling author and star in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. I'll even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020.
What happens when a legend leaves at the top of his game to pursue his own path? In sports, it leads to some of the most memorable moments. And in the world of whiskey, it can create remarkable results. Brian Nation is one such whiskey legend who left a storied career as master distiller for Ireland's most famous whiskey to try his hand here in America and bring innovation to the spirits category. And his first whiskey, Keeper's Heart, is an absolute masterpiece. Keeper's Heart is the world's first Irish and American whiskey, bringing together the very best of these two distinct distilling styles into one celebrated spirit. It's so good, in fact, their 10-year-old whiskey was recently named World's Best Irish Whiskey by the Tasting Alliance. Based on the awards it continues to bring home, it's unlike anything the world has ever tasted before, in the best possible way. Keeper's Heart brings the boldness of American whiskey and the smoothness of Irish whiskey to create a new experience worthy of the record books. Drink responsibly.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
Basketball Hall of Famer Dwayne Wade explores the lives and motivations of sports, music, and entertainment icons in his podcast, The Why with Dwayne Wade. In each episode, he delves into the inspiration behind their greatness, reflects on his own career, and goes behind the curtain to get the stories you've never heard.
How did you feel about me in 2006?
Well, there wasn't a lot of love there, I'd say.
We've never had a conversation to this point.
Listen to The Why with Dwayne Wade on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When you use Bounce dryer sheets and your clothes look amazing, it's the sheet. Less static in your life? Yeah, it's the sheet. Smelling fresher than ever? It's the sheet. Oh, so soft fabric? Ooh la la. It's the sheet. Less wrinkles on your clothes? You know it's the sheet. Bounce dryer sheets. More freshness, more softness. Less static, less wrinkles. It's the sheet.
Hey everyone, it's Joe Montana. Spreading the word about pneumococcal pneumonia, a potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older like me, you're at increased risk. So, what's the game plan? A strong defense. Pneumococcal pneumonia can strike at any time in any season, so you shouldn't wait to help protect yourself. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination today and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get ready for the big game with the free iHeartRadio app. Pre-game with perfectly tailored playlists like Big Game Party and more. iHeartRadio has the perfect soundtrack for your pre-game party, whether it's just you or a block party for the entire neighborhood. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Big Game, and listen now. Make the big game great with iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
AM 800 KXIC.
Voice of reason. Dude, you can't do that. Only one show is up to the challenge.
You won't be disappointed.
It's the
backup for
Chris Broussard.
I was a star basketball player.
Slam it. Rob Parker.
I don't care what Vegas says.
They're the odd couple.
I'm just saying he's okay to be the backup. No, he's not.
Putting the sensibility back in sports.
The players have a right to be who they are.
Weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. Right here on Fox Sports Radio.
AM 800 KXIC.
There are no perfect football games. That's why you need the guy.
If he's playing well, then he's playing with house money.
When you want news, we got you.
We have breaking news. Breaking news in the world of college basketball.
When you want laughs.
As coroner, I must concur. I thoroughly examine.
Yeah, that's the corner. We got you. Anytime, any place. We're Fox Sports Radio, the premier sports lineup in the nation. The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app.
Need a boy who can cuddle with me all night. Give me one, let me long, be my sunlight.
Fox Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show with my best friend Mike Harmon.
Struggling.
The night defense took a holiday. Nearing the end of the third quarter, Lakers lead the Pelicans 115 to 102.
Let's go.
Zion's got 26 for New Orleans. Meanwhile, for the Lakers, all 5 starters are in double figures. D'Angelo Russell has 29 going into the fourth quarter. He didn't play last night.
Yeah, load management paid off.
You know, Lakers missed him last night, but here he is tonight having a huge night against the Pelicans. And the Lakers go into the fourth quarter with a 13-point lead. And certainly you see the reason why they didn't make a move at the deadline with D'Angelo Russell, his recent spurt ability, how he's been able to play is something that really impressed the Lakers, and maybe he's finally hit that maturity level and understands this is how I need to do to be a really great player night in and night out. And the addition of him tonight back in the lineup, you can see where it's at. Man, there's no rushing back to try to get back at the Nuggets like they did a night ago. This could be a little bit different Laker team. Again, we talked about it the last few nights. You have the team. They have the players. We've seen them win big games all season long. They won the in-season tournament. They beat the Celtics. They beat the Knicks. They've beaten really good teams. When you do that, we know you're good enough. It's just figuring it out and saying that no one's riding to the rescue. You sit in a room with each other and you figure it out. The Lakers have the next 30 games to figure it out.
That's just it. Stay healthy. Maybe add someone in the, cheap bargain bin. And that's all relative and snark, as it were, in the buyout market. And maybe Dinwiddie's that guy. Help your rotation and be able to spell a few minutes. Because we talk about it with your Knicks. It was the same thing, right? A lot of the acquisition is, can you get Tibbs to not be Tibbs? By saying, hey, we have more than enough players. We can monitor these minutes a bit more. The Lakers trying to do the same thing.
When he said that the other night, because the Knicks basically punted on that game against the Mavericks, right? They had 8 players, and Tibbs
their
said,
season's over.
And said, we have more than enough. Like, I got a feeling that if the Knicks had 5. They said, hey, Tibbs, you only have 5 guys. Like, that's more than enough. We got 5 guys.
No, that's right. That's him.
But
that's who he is.
Minutes. That's it. We're fine tonight with 5 guys. We get all 5.
48. That guy hasn't run back on defense once. I don't care. Let's go. My players are on the court.
These 3 are going to stay to defend the basket. These 2 are going to be up to score. That's it. Nobody runs back. The offensive guys don't pass half court. Defensive players don't pass half court. So we stay on each side, and that's how you guys are going to play all 48 minutes. It's going to be great. Don't worry. We're going to fast break every single time so we can go 2-on-2 or 2-on-3, and we keep our guys back on defense and won't get any fast break points on us. That's how it's going to work.
No, I like this. This is good.
With this being the end of Super Bowl week, getting into the game, getting ready for Super Bowl 58 on Sunday, we talked about the person under the most pressure, Super Bowl week. We gave you players who are not getting enough credit or enough attention going to the Super Bowl. Mike and I picked the Super Bowl for you. We talked about how CBS should solve the Taylor Swift controversy. But how about this?
Oh, I thought you were going to close it out like saying, hey, thanks for watching Newbie. Here's whenever you're in the theater. You sound like Maria Menounos. We took you here, and
Thanks,
we did you that.
everybody.
We did you that. Thanks, everybody. Now time.
Mike, you need your hearing checked if he sounds like Maria Menounos.
And then Nicole Kidman's going to come out and thank me for coming to the movie.
That's right.
Is that how we're going to finish it?
We come to this place.
I will tell you this.
You okay there?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good.
I just broke him because he started thinking about himself as
pausing.
Maria Menounos.
Who is the big winner of Super Bowl week? Who's someone that over the course of the past 5 days stood out for whatever reason? And we've talked about during the season who the next great NFL analyst is going to be. That's not widespread that is broke as a big analyst now, and I've told you Ben Roethlisberger is that guy, because you need that degree of IDGAF to be able to be honest about the players you're watching, the players you played with, and he has that. And he has the cachet of being a 2-time Super Bowl champion who just played a couple of years ago, played for 2 decades in the NFL. Yeah, Roethlisberger is going to be eventually a network or some entity is going to call Roethlisberger, and he's going to be on television, and he's going to be terrific. He's going to be polarizing. People are going to love him.
He could be the anti-hero guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Not necessarily with the network, though.
Yeah. Some people, well, it doesn't matter, and this gets into it. It doesn't need, but it needs to be some kind of big NFL property where it's not just my podcast, because there's too many podcasts out there. It's hard to really break through. But when he does say something big in a podcast, Roethlisberger gets some attention. But it needs to be a big NFL property around games. Maybe it's a network that has the games, but it's got to be where he does something a little bit bigger, and he's with a little bit bigger a company, corporation where he is right now doing a podcast. So Roethlisberger's that guy, and I agree. He'll be the guy everybody hates. Right? Everybody will, oh, look, can't believe he said. But Roethlisberger's kind of right, and he will stir the pot with a lot of attention. But I'll tell you, the guy that may beat him to it, because he seems to have the same types of skills, not only that, the desire to be a multimedia star and push into a modern-day version of that,
John
is
Stamos.
Cam Newton. John Stamos.
Both of them, yeah.
Listen, you've heard the Cam Newton promos this week. He was on with Dan Patrick at the Super Bowl. First I love the fact that he's a thrift shopper. I think that's pretty cool, because that's what I like to do. He says, I thrift. I'm like, but that's a guy after my own heart right there. But you hear him talk and break down the NFL, and his takes are kind of incendiary. There's some hot takes about what he thinks about Brock Purdy, about Aaron Rodgers, about different quarterbacks, and Tom Brady. But with the cachet of being a superstar for the past 10 years in the NFL until he retired, now his playing days are behind him, he's also someone that when he speaks, you pay attention to him. He's always wanted to be a showman. He said that, right? When he came to the league from Auburn, what do you expect? I'm an entertainer. So, okay, and entertainers entertain. Cam Newton's not going to sit around and suddenly not do anything. Right? Yes, he wore the great outfits that he's probably still going to wear when he's on TV, but someone's going to pick him up, or he's going to find that way, and he's going to be the next great NFL analyst as well. And I say maybe he beats Roethlisberger to it because he's starting to launch his YouTube situation where he becomes that guy, like kind of following in the footsteps of Pat McAfee, where my show's going to be on YouTube and I'm going to be big YouTube one-stop shopping and sensation for football. So he's got that foresight. He's got that business mentality about him that, hey, I'm not just about content, I'm about business too, and you need to be about both if you're really going to cut through. And so seeing him and listening to him talk this week when he said things, yeah, there's certain athletes that speak and you pay attention to what they say for whatever reason, because you like what they have to say, you like the athlete, or you hate the athlete, you hate what they have to say, but you pay attention to it. And, Roethlisberger certainly is that guy, and Cam Newton's that guy. And you listen to it, it's a little bit different with Cam. It's like, hey, listen, this is kind of what it is. This is what I've seen when I'm playing in the game. And if you disagree, sorry, but this is what I see. And that's a great way to go about it. So I'm telling you, the guys that could cut through the next couple of years, we talked about Roethlisberger, Cam Newton's on that list too, man. He had a big Super Bowl week. I heard a lot of him this week going around talking on different television shows, different entities. And, I find myself wanting to hear more about what Cam Newton has to say.
No, it's really well positioned, and he's smart, and nuanced in what he's saying. Like, you know, there's so many clips that ran around. Obviously, the promos we have here network from his visit with Dan Patrick. But I mean, there's just so much. And even when he was a player, right? He has detractors, and the Brock Purdy stuff got people and tongues wagging earlier in the week. It's like, no. Listen to how he goes back through it, though. Like, and that's the thing. Like, we love headlines. And he's going to grab headlines. The question is, you know, are people going to be smart enough to go and do the deep digging and listen to the full clip? Right? It's part of what I think you and I, you know, you're better at just saying something crazy. I'm nuanced guy, except for screaming at you from time to time.
You're also full of hate. You're full of way more hate.
I am.
You hate everything.
Well, but you know what? That should get us more runs. So, hey, social media runners there.
I don't know how you balance the nuance with hate. I mean, really, it should be the other way around. You balance the nuance with hate.
No, I'm pretty brilliant that way. But it's with Cam
and modest.
Yeah. No. Well, look, that's part of it. Cam. You know, modesty. Come on now. If we're gonna talk about him, let's not kid ourselves. But like, I saw a clip of him and Brandon Marshall, former guest of the show, Puppy Monkey Baby. Frostberg and I, you know, had that great photo op with the two of them back in the day. Is, you know, the two of them going back and forth, and Marshall bringing out the hate on Jay Cutler, and Newton just going, wow, really going in now. So give me a show that has the two of them, because that'll be about as entertaining as it gets. But Cam pulled no punches, right? He's a guy that was in a Super Bowl and forever will, I'm sure, regret not diving and making an attempt on that fumble. But also a guy who was an MVP, a guy who's got a Heisman, a guy who's done and seen it all. And at this point, I am what I am, right? There's no pulling of punches, and I think that's great. He comes in with that brand and that cachet. So sure, you know, he's the guy. We know Jason Kelsey's looking at jobs in media. You like the Roethlisberger thing. I think there's too much anti-Roethlisberger out there for him to really cut through in the major way. But look, more voices and guys that'll cut through and not just give you a bland, everybody's great, yay, football kind of take is fine by me.
Yeah, and it's kind of, it's okay. It used to be, hey, put an athlete on the air and let him say outlandish things, and that's going to wind up being something that cuts through. Like, that's what it is. And that was always the line of demarcation between what athletes made it as play-by-play guys and analysts, or more analysts, and what guys didn't, right? Because you had guys that would come, and there's one or two players who would get out of the NFL, let's just say. The ones who would come and say, hey, I'll say whatever I want to say, and I don't really care about the relationships that I got to be able to be critical when I can. Those guys always do well. Then there's the guys that come in and think they're going to do it, and then they don't, because they get text messages from guys. They get text messages from an agent of a guy. Hey, why would you say that about him? You guys were friends. You play in the same team. And those guys always flame out because, I can't do it because I want to be friends with these guys and be able to text them and not have people get mad at me. So that used to be the line of demarcation between athletes and who did that. Now, no one really cares. Athletes don't care about each other. Like, I'll start a feud with you, I'll feud with you, and I'll be able to tell great stories, or you're my friend, and come on. So now athletes have figured out that nuance of how to be able to cut through. It's like, okay, it's not about, hey, I want to be loyal to my friends and not do that. They'll come in and say, listen, I'll be critical of these guys, I can be friends with these guys, and that's how it's going to go.
Well, but I think, Jason, for a lot of that is, you know, there's an understanding that a lot of it is a WWE work. Right? That you may be a bit critical, but for the sake of TV and radio, everybody knows the rules of engagement. You got to go over the top.
Right. And now that you go over the top, but now if everybody goes over the top, how do you cut through? And it just has to be something where it's an intangible, where you care what this person has to say for some reason. And there's lots of guys that come in and go over the top. There's lots of guys that have podcasts, lots of guys who say things, but for some reason, Ben Roethlisberger, cuts through. For some reason, Cam Newton cuts through. All these guys have the cachet. They've played. They're star players. They're players that everybody knows, players people listen to. But certain guys, for whatever reason, and it's hard to quantify it, to say, I care what this guy has to say about things. And it's something that I can't explain more than this is a gut feel. But if a bunch of executives are in a room and they all look at each other and say, do you see it? Yes. Do you see it? Yes. Do you see it? Yes. Okay. Call Roethlisberger's agent. Let's offer him the contract. Let's call Cam Newton's agent. Let's offer him the contract. That's kind of how it goes now. It's more just that intangible factor because people have figured out more of that than they were in the past about, do I say this? Do I not say this? And it was easier to just say, okay, these guys aren't going to work and these guys are. Exit Outbound of Fresca, exit Swollen Dome, the Jason Smith Show with my best friend Mike Harmon. Cam Newton, Ben Roethlisberger. You could do a lot worse. Right now, a guy who once got in a fist fight with both Cam Newton and Ben Roethlisberger at the same time. It's Steve DeSager with What's Trending.
And I looked up to them and said, no, this did not happen. The late NBA game still has over 8 minutes left, and the Lakers lead 123-112 over New Orleans. This was the highest scoring first half in the league so far this season. By the end of three quarters, each team was over 100 points. We'd mentioned an hour ago, it's possible tonight that each of the 5 Lakers starters scores over 20 points in this game. We're almost there. The only 2 starters that haven't are those minor bit players, LeBron James with 19 and Anthony Davis with 18. Davis has only played 23 minutes because of early foul trouble. By the way, guard D'Angelo Russell of L.A. did start, had 21 points in the first half. He has 29 for the game now. He missed last night's contest with a sore knee. Zion Williamson with 30 points. About 8 minutes to go. Lakers 123-112 over the Pelicans.
Steve, question for you. Mm-hmm. Was that the first time they scored 51 in the quarter?
That was a Laker franchise record, second quarter. 51.
Did it one more time, right?
51. Oh, you're talking about the third quarter. No, 51 in the second quarter tonight. That was a Laker franchise record.
Yeah, they tied their franchise
record. The franchise record, you're correct. Straight from Mike Trudell on the sideline report at halftime. You're correct.
He stood tall and proud and said that.
My point was they did it against the Knicks before.
That was a Nick Young team, too. I mean, Xavier Henry, that was like nobody was on the court, and they still had 51 that night.
That was when those games were like, hey, we don't care. Knicks, Lakers, we don't care.
Clearly.
Yeah, we don't care about
Clearly, one side did not care. At Sacramento, another triple-double for Domantas Sabonis. This included 17 rebounds. Sacramento ripped Denver 135-106. Milwaukee, a winner against Charlotte, 120-84. Charlotte has lost 10 games in a row. The Hornets' record is 10-41. Miles Bridges was 2 of 16 shooting from the floor. By the way, Damian Lillard came back from the sprained ankle, had 26 points, 8 assists, no turnovers. Toronto edged Houston 107-104. At Boston, Jason Tatum with 35 points, Kristaps Porzingis with 34. He's the Latvian Dirk. Boston beat Washington 133-129. Wizards have lost 5 in a row. And Atlanta got 37 points from Trae Young in a win at Philadelphia, 127-121. Just 3 games in all of college basketball, Division I. VCU upset 18th-ranked Dayton. Nevada in overtime beat number 24 San Diego State. And in the late game on FS1, Colorado State dominated San Jose State. Former Mets general manager Billy Epler was suspended for the year for fabricating injury reports over the past 2 seasons to open up roster spots. Pitcher Corey Kluber retired. He won 2 Cy Young Awards with Cleveland. The Reds gave second baseman Jonathan India a 2-year deal. More baseball in a moment, but the 2 big football stories that officially, the new head football coach at Boston College is Bill O'Brien, which leaves an opening on the Ohio State staff. Buckeyes' new offensive coordinator is Chip Kelly from UCLA. And NFL Network reports tonight the Seahawks are due to hire from the University of Washington a guy who had just taken the Alabama OC job, Ryan Grubb, coming back to the state of Washington for the Seahawks as offensive coordinator. Now, in Winter League Baseball, it's over.
Steve, how much would I have had to pay you to say, and leaving Alabama, taking the job back at Washington, it's Kalen DeBoer? All of this stuff, we're back to where we started.
That did not happen. Did not get the Seahawks head coaching job either. No, that did not happen. Winter League Baseball ended tonight as they had the final in Miami for the Caribbean Series. The title game, a club from Venezuela against a club from the Dominican Republic. These were the managers tonight. On the Venezuelan side, Ozzie Guillen.
Yeah, how about that? There he is.
White Sox skipper, World Series winner 2005. And on the other side, the skipper was from the Mets organization. A guy promoted recently to Brooklyn, High A, Gilbert Gomez. So we had White Sox Mets on this show tonight.
Wow.
In baseball for the title game, and the Venezuelan club winds up the winner. And so the great baseball researcher Sarah Langs points out, Ozzie Guillen now joins Tommy Lasorda as the only managers to win a World Series in their career and a Caribbean Series.
Let's go.
Thank you, Steve-O. Now that is reporting you don't get anywhere else, right?
Boom.
The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon live from the TireRack.com studios. Coming up next, yes, a huge story in college football today could only get even bigger if a certain guy takes the UCLA head coaching job. That's next right here. Jason and Mike, Fox. Hiring is hard. Express Employment Professionals makes it easy. Forget about posting jobs, sifting through resumes, being ghosted, interviews with unqualified applicants. Move up to the pros with ExpressPros.com. Express is your full-service workforce solution, connecting you with top talent fast. With more than 40 years in the staffing business, Express helps thousands of companies find great team players each year. And they can help you too. Go to ExpressPros.com to find a location near you. That's ExpressPros.com.
Push me to the edge. All my friends are dead.
Check it out. Sometimes you miss something, or sometimes you may want to hear it again.
I want to hear it now.
As soon as this show is over, you can podcast it. Just search The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon wherever you get your podcasts. Again, just search The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon. Be sure to rate, review, and most importantly, follow.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-529-2856. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-529-2856. That's 800-529-2856 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-529-2856. 800-529-2856.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Life's a walk in the park at Muddy Puppy Pet Market. Sniff out 5,000 square feet of tail-wagging treats, gourmet grub, and perfect pampering. Not to mention around-the-clock self-serve dog wash. Whether you're a playful puppy or a cool cat, Muddy Puppy's got your wag covered. Let your human know it's time for a trip to Muddy Puppy in Coralville. Just a bone's throw from Trader Joe's and across from the Iowa River Power Restaurant. Or visit MuddyPuppyPetMarket.com. I'll see you there.
Basketball Hall of Famer Dwayne Wade explores the lives and motivations of sports, music, and entertainment icons in his podcast, The Why with Dwayne Wade. In each episode, he delves into the inspiration behind their greatness, reflects on his own career, and goes behind the curtain to get the stories you've never heard.
How did you feel about me in 2006?
Well, there wasn't a lot of love there, I'd say.
We've never had a conversation to this point.
Listen to The Why with Dwayne Wade on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to your hot tub time machine. Travel to a place free of stress where you can relax, entertain, and reconnect with what matters. Discover another dimension at Splash Pool and Spa, where our most popular models from hot spring spas and marquee spas provide spacious seating, soothing heat, and massaging jets. Stress relief, workout recovery, and improved sleep are now a reality. Experience the magic for yourself by visiting our showroom at 5454 Center Point Road, Northeast in Cedar Rapids, or visit splashpools.fun.
Hey everyone, it's Joe Montana.
Spreading the word about pneumococcal pneumonia, a potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older like me, you're at increased risk. So, what's the game plan? A strong defense. Pneumococcal pneumonia can strike at any time in any season, so you shouldn't wait to help protect yourself. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination today and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
This year, Dell Technologies wants to help you do amazing things with their best tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors, and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Hey everyone, it's Joe Montana. Spreading the word about pneumococcal pneumonia, a potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older like me, you're at increased risk. So, what's the game plan? A strong defense. Pneumococcal pneumonia can strike at any time in any season, so you shouldn't wait to help protect yourself. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination today and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
AM 800 KXIC.
Nobody was supposed to, when Tom Brady laughed when they said how many points the Patriots were going to score in that game. And Eli Manning has been a better producer in the Super Bowl than Patrick Mahomes. And I would take Eli any day.
This is The Odd Couple with Chris Broussard and Rob Parker. Weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
AM 800 KXIC.
The big story today.
Iowa City.
Just a big wow.
You hear that? That's us.
It feels like the NFL doing NFL things.
Do you see that?
You're looking at something that we haven't seen before.
That's us. Coming at you from every direction.
Just slaps you in the face.
Left speaker,
boom.
Right speaker.
Bang!
Social media, YouTube, articles.
That's a banger.
That voice in your head. That's us too. Fox Sports Radio. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Go! Check them out.
FS1.
Check them out.
FS1.
AD just swatted Zion Williamson. Defense shows up. Lakers with a 132-117 lead over the Pelicans. 3.5 to go in the fourth quarter. And they keep cutting over to Spencer Dinwiddie, sitting with Rob Pelinka.
You like that?
Everybody's walking over to say hi. Hey, how you doing, Spencer? How you doing, Spencer? How you doing, Spencer? How you doing? How you doing?
Yeah, we did get everybody into the 20-point club, though.
We'll have more on this game coming up in a few minutes. But a seismic headline in college football today that can only get bigger if a certain guy takes the UCLA head coaching job. Chip Kelly left UCLA. He was the head coach at UCLA, and he left to be the offensive coordinator for Ohio State. All right, he was a head coach, and he left UCLA to go be the OC at Ohio State. Now, why would he do this? You're going to hear a lot of the coaches who are been around for a long time, 30, 35 years, they don't really have an interest in the NIL era. I spend too much time doing that. I don't spend enough coaching. I just want to coach. Right? That's been a thing we have seen. I just want to coach.
Well, we've been saying that for a long time. Sure.
Right? I'm not made for this era anymore. It's got to be the younger coaches who come up with the big background in recruiting that don't mind that can navigate this new thing. But the part that's really interesting is that this is a move I almost felt that Chip Kelly had to make. Like, once that position came open, he couldn't say no. He was close to being fired last year by UCLA, right? Remember the last week of the season, it was, hey, Chip Kelly's going to be fired in the next couple of days.
100%.
And that's going to be it. And then what happened? He goes and rolls USC, and he stays. But what was next year? So he gets a stay of execution for a year, right? What's he going to do next year? They're going to the Big Ten. They're going to get rolled next season. Because it's Michigan and Ohio State and Wisconsin and Penn State, and you're going to play all of these teams. So what's going to happen is he's going to get fired after next year. And then it's going to be, how do I get a job after I've just been fired again from UCLA, which is a mid-level Power 5 even though it's LA, it's mid-level Power 5 conference. I'm going to be scrapping for my next job. But now he goes to Ohio State, who's going to come into this season as a number one team in college football. They'll be unanimous number one. They've had the best offseason. They've gotten all the transfer guys. I mean, this is a team. This is coming in. This should be Ryan Day. Hey, guys, this is where you're 12-0. You should beat Michigan. You should win the Big Ten. This is it. He goes to Ohio State as the OC, and Ohio State has the kind of season they're supposed to have. Offense does well. End of next year, guess what? Guess who's now on the short list to be a big-time head coach in college football again? Chip Kelly. And then he can go somewhere else and kind of start the clock over again where, okay, now I got 3 years with whatever program is going to hire me. But he had to go someplace where he knew I had a better chance to succeed for my future. There was no way to succeed at UCLA next year. There's no way, especially when he only really had 1 year before they would say, okay, you're done. We're moving on from you. So not having that once this came up, it's almost like he kind of had to do it.
Yeah, it's the curiosity. You look at their schedule for 2024. Yeah, at Hawaii, Indiana, at LSU.
Yeah, there you go.
Old friends in Oregon.
Good luck.
At Penn State.
Good luck.
Minnesota, one of the guys that's on the list now to potentially replace him in PJ Fleck.
Sure.
At Piscataway, New Jersey. Just because I want to say Piscataway. At Nebraska versus Iowa. At home, and then you meet old friends Washington and USC, Fresno State, and then, December 7th, the Big Ten championship game. So not exactly, you're missing out on a couple of the heavyweights, but you've got some old friends that were still there for you. For Chip Kelly, once upon a time, it was all about just being an offensive wizard. We've seen in every stop there have been some issues as a head coach. Go back to his time in Philadelphia. Go read up some of those articles of how he transformed a roster that looked like it was ready to be one of the heavyweights, and one by one guys got sent off. So lots of questions there about his bedside manner, if I were to say that. And now add all the stuff with the boosters, add all the way the college landscape has changed. Sure. Now Ryan Day is the guy with all the pressure on him. We've talked about that a lot, right? A ton going into this year and all the expectations. And now you bring in a guy, hey, Chip, I just need some of that old offensive work that you once upon a time had to do. You don't have to do any of the heavy lifting here. I have to take care of that. You go and coach the offense. It's the best spot in the world. Go contend for a national title and potentially, just recreate yourself there. I don't know that you ever want to go be a head coach again. Just become the wizard there as the offensive guru that you were once considered and reclaim that space.
And now something we'll get into in a little more detail in a couple of minutes. Now, UCLA's got a big-time head coaching opening, and we've seen some names thrown out there, and Eric Bieniemy on that list. You said P.J. Fleck could be somebody to go from Minnesota to UCLA, but there really is only one guy. There's one guy to come that would take UCLA football and turn it into something big and relevant. It's time for Pete Carroll to come home. Come home, Pete. Come home. Finish your career where it started when you became a star at USC. You became a bigger star with the Seahawks. Come back. Come to UCLA. It's mid-February. You want a job. UCLA's got the opening. Come home, Pete. Pete,
look
come
at
home.
you.
Come home.
You calling, sending out the signal. What's on his playlist? Let's go. Let's lure him back.
Pete Carroll should be right now driving to the UCLA campus to talk to them on tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Coming up next, we'll have more on this and more on Super Bowl 58, Fox.
We are Fox Sports! Hey, it's Jason Smith. In today's world, it seems the best treatment is reserved for only a few. Well, Discover wants to change that by making everyone feel special. That's why with your Discover card, you have access to 24/7 live customer service as well as $0 fraud liability, which means you're never held responsible for unauthorized purchases. Finally, no matter who you are or where you are in life, you'll feel special with Discover. Learn more at discover.com/credit card. Limitations apply.
Hello, this is Susie Essman and Jeff Garland.
I'm here.
And we are the hosts of the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm podcast. And we're going to be rewatching and talking about every single episode, and we're going to break it down. Oh, and we're going to be joined by special guests, including Larry David and Cheryl Hines, Richard Lewis, Bob Odenkirk, and so many more. And we're going to have clips, and it's just going to be a lot of fun. So listen to the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
What's for dinner tonight?
How about something exciting, like Barrel House?
Aren't they rolling out new menu items?
Yes. Boneless Wing Madness is back. Hand-cut and breaded boneless wings for just $10.
This Valentine's Day, get a free dessert with the purchase of 2 entrees and 2 drinks.
And don't forget the big game. All drafts are half price all day on Sunday, February 11th.
Plan your evening out in Marion, Cedar Rapids, and Coralville. Barrel House. Food that lifts your spirits.
From the first consultation to the final treatment, I was impressed with Dr. Peters and his staff. Professional, experienced, and friendly. Their skilled team has been treating venous disease for nearly 20 years. It was easy to make a call and schedule an appointment with an actual person. My varicose veins had been aching for years, and I finally made the call. I'm so glad I did. To schedule your consult today, call 319-665-2870, 319-665-2870, or contact them at corridorvein.com.
When you use Bounce dryer sheets and your clothes look amazing, it's the sheet. Less static in your life? Yeah, it's the sheet. Smelling fresher than ever? It's the sheet. Oh, so soft fabric? Ooh la la. It's the sheet. Less wrinkles on your clothes? You know it's the sheet. Bounce dryer sheets. More freshness, more softness. Less static, less wrinkles. It's the sheet.
Having the right computer network is essential in today's business world. That's where Network Computer Solutions can help. Hi, Patty here from Network Computer Solutions. We offer customized products for your business with a price point that fits your budget. We are committed to our clients, providing the latest technology for your data and physical security. Visit ncsei.com. That's ncsei.com. Network Computer Solutions, the solution to your missing pieces.
There's a new deal coming to CorridorHalfOff.com. Right now, you can get $50 to X Golf in Coralville's Iowa River Landing for just $25. Featuring the latest and greatest in golf simulator technology, as well as a full bar and food menu. The place for a great time and keeping your swing in tune this winter is X Golf in Coralville. There are a limited number of these deals available, so log on to Corridor Half Off today to take advantage. That's X Golf Coralville on CorridorHalfOff.com today.
Got a business? You've got bills. Cut energy bills with E&J Geothermal. Some businesses could get projects covered up to 100% while shrinking heating and cooling costs by up to 70% with Climate Master Geothermal Systems. Do you qualify for up to 100% of install costs covered in tax credits and grants? Find out. Book your free consultation at ejgeothermal.com. See E&J at the Hawkeye Farm Show in Cedar Falls or the Cedar Rapids Home Show.
Hey, Joe Montana here. Back in my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia, a bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older or 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like diabetes or asthma, you're at increased risk. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get ready for the big game with a free iHeartRadio app, the official partner of the NFL Podcast Network, featuring the biggest names in the game like Ross Tucker and his daily NFL podcast, NFL Now, and many more. Search NFL and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
AM 800 KXIC.
See in the ring. It's Friday Night SmackDown at 8 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Hawkeye Sports and Fox Sports, AM 800, KXIC Iowa City. Available everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now #1 for podcasting.
And And here's what you need to know.
In the NBA's late game in LA, the Lakers and Pelicans played the highest scoring first half in the league so far this year. Eventually, a Laker final of 139-122 over New Orleans, ending the Pelicans' 4-game winning streak. The Lakers had all 5 starters score at least 20 points each. Apparently, that's the first time since 1993 that's happened for an NBA team. Although Anthony Davis, with his 20 points in 29 minutes, did limp off the court at the end, apparently with the hip injury. Sacramento got another triple-double from Domantas Sabonis and beat up Denver 135-106. Boston had to come back to beat Washington. Wins at home for Toronto and Milwaukee. Atlanta got 37 points from Trae Young in a victory at Philadelphia 127-121. The new head football coach at Boston College is Bill O'Brien. Ohio State's new offensive coordinator, Chip Kelly from UCLA. I'm Steve DeSager.
Super Week is here. And the coverage you want for the biggest game of the year is right here.
Super Bowl.
This is the Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Yes.
Who you got? Chiefs
Kingdom,
or 49ers?
The Niners.
Your Super Week coverage is presented by TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be. Express Pros, the official employment agency of Fox Sports Radio. Good Ranchers, American meat delivered. Now live from the TireRack.com studios of Fox Sports Radio, here's Jason Smith and Mike Harmon.
Hello, welcome inside. Final hour tonight of the Jason Smith Show with my best friend Mike Harmon.
Hobo.
Live from the TireRack.com studios. TireRack.com will help you get there. An unmatched selection, fast, free shipping, free road hazard protection, and over 10,000 recommended installers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. Well, the Lakers starters tonight accounted for 119 points against the Pelicans. The starting 5, 119 points. Most in a game by the Lakers starters since an April 7th, 1985 game against Portland back in the Showtime era, where the starters scored 120.
Unbelievable.
119 points for the Lakers starters tonight. It was a huge night for them as they just finished a big rollover of the New Orleans Pelicans, 139-122. D'Angelo Russell had 30, and Austin Reeves had 27. AD had 20. Hachimura, LeBron James, 21 each. They shot 55% from the floor. Not a lot of defense, but in the fourth quarter, when the Pelicans had cut the lead a little bit, the Lakers pulled away, and this was a very, very big win. You talk about last night, all the depths that they had a night ago. It was Mamba night. They revealed the statue. They put the statue out today in the plaza, and it looks fantastic. And they lose, but no D'Angelo Russell. He's back in the lineup tonight. 40 minutes, 30 points. He's plus 13. He's really the reason why the Lakers didn't make another trade at the deadline, because they loved what he was able to do in the past few weeks, kind of getting it. You know, in his second go around here, he was definitely much more mature, a little bit better player than he was when he left, but they needed him to be a better player. You kind of need him to be your number 3 guy behind LeBron and AD. Austin Reeves is kind of that guy, but Russell's going to have the ball in his hands more. So you need Russell to be your third best guy, and they love what he was able to do the last few weeks, and he was someone certainly the Lakers had out there that they would trade for a player like a DeJounte Murray, like it was Russell and Hachimura, potentially they could move. But with Russell playing as well as he did, like that was the big decision. That was like, well, we can't really make that trade now. So if Russell's not being dealt, they're not going to take Austin Reeves or they're not going to take Hachimura and a first round pick for DeJounte Murray. Like that's not happening. So suddenly it became Austin Reeves and other guys, and the Lakers had to stand pat. So as tough as it was last night to see them lose on Mamba night, it's a bigger night tonight for them because the Pelicans are a pretty good team, and the Lakers are able to put up 139 on them, and you saw Russell leading the way with 30 points tonight.
Well, no, and that's the big part of it, right? When you're looking at trying to get the rest of the team healthy, you got a couple of guys out, including Vanderbilt, who's going to be out probably about a month. He's got kind of the same medical response as all the guys that you've got on injured lists for the Knicks. But maybe check back with us in 3 weeks and see how he's doing. But it's the idea that a couple of the other targets were either they were asking too much, right? Way too much in terms of draft capital going forward. And we've seen with the Lakers at times that's hamstrung some things, so not really willing to go down that road. Levine getting hurt took one big chip off the board, right, in terms of guys that might have been trade opportunities there. But your point about maturation and is key. For D'Angelo Russell, he was a guy he's bounced around a lot. So at some point, you recognize, how many more spins do you get before it stops and you're reduced to a lower rotation guy who only comes on and has big opportunity when guys get hurt. And he might have been hitting that point. Now you're in a spot with a team that has such a great coverage that if you make the most of this opportunity, you get to rewrite a little bit of that history. You look at they've got 2 more games before the break. Your Pistons, and then at Utah before you go to the All-Star break. So opportunity to get some rest. And if Anthony Davis was limping off the court, extra days for him to rest as well.
What are the odds suddenly the Pistons start ripping off wins?
Is Cunningham not available?
10 in a row for the Pistons after all the trades they made at the deadline.
We got rid of all these component parts that everybody wanted, and now we've cut all the fat. We're ready to go.
We're down to 0. We're going to give more minutes to Rodman and Dumars and Isaiah. It's going to be great. It's going to be fantastic. Greg Monroe is going to play. We're going to be great. We're going to be great. The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon live at the TireRack.com studios. We'll have more from the NBA coming up in a bit, but this is our last show before the Super Bowl. It's been a big football night. We have big predictions. We have players to spotlight. We're going to kick this hour off the right way by giving you our picks for Super Bowl 58. Niners and the Chiefs, a line that right now favors the Niners by anywhere from 1.5 to 2 points. Over-under is 47.5. Money line is the Chiefs plus 101. And I'll tell you where things are going to go. This game, and we're going to be talking about somebody different than Patrick Mahomes after the game on Sunday. This is not going to be about Mahomes. This is not going to be about Travis Kelce. This is going to be, hey, the Chiefs defense proving their MVP medal, and the Chiefs win the Super Bowl thanks to what their defense is going to be able to do to Brock Purdy. They have not gotten nearly the amount of credit that they should be getting this play. We've talked about it going in. Hey, you can't just blow off the fact that people say, well, Mahomes, this is the best defense that he's ever had. No, that's a really big deal. When the best quarterback in the NFL has the best defense he's ever had, and by the way, he's been to 3 Super Bowls already and won 2 of them. That's a pretty big deal. This defense has done everything. They've shut down everybody in the playoffs during the season. It's a top 5 defense, but when you play in the shadow of Mahomes, you don't get the credit that normally you would get. You need to be a great defense on a team that doesn't score a lot. Because then you say, well, look at the defense really bailing them out. Their quarterback can't throw. They can't score points. Look how great the defense is. No, this is a Chiefs defense that's doing everything with on the other side of which is normally a great offense, but it's not that kind of offense this year. I see their defense and their blitz packages causing a lot of problems for Brock Purdy, who has just been okay overall in the playoffs. And you saw him try to force things against the Lions in the NFC Championship game, and he should have had at least 3 interceptions, and he didn't. His really wicked balloon throws found either the turf or they found 49ers' arms somehow, and they were able to get out of that and escape to get to the Super Bowl. That is not going to happen against this defense. Purdy's going to feel the pressure. They're going to make Purdy make plays to try to win this game, and he's going to try to do a little bit too much. I'm going to tell you the Chiefs get the ball from him 3 times. Wow. He throws 3 picks. It's somewhat of a slugfest. You're not going to see a lot of crazy offense, and it's not going to be really high scoring. But give me Kansas City, who's able to take these turnovers and get points off of them. They're going to shut down the 49ers, and the Chiefs win the Super Bowl. I'll take them 30-16 to win this game.
Well, the under has come in 100 times in the 169 games that Bill Vinovich has refereed. So you got that going for you. I'll go with the other side, though. I'm going to take the 49ers to win this game. 27-24 your final. I will take the over just by a scotch. But looking at Brock Purdy and the run game, His making plays with his legs. He'll need to do that a few times here. But the opportunity for this offense, McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel, a couple of weeks to rest up, get that shoulder good and right, and that Purdy makes enough plays, that Shanahan is in his bag here. And as much as I love the Chiefs' defense, we've highlighted Snead. As my daughter loves to remind me, more people would care if you were on TV. FS1, come on. We were ahead of this weeks and weeks ago. So, let's get that simulcast flowing here. So when I'm hitting Smith because of his Knicks takes, we get that for posterity.
Oh,
but
the Knicks are in the finals, it's going to be awesome. Awesome.
Well,
awesome.
You know what? You'd be a prophet. Either that or you're just a guy who may be a time traveler. We may uncover something else. I don't know. But I'm looking at the 49ers defense to make some plays. The much maligned 49ers defense. Are they as good as they were hyped to be? No. Since week 9, week 10, it's been a bit of a slug, and a bit of a slog, I should say. And for the offense, red zone efficiency has been a little bit down as well. But looking for things to normalize here for those Chiefs receivers that suddenly had the Lester Hayes stickum, for that to dissipate a bit. Look up Lester Hayes, folks, if you don't remember who he is. All those guys from back in the day, that maybe the tackiness of the gloves doesn't save those secondary receivers, much like it didn't during the regular season. Again, a return to some normalcy here along the way. 49ers triumphant 27-24. More playmakers, more opportunity. Shanahan gets over. Finally gets his win over Andy Reid.
I could have seen myself picking the 49ers, but for one very, very tiny, it's kind of an obtuse detail, kind of an isosceles triangle detail. The Niners haven't been playing well. And that's a big thing. Like, the Niners' offensive line, and we've had conversations with Jason Cole, NFL Insider Hall of Fame voter, who joins us every week on the show over the course of the season about, hey, Brock Purdy gets a lot of attention, Christian McCaffrey, but Trent Williams and what the Niners' offensive line is doing this year is just insanely good. And the thing is, in the playoffs, it's not just been the Niners' defense that's been suspect, and Brock Purdy's just been okay. Niners' offensive line hasn't been great.
Yeah.
Right. You've seen a lot of pressure getting to Purdy, and it's very difficult for me to see. Okay, the Niners are going to solve all their problems in the 2 weeks in between games, and they're going to solve them in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs. It's hard for me to see that. If they were playing at a high level, and boy, I could feel like they'd be able to whatever Andy Reid is going to throw at them, they'd be able to combat that because their roster is so talented. Yeah, I would look at them and say, hey, this is where Mahomes, gets another L. But I just don't see suddenly, hey, we're going to fix all our issues into the Super Bowl against the best team.
No, certainly Jones, Karlaftis, they're going to be a mess. There's no question about it. You're not slowing that down fully. Now it becomes about poise and making big plays, and that's where with the 49ers, didn't even mention George Kittle or Ayuk in a lot of it, is that you have guys that you can check down to. You'll have Juszczyk finding his way out into pass patterns. Remember, the J is silent. If nothing else, people are going to pay more attention to his wife and all the fashion designs that are coming out there. But that's the key here. The 2 weeks. And again, trying to find that balance. Because the Chiefs' offense, against Baltimore, they had 2 great drives, and that was enough. Will they need more against the 49ers? I suspect they will.
Exit out about a Fresca, exit Swollen Dome, the Jason Smith Show with my best friend Mike Harmon live from the TireRack.com studios. So there you go. There's our picks for the Super Bowl. Mike and I on opposite sides. Give me the cheat. You can have the points.
You will
obviously.
lose.
You can have the points. Mike's got the 49ers with his flawed logic. We'll see how it plays out
lying, Joe.
On Sunday. Hey, dude, come on, man. You wish you could be as bold as me and make a prediction like that almost comes true. Come on, 30 minutes away, and the Lions threw up on themselves in the second half. I did my job. I got them as far as I could get them. I needed them to just perform in the second half a little bit, and they couldn't do it.
And in the end,
it's
still an L.
I did my job.
At least you tried.
Getting the Lions to within 30 minutes of the Super Bowl, no, I take a W for that.
There's no W. There's no moral victories in football.
Dude, will you get that close to a bowl prediction and no one would ever have? Come on, man. That's incredibly good. Just give me credit, man.
No.
I know you're upset and you're jealous that I get all these bowl predictions right, but come on. Give me credit when I get that close to something, man. Come on. Nah. It's like you gave me the horseshoes and hand grenades thing like 5 times last night.
No, I only said it once.
Horseshoes and hand grenades.
Nah,
no, you and
it's an
Frostberg
overplayed. No, it's an overplayed cliche line. I only used it once.
Exit outbound of Fresca, exit Swollen Dome. Hey, we're going to head to Vegas, find out the latest on all the lines and prop bets with our insider Todd Furman. Plus, the biggest controversy going into Super Bowl 58. We'll tell you exactly the right way to handle it. That's next right here. Jason and Mike, this is Fox Sports Radio.
Super Bowl 58 is set, and so are the storylines. The face of the NFL.
They asked for it, and they got what they asked for.
Mr. Irrelevant.
How do I do my job really well for 3 hours?
And 2 very hungry teams.
That's a big dog thing.
What more can you want? Your Super Bowl 58 coverage is here on Fox Sports Radio.
Winter is coming. Heavy rain, sleet, snow, and ice. Are your tires up for the challenge? In the season's worst conditions, winter tires are a game changer. They elevate traction, control, and confidence.
Tire Rack sells only the best, like the Bridgestone Blizzak.
Go to TireRack.com/sports. Tell them what you drive. Your tires will ship fast and free to you or one of over 10,000 recommended installers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
We've been driving for 6 hours, and I haven't coughed once.
Well, you took Mucinex DM 12-hour, right? It gives you 12 full hours of cough and chest congestion relief.
Really? 12 hours? That means you still get to enjoy another 6 hours of me singing road trip songs.
Yay.
Mucinex DM tablets have one immediate release layer and one long-lasting extended release layer to provide cough and chest congestion relief for a full 12 hours.
Whoa, baby.
Buy Mucinex DM 12-hour now for 12-hour cough and chest congestion relief. Use as directed.
Is another 2008 financial crisis looming? This is Kevin Demerit for Lear Capital. Just listen to the news. Numbers don't lie. Personal debt is at record highs. Corporate bankruptcies are soaring. Just the interest on our debt will hit $1 trillion this year. Then you have central banks buying record amounts of gold to protect their own assets. They see what's coming and it's a no-brainer. Maybe it's time for you to do the same. Move some of your paper assets into gold because they can't print more gold. It's easy to buy, easy to sell, and it's never been worth zero.
Folks, Kevin Demerit has been spot on about the economy and gold. Call Lear Capital today at 1-800-927-2400 for your free Gold Investor Kit and their 2024 special report, Rising Debt, Rising Gold. Tell them Kevin sent you and you'll also get free shipping on your first order. Call 1-800-927-2400. That's 1-800-927-2400. 1-800-927-2400.
Everybody needs an edge. The other guy is working on his edge right now, whether you have one or not. Testosterone levels are at an all-time low historically, and individual T levels in men decline 1% every year with age. There's a new champion of natural testosterone boosters, and it's called CHOQ, C-H-O-Q. 100% natural herbal extracts with game-changing effects on your energy, mood, and focus. CHOQ Daily's main ingredient has been clinically studied to boost testosterone 20% in 90 days. Supercharge your masculinity with higher T and a massive boost of energy by taking CHOQ's Male Vitality Stack every day. Take the 90-day CHOQ Challenge and reap the benefits of the reigning champion of natural men's health with CHOQ's Male Vitality Stack. For a very limited time only, CHOQ, C-H-O-Q, is giving our listeners a 30% discount with promo code USA. That's CHOQ.com, code USA, for 30% off while supplies last.
Basketball Hall of Famer Dwayne Wade explores the lives and motivations of sports, music, and entertainment icons in his podcast, The Why with Dwayne Wade. In each episode, he delves into the inspiration behind their greatness, reflects on his own career, and goes behind the curtain to get the stories you've never heard.
How did you feel about me in 2006?
Well, there wasn't a lot of love there, I'd say.
We've never had a conversation to this point.
Listen to The Why with Dwayne Wade on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
In this week's Marketers Report, Chris Brandt, Chief Marketing Officer at Chipotle Mexican Grill, weighs in on the power of audio, specifically audio influencers.
Audio has been a key component for us. Our consumer is omni-channel, so we need to be omni-channel. We've used audio to reinforce what we're showing on TV, what we're showing in other digital channels. When your priority is driving reach, boy, everybody seems to listen to the radio. I think using the audio influencers has been a huge component for us. Working with iHeart, we were able to really tease out the audio influencers in key markets that were authentic Chipotle fans. And because it's authentic and because they're seen as trusted friends by the customers and the listeners, it's really been an effective strategy.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
AM 800 KXIC.
Doesn't appear to be as good as they were last year. Their bench isn't as good. Yeah, again, show me when the Clippers actually win important playoff series. They got to stay healthy. And then outside of that, like, who do you love? Right, do you love Minnesota in the playoffs? Probably not. Right? You don't love the Clippers. I mean, you don't love the Lakers. The Warriors are kind of a mess.
Dallas did get P.J. Washington from Charlotte.
Yeah, I like Dallas, but again, we kind of know what that team is, right? You got 2 stars, and Luka's got to have Herculean efforts in order to win playoff series. I just don't think you can do that in 4 rounds of the playoffs. So, yeah, the Oklahoma City's sitting there going like, we're not that far away, and Gordon Hayward kind of fits who we are. We don't need it.
To get the rest of what Doug said, podcast it by searching The Doug Gottlieb Show. And as always, you can hear The Doug Gottlieb Show weekdays at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific, right here on Fox Sports Radio. The popular group of sports radio.
Popularity matters.
The cool kids.
Let's not overreact.
Steve Cavino.
I'm going for the clout, for the clicks.
Rich Davis.
To all the girls I've loved before.
It's Cavino and Rich.
2 nerds. Really?
Putting the cool in sports.
I got kicked off of the Mets chat because I'm too positive of a guy.
Yeah. Weekdays from 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
Worldwide leaders of nonsense.
AM 800 KXIC.
It's amazing. The things that we do for you on a daily.
Let's go, walk.
From the mornings.
It's 2 pros and a cup of Joe, Fox Sports Radio.
Yeah. To the late nights.
They call me Moneyball Mallard. I'm in a different part of the galaxy.
Yeah. We never stop.
They know they can't stop it.
We're always on.
We do this on a daily basis.
And this amazing content is all for you on Fox Sports Radio. FS1.
Call your friends and ask how they doing.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Boom. Trust your eyes.
FS1.
Fox Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show with my best friend Mike Harmon. Pretty sure Spencer Dinwiddie picked the right Lakers game to attend as he was deciding where to sign as a free agent after a buyout. Boy, they scored 140 tonight, man. They made it look easy. Lakers, everybody. Lakers. Joining us now on the hotline for everything related to Super Bowl 58 and beyond, our longtime Vegas insider, former odds maker at Caesars Palace. Check out his Bet the Board podcast. You see him on CBS. He's on Twitter at Todd Furman. It is the aforementioned Todd Furman. What's happening, bud?
And not a whole heck of a lot, gentlemen. From what I've been told, we have a big game in town on Sunday. Apparently, there's all sorts of energy and expectations for what will unfold at Allegiant Stadium.
I do. The first thing I want to know is I want to get odds that someone else climbs to the top of the sphere before Super Bowl Sunday.
I mean, look, the reality of it was everyone said it was a peaceful protest, $100,000 in terms of damage later. All that means is that the Knicks aren't going to be able to overpay for players because that's coming right out of the Dolan Family Trust Fund. So that's a big problem for you, Smith.
I called that guy a menace and a jerk and a scourge on society yesterday.
Who, Dolan?
Hey,
oh, no, the
both
right.
Dolan and the guy that climbed the sphere.
Distinct possibility. We know MSG is hurting for cash, and look, that'll come out of Tibbs' signing bonus should he want to ink an extension.
All right, so Todd, before we get to the Super Bowl, if I said I want to bet odds that Pete Carroll is the next UCLA head coach, what odds would you give me?
I mean, look, my wife is within earshot, and being a USC alum, I think that would be a cruel reality for her. I think it would be great irony. There is no doubt about it. But I'm not sure Pete believes he can necessarily win at Westwood with some of the lack of resources compared to what he grew accustomed to with the USC Trojans. So I'll make Pete a long shot in that 5 or 6-1 range. But one hell of a storyline it would be in the battle for LA if we got Lincoln Riley against Pete Caroline on an annual basis.
It would be next level stuff, and certainly trying to speak that into existence. But obviously, the game we saw the early line movement after it was set, Todd, and it's kind of settled thus far. Do we expect any movement ahead of kickoff?
I'd be surprised, but it wouldn't shock me if you had a couple books that moved from 2 to 1.5, or tried to dabble a little bit to try and get some San Francisco money. That's been relatively hard to find when you look at the way the game is broken down. Overwhelming public support for the Chiefs, as you anticipated, with Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid on one side, given their decorated resumes against Kyle Shanahan, still looking for that elusive career milestone. And, of course, Brock Purdy never having played on a stage this large. So should be one interesting game in terms of watching the cat and mouse type stuff unfold in the betting market. But I don't think we get to 3, and I think you'll see some books go from 2 to 1.5 and maybe move that money line price a nickel to try and get a little bit more San Francisco 49ers cash.
All right, Todd, so what's your best bet for the game? Is it the Chiefs getting the points? Is it the Niners laying the points? Is it the over? Is it the under? What's your best bet out of those for the game on Sunday?
It's that Taylor Swift will not be photographed with an alcoholic beverage in her hand. I think that'll alienate a lot of her Swifties. You can lay that price of a right around minus 220. I think that number will continue to balloon. But in terms of the actual X's and O's, side and total I think are relatively sharp. I do show a little bit of value going under the number at 47.5. I don't show much in the way of the side. I think Brandon Ayuk will struggle to get to his reception total at 4.5. I think when you look at Harrison Butker, these kind of conditions will be perfect for him to have an opportunity to kick multiple field goals in the game. And those are probably two of the prop bets that I like the most for numbers that are still currently available. It's not any fun if I give out numbers that we bet into in the markets that have moved. So that's probably how I would look to invest here on a Friday night.
Todd, when we talk about the extensive prop menu that we have these days, what kind of limits are we looking at for some of those bets?
Props are relatively aggressive. A lot of folks at some of the bigger establishments here in town, you can lock in and fire a couple $1,000 on those. If you have an advanced relationship, there'll be 5-figure sums that'll move, more so on player-specific stuff. Anything that involves perfect information. We know the offshores want to take smaller bets. They provide those in an amenity and as a novelty above all else. But the prop bets at this point, the numbers have been eaten into place, and most odds makers feel pretty comfortable that they're willing to take a big crack, especially with the game here in town. And, everyone in Vegas, up and down the Strip, has really embraced this festive atmosphere for what is a relatively unique experience and something that none of us that have lived in this city for quite some time ever thought was going to be possible.
All right, Todd, you had the Taylor Swift prop bet. What's your other favorite prop bet? Any other prop bet you really like the most going into this weekend?
Yeah, the player props I mentioned there, I wish I had inside information on the color of Gatorade that'll be on both sidelines, or, an inkling with the country music community in terms of how long Reba wanted to relish the spotlight. When you look at some of the entertainment props, we've seen movement on Usher's first song. Yeah, opened up as a favorite. That no longer is the case. And the unfortunate part is once these rehearsals take place and that information leaks, guys that are fully entrenched in the hip-hop community, like the two of you, can't really get down the kind of money they want to move. Yeah. So I figure, Smith, with your Motown roots, if we ever go that direction or we get another Super Bowl in Detroit, that's where we're going to be able to really reap the windfall of your strong ties to the Motor City.
Yeah, I'm surprised Climax isn't on the set list of available choices for the first song. But the other Taylor Swift prop bet, Todd, the whole engagement thing, does that cut both ways, or do we have to have a separate bet if she decides to take the power move and propose?
I think when you look at those props, it's all got to be in his hands. If she decides to flip the script, I think all bets are off. And we know the offshores may not want to try and pay some of that stuff out. So like we always say, especially with these entertainment props, read those stipulations, make sure you know what you're getting yourself into. And should you find yourself on one side or another of the national anthem, know how long they can hold the final word brave. Because if Reba drags it out for 12 or 13 seconds, that's going to crush some of the under opportunities.
And that's the thing, Todd. I don't know why everybody doesn't do that. Why does singers sing, right? I don't know why this is your chance. You're singing the anthem at the Super Bowl. How do you not hold that note as long as you can at the end? Like you're never going to get to do it again. Why not hold it as long as you can?
Well, look, if you give me the opportunity to sing at an event of this magnitude, I'm going to sing the hell out of it. I'm going to be up there for 5 to 7 minutes. I'm going to be looking around, and I'm going to pipe in all the vocals. Even if I lose wind at some point during the Star Spangled Banner, I am going to milk that for every second it's worth. So that's kind of my take on all of it.
I got no problem with that at all. As we look at this game, I mean, do you start turning your attention to March Madness, or do you take a breather after hosting and running people around town and all the big shots that have been asking you for advice? Like, what's next?
I mean, the first NHL game will get puck drop at 4:05 Pacific time on Monday, and the money will be just as green that I can earn on the ice as I can on the big game on Sunday. College hoops will go through a little bit of a crash course. It's not a market I spend a ton of time with, but the betting calendar these days, gentlemen, rests for no one, and I'll continue to put my money to good use any chance I get.
Well, and of course, NASCAR. I mean, because, we're just that many days from Daytona.
Look, our friends at NASCAR decided they wanted to start the season with not Daytona, which I get, Super Bowl of stock car racing, but we have another super speedway at Atlanta, so my money won't get put to good use until the Good Cup Series heads out to Las Vegas Motor Speedway. And then we'll find all sorts of opportunities on the intermediate track at a 1.5 mile distance to really reap the benefits, especially with increased tire wear.
All right, lastly, Todd, Taylor Swift has been shown on camera an average of 44 seconds per game. Are you taking over or under for the Super Bowl? 44 seconds of total screen time for Taylor Swift.
Well, here's the caveat. Are we talking just once the game kicks off, or are we talking about once the CBS broadcast starts earlier in the day? And again, it's all about the fine print. But if we're talking about start to finish, and between the 20, so to speak, from the kickoff of the game until the end of the game, I'm going to go under. But I think if we're looking at an elongated process, there is a distinct possibility she'll be on the air a little bit longer than people anticipate.
He's on Twitter at Todd Furman. That is at Todd Furman, our man, our insider in Vegas. Check him out again on CBS, the Bet the Board podcast. Todd, as always, buddy, appreciate it. Enjoy the games, my friend. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, gentlemen. Best of luck with all your investments, and may the gambling gods smile upon you.
All right.
Be good, brother. Thank you.
Todd Furman. Now, look, the Taylor Swift thing is the biggest controversial subject of the Super Bowl, right? Showing her, not showing her. And I read a really interesting article on when they talked to a bunch of people in CBS, a couple of producers, how much do you want to show Taylor Swift? And the producer said, well, we want to be cognizant of showing her and not over-showing her. And I just looked at that and I shook my head, because the correct answer is, how often should we show Taylor Swift? As often as you bleeping want to. Don't sit here and kowtow to haters who just don't want to see her for whatever stupid reason. There's no reason to. Taylor Swift is news. And I'm sorry, but she's news. Her coming to a football game is news. Her coming to the Super Bowl is news. It's a big deal. Whether you love seeing Taylor Swift or you don't like it for whatever crazy reason. I don't like the 3 seconds that cut away to her after Travis Kelce makes a catch. Like, that's really stopping my enjoyment of the game. It's insane what people want to hold on to. And anybody who wants to hold on to that, you got to talk to somebody. You got to talk to somebody and say, why am I so upset about Taylor Swift being shown at a game? I don't understand. So the answer is as often as you want to, because she's a story and you can't ignore the news. And if you want to show her for 10 seconds at a time, you want to show her every time Kelce gets the ball, she's a big deal. I mean, it's the biggest pop star in the world. She's become a big story, and you can't ignore the news just because you might not like it. And that's a big thing, is that, hey, there's stuff that happens in the world every day that's big news that I'm sure a lot of people would say, why do they got to cover this? Why do they got to focus on this? This is ridiculous. But it's news. And I'm sorry, but, it's got to be covered. Certain news items just have to be covered. And it's the same thing with Taylor. If you're not showing her, you're not doing your job. You're doing a disservice to the broadcast, because there's people everybody is tuning in to see, hey, this game and Taylor Swift is there. People tuning in just to see Taylor Swift. So you know what? You show Taylor Swift as often as you want to, because it's news. And the people that don't want to see her, they're still going to watch the game. Nobody's going to turn away from the game because of Taylor Swift. No matter what people say on social media, I'm never watching another football game again. You remember the NFL was going out of business a few years ago. Oh, the NFL, what they do, I'm not watching anymore. Ratings are going down. The NFL has never been healthier. Local ratings are up. National ratings are up. Streaming services are bidding hundreds of millions of dollars for one football game. No one is not watching.
Hey, guys parlayed that into millions of dollars per year off of terrible takes like that. I should be so smart.
No one is not. They've already showed Taylor Swift twice. I'm turning the game off. It's the middle of the first quarter. It's 7-7. No, I'm not watching. They showed Taylor Swift. Oh, no. That's not happening. Show Taylor Swift as much as you want to, because it's what people want to see, and it's what people who don't want to see, they still want to see, so they can complain about it. So you have both of them. You're serving everybody by showing Taylor Swift as much as you want to.
Well, we're starting to see more of the advertisements making their way online and on TV a little bit earlier, right? It used to be big reveals, and now we're seeing a little more of them. And there's several companies that have bought in, health and beauty supplies and all of those, their myriad products are showing up in the advertisements, and they're not there for you and me. Okay, they're there because there's a different audience that'll be attending watch parties and sitting down with families to watch this game. And so that impact is real. And so what do? You give the people what they want. As much as we want to tell you what you should be watching and thinking about games and analyzing whatever, we're trying to sway you with our opinions. Smith usually fails there, and I own him. But it's the kind of thing
just
that...
Stop, man. Just stop. You're on this run the last few days and say, no, what I say... Dude, just stop, man. You're embarrassing yourself. Just stop. Make your point. Just stop. Yeah. I'm trying to save you.
Save me, yeah.
Stop and make your point.
No, the point is that when it's all said and done, you're trying to keep eyeballs there as long as you can. Keep them from the Puppy Bowl and whatever else. And whatever new marketplace expansion that you have, you lean into it. And in this case, you've got all the Hollywood reporters. I mean, look at what the coverage was in Las Vegas all week. All right, so let's talk about the game. Okay, what do you think of Taylor Swift? People who really, you probably shouldn't care one iota about it. It's like, I've got to ask this because it'll go viral. This will get more clicks than this guy's opinion of what the game's going to do. So let's go. So that's where you're at. You lean into it for as long as this is a topic of conversation, particularly as she flies back from Japan to be part of it.
Now, she's actually on the plane now, right? The concert is over.
I believe that is correct.
And she's going to land yesterday. So I think she gets back in plenty of time for this.
She is a time traveler. She is magical. There's no question about it.
Exit, how about a Fresca? Exit Swollen Dome, the Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon. Our Best of podcast goes up right after the show is over on iTunes, iHeartRadio app, wherever you get your podcasts. You can listen to it. The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon. Download it, rate us, subscribe. We'll love you forever and ever and ever. Again, it's wherever you listen to your podcasts, iTunes, iHeartRadio app. It is there. Again, about 10 minutes after our show is over. All our big takes, everything you need, all our Super Bowl 58 coverage, it is there for you. Now a guy who is also always there for you. We couldn't get Bon Jovi, so it's Steve DeSager, who's got what's trending in the wide world of sports.
Super Bowl comes up in Vegas this Sunday. San Francisco against Kansas City. 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan has the best career postseason winning percentage of any coach without a championship in the history of the four major sports. He's 8-3 in the postseason. Can he and the Niners finally cash in for a title? San Francisco, for all its postseason success, and they have the most playoff wins in history for the NFL, they haven't won a Super Bowl since the 1994 season. For the Chiefs, All-Pro guard Joe Thuney will be out again this weekend with a pectoral injury. Running back Jerick McKinnon had been designated to return from IR just in case, but he was limited again today at practice with the groin injury. He's questionable, but no injury designation anymore for Kansas City running back Isaiah Pacheco or for wide receiver Rashee Rice. They each practice fully today. The Chargers are expected to hire Navarro Bowman as linebackers coach. The Patriots' new linebackers coach is a former linebacker of theirs, Dante Hightower. Washington's new special teams coordinator is Larry Izzo from Seattle. Seahawks making news tonight. Their new defensive coordinator will be Aden Durde from the Cowboys, and Seattle's due to hire as offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb, who was just at the University of Washington. The NFL will play a regular season game.
Clearly calling Grubhub for their next coach.
Wow.
TJ.
Wow. I would like to DoorDash away from that joke.
Hey, Johnny, Grubb is going to be the next head coach.
Only I will get that joke. Johnny Grubb.
Harmon got the Johnny Grubb joke.
Padres all-star representative from the 1970s, because every team had to have an all-star. NFL's going to play in Madrid for a regular season game 2025. And Amazon Prime will reportedly carry one NFL playoff game exclusively next season. The new head football coach at Boston College is Bill O'Brien, so the Ohio State Buckeyes have an opening for offensive coordinator. They've hired Chip Kelly from UCLA. Ryan Day played for Chip Kelly at New Hampshire years ago. Michigan's new defensive coordinator is Wink Martindale from the Giants. Colorado's new defensive coordinator is Robert Livingston from the Bengals. In the late NBA game, it was the highest scoring first half in the league this year. Lakers led New Orleans 87-74. Each team had over 100 points through three quarters. Final score, Lakers 139-122, ending the Pelicans' four-game winning streak. D'Angelo Russell had 30 points. He had missed last night's Lakers game with a sore knee. Sacramento got another triple-double from Domantas Sabonis. They manhandled Denver 135-106. And at Milwaukee, back from the sprained ankle, Damian Lillard had 26 points in an easy win over Charlotte, 120-84. Charlotte Hornets have lost 10 in a row. Washington's lost 5 straight. Boston came back to beat the Wizards 133-129. Toronto edged Houston 107-104. And Atlanta got 37 points from Trae Young in a win at Philadelphia 127-121. The Hawks' DeJounte Murray was out with a bad back. Sixers' Tyrese Maxey was out due to illness, but now with Philadelphia, Buddy Hield and Cam Payne each had 20 points. By the way, the Lakers starting 5 tonight each had at least 20 points in this game. First for a Lakers starting unit since 1984. In college hoops, just 3 games total in Division I. Virginia Commonwealth upset number 18 Dayton. Nevada in overtime beat number 24 San Diego State. And Colorado State dominated San Jose State. Just 3 NHL games. Home wins for Minnesota. Road wins for Edmonton and for the Rangers in overtime. Former Mets general manager Billy Epler was suspended for the year for fabricating injury reports over the past 2 seasons. Pitcher Corey Kluber retired. He won 2 Cy Young Awards with Cleveland. And by Thursday, all 30 Major League teams' pitchers and catchers will have reported to spring training. Dodger pitchers and catchers started spring training workouts today. They have the early start with 2 games in South Korea, March 20th and 21st against the Padres. Back to you.
Thanks a bunch, Steve-O. The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon live from the TireRack.com studios. Coming up next, the person under the most pressure in Super Bowl 58 isn't going to play a snap. Who is it? That's next right here. Jason and Mike, Fox.
It's Super Bowl weekend. Right up to game time. We're breaking down the odds.
Is there an adjustment made sort of based off of how these teams have played the last month?
We're making picks.
A close game, Chiefs win it.
We're doing what we do. Your big game coverage is here on Fox Sports Radio.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing.
Although we're marketing at a very broad scale, it does include specific local markets, and that's the beauty of iHeart's network.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Basketball Hall of Famer Dwayne Wade explores the lives and motivations of sports, music, and entertainment icons in his podcast, The Why with Dwayne Wade. In each episode, he delves into the inspiration behind their greatness, reflects on his own career, and goes behind the curtain to get the stories you've never heard.
How did you feel about me in 2006?
Well, there wasn't a lot of love there, I'd say.
We've never had a conversation to this point.
Listen to The Why with Dwayne Wade on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The NFL playoffs are here, and there's no better way to stay up to date on the latest from our league than with the Around the NFL podcast. Join me, Dan Hansis, and my buds, Mark Sessler and Greg Rosenthal, for news and fresh content all playoffs long. We've been doing this together for over 10 years, and the playoffs always offer up something we've never seen before. Listen to the Around the NFL podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Heed the call.
Presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now is the time for 5G business.
AM 800 KXIC.
The Lakers or try to dictate himself to the Lakers rather than going to the Knicks. And fourth, Rob, other teams will be able to make some nice offers too, including the Knicks. So
to get the rest of what The Odd Couple said, podcast it by searching Odd Couple. And as always, you can listen to The Odd Couple with Chris Broussard and Rob Parker weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, right here on Fox Sports Radio. This is Two Pros and a Cup of Joe.
We're getting back into it.
So we got some drama in the NFL. Apparently this is still happening. So the 49ers practice surface, they're practicing over at UNLV. So apparently the surface that they're practicing on, not ideal. The NFL put in a sod field on top of a field turf and started laying it just last week when the NFL ordinarily requires Super Bowl practice fields to meet certain standards in December.
They put sod on top of a field turf. Okay.
So the NFL hardness score, which I didn't know that was a thing, but apparently there's this NFL hardness score. It's
I'm as hard as they get. Oh wait. Oh, you're talking about the turf?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Two Pros, LeVar Arrington, Brady Quinn, and a Cup of Joe, Jonas Knox. 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
It is time for Covino and Rich.
Steve Covino. Rich Davis. Perfect. This is Covino and Rich.
Sean Merriman's been a guest on our shows throughout the years. So Sean Merriman, we got a friendship. But every time we see him and Covino get crossed up on the handshake.
Yeah,
and
it's a weird mental block.
It started as an inside joke, but then it really did become, Danny, like a funny thing.
Like you know how people catch the yips? Like when Chuck Knobloch forgot how to throw? Like we couldn't get the handshake right.
Covino goes for the fist bump, he goes for the handshake. Covino goes for the handshake, he goes for the fist bump. So a very funny video of Covino and Sean Merriman hugging it out yesterday.
Yeah, we went for the redemption, but you could see, look, I'm not a tiny dude. I'm 5'10" and 3/4, mind you. You know, pushing 200. I'm like 190 something, right? But you could see how giant this
feel
dude
like
is
we need the Dan Patrick Bell right now.
Covino and Rich, weekdays at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
AM 800 KXIC.
I don't think this is exaggeration.
We're in your car, your laptop, on your phone.
Give me options. Let me choose.
Hey Siri.
Uh-huh.
Play Fox Sports Radio.
Fox Sports Radio, now playing.
It's that easy.
This is perfect.
Because we're everywhere. Even on Tinder.
How about that? That is weird.
Boom. Done. Period.
This is Fox Sports Radio. FS1.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
Fox Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show with my best friend, Mike Harmon.
I want to have a gun, blow hot dogs into the stands.
Live from the TireRack.com studios. As we get set, last few minutes here. Next time you hear our voices, we will know who has won Super Bowl 58. I got the Chiefs. Mike has the Niners. But with this game going on Sunday, who was under the most pressure during the Super Bowl? Not someone who's going to play a snap. Not someone who's going to coach. The guy under the most pressure, without a
Cameraman?
doubt. Yes, without a doubt. The cameraman whose job it is to make sure he gets Taylor Swift in focus. Hey,
but think about it.
Make sure.
Look, well, you can't bet on that kind of thing stateside when we talk about the international books, man, and the over-unders on how much she's shown and how many times, whatever. Mm-hmm. You're deciding marketplaces right there.
The guy under the most pressure is Tony Romo. All right, this is someone who, if he has a bad Super Bowl, he's done as the number one guy on CBS. And it's Greg Olsen or somebody else coming in, and Tony Romo starts falling. And he winds up on his way out. Look, you've seen the criticism of Romo, who has done nothing but deteriorate as a broadcaster since he came to the league nearly a decade ago, right? He came in, hey, I'm just going to let it fly, and his play prediction ability was fantastic. We had never seen it before. And now the guy just sounds like someone who won a contest to announce a game. Even Sean McManus, president of CBS Sports, said I had to tell Tony to calm down. Because all you get from Tony, that's why my impression is this way. Jim, did you see that, Jim? Taylor Swift is at the game, Jim. Do you know she's got so many good albums, Jim, I'm looking at how many number one hits she's got, Jim, you think she's got more than Madonna, Jim, did you like Madonna in the 80s, Jim? I mean, this is Tony Romo. And he's someone that continues to be a target of bad publicity for CBS. And CBS is an NFL partner, and this is going to be the last chance that they can take without having to act on backlash for Romo. All right, like I said, this could be the end for him as being an A-list broadcaster, because you've seen how much criticism there is of him. You see the mistakes that he makes, and right or wrong, whatever Tony Romo does gets a lot of criticism. But CBS, they don't want to go through every single day as partners of the NFL hearing your number one guy is terrible. Your number one guy stinks. Doesn't work very hard. And I'm sure there's behind the scenes, they're upset with Tony Romo. They'd like him to work harder. They'd like him to do different things as a broadcaster. But, man, I'll tell you, if he has another bad game, that's it. And if you think suddenly Romo's going to have a great game, suddenly he's going to be a guy who studies and knows things and is not just going to be glib and very free on the mic, which is what he does. I mean, he's glib and breezy about broadcasting in general. I mean, he's going to wind up doing it again on Sunday. He's going to mess stuff up. And when you do it during the Super Bowl, it is a different thing. And if that happens, get ready. Greg Olsen's probably watching the game, and instead of rooting for a team, he's rooting for Romo to screw up so I can get this gig. Come on, Tony, say something bad. Call Taylor Swift, Taylor Momsen. Come on, just do it.
Or call Taylor Swift Travis Kelce's wife again.
Sure.
And put that out there. Wait, did he propose during the game? Yeah. Do I get credit for that bet or not?
I mean, you think about something like that, and you realize his lack of preparation is so glaring. And that's what I mean by behind the scenes. They have to have had enough of him at CBS as well. Because how do you sit and go, oh, it's Travis Kelce's wife? No, someone who doesn't really know a lot about it and didn't do any work going into this game, that's what they say. His wife. What do you mean?
Or you're trying to be funny about it. Unfortunately, we know what happens with it, right? Even if you make it as a joke, there's going to be a faction that takes it seriously and will denigrate every line you utter thereafter, right? Sometimes you're in a can't-win situation. I wonder for Tony Romo if he's kind of hit that point, right? Because before it was, the wizardry of predicting everything, which I don't know. If I'm sitting there, part of me wants to just watch the play. And then have you show me exactly how it worked and was orchestrated. Not to say you don't have a little bit of that, magician's sleight of hand, as we alluded to and talked about with Steve DeSager a little bit earlier. But, for Romo, trying to be entertaining, does it take away from Nance? Is there tension there? Because he's going to have a vote to some degree of what happens going forward. And the die may have already been cast, regardless of the contract that was signed, that Greg Olsen, given the state of things with Fox and what his role may become, or does he become a free agent, or is there a buyout? Do you trade? Is there a trade to be had there? Is there some property like going back to trade?
Oswald the Rabbit will get traded again.
Yeah.
Traded twice.
Yeah, well,
Oswald the Rabbit is the first journeyman cartoon rabbit to be traded in sports history.
A legendary piece of the puzzle, but it's one of those for Romo. Maybe he was too serious and they said open up a little bit, and then he went the other way and decided he was having too much fun. Do I think he could do the other? Yeah. Does he want to? That's the bigger issue. Where's the happy medium for folks?
Jim, why do you keep calling me Greg, Jim? Jim, it's Tone. Jim, why do you keep calling me Greg? Jim, what's going on? Why is Greg Olsen in the booth now, Jim? Jim, is he going to talk too? Wait, what's going on? Jim, I don't understand. Tell me, Jim, what's happening, Jim? Jim.
I'm going to create the Tony Romo bingo card. I'm going to go back and watch some CBS broadcasts and put that up for Sunday.
That's the dangerous drinking game. Drink every time Tony Romo says Jim. That's
no, we can't do that.
Oh, that's another one. That's another one.
You're done.
That's another one. That's another one.
But like when he says, "What do you think he's going to do here?" Or
what do you think?
Big
Jim?
play,
Jim.
big third down, Jim.
Jim, what do you think, Jim?
Wait till they demote him to every Jets game.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
That could actually happen, though. No, that could actually happen. I can see that happening. For Mike, I'm Jason. Enjoy the Super Bowl. Up next, Burnin' Bernie Fratto. This is Fox.
We are Fox. Jefferson, touchdown.
I'm Justin Jefferson with the Minnesota Vikings.
Hi, I'm Jamar Chase with the Cincinnati Bengals.
Nobody can stop it.
Why do I choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Because I only go all out.
Because I can't be stopped. Because my Sleep Number smart bed helps me sleep at the right temperature all night.
So we can take our game to the next level. That's why 80% of NFL players choose the Sleep Number smart bed. Sleep next level, perform next level.
Save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. Ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Get ready for the big game with the free iHeartRadio app. Pre-game with perfectly tailored playlists like Big Game Party and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Big Game, and listen now. Make the big game great with iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
At work, I play it all day, every day at work.
When Dan Patrick speaks, you better stop and listen.
Yeah, where do you listen at?
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
Say hello to the former NFL MVP, Cam Newton. Can we get a shot of the back of the shirt? Game changer, game manager.
That's fantastic.
I like that. All right. Might as well.
There you go.
Yeah. Game changer, game manager. How much do you spend on clothes each year?
I thrift.
You do?
I'm an avid thrift shopper.
I like that. Game manager. Maybe if we changed it to game commander, game CEO, game manager, I think. Now, okay, help me understand this.
Okay.
Tom Brady, game manager?
Yes.
Okay.
Elite.
And that's what I said. To me, it's a compliment if you know how to call a game.
See, it's like tiers, right? And I think this game has only have